Chapter 561 Bridge Blocking Successful. Where is the team from University now? I don't know. They jumped the school. However, the people we were following were killed by them. We don't know where they are now. Maybe they are still in the school. Maybe they have moved. I guess they have moved. They can't stay in the school and let us surround them. But where can they go? I don't know. Stop talking nonsense and join the circle immediately after the search. They will not be able to get to Longji Mountain in this round. No matter where they hide, it will be useless. The circle will get smaller and smaller later, and they will come out on their own. The three teams all sent people to track a university. But the three people responsible for tracking were all killed by Wang Hao with sniper rifles. Therefore, now the three teams do not know the specific movements of a university. However, they are not too anxious. In the last game, they were not in the same group as Big A. But they also learned about Big A's performance in the game from other people afterwards. They thought to themselves, if they were in the same group, a game against Big A would probably have the same ending. So I felt a little uneasy at the beginning of this game. But now, they are no longer so worried. Because Longji Mountain was brushed out in the first circle. If they can't go to Longji Mountain, then no matter where a university goes, they won't be afraid. The three teams were searching for supplies at their own pace. And after completing the search, they were ready to go to the meeting. On the import side, they found enough vehicles along the road. 9 vehicles in total. And they drove vigorously to prepare to cross the bridge and enter the circle to join the other two teams. Obviously, the players in this team never thought that someone would block the bridge. If someone really blocked the bridge, there would be many people on the bridge. They could see it from a distance. But in fact, they did not see anyone. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the motor kept coming. At the same time, Wang Hao was lying on the top of the bridge, watching the approaching motorcade. Get ready. Wang Hao said to Zhuang Shuer and the others, drive over. Following Wang Hao's order, Zhuang Shuer and the other two people who had been waiting in the car immediately started the car and drove forward a few meters in sequence. Cars blocked the road surface of the bridge. At the same time, Wang Hao had also thrown out the grenade in his hand. At this time, the convoy preparing to cross the bridge had already boarded the bridge. And the one at the front was not far from the 3 cars parked in the middle of the bridge by Zhuang Shuer and the others. Someone is blocking the bridge. There aren't many of them. Speed up and rush over and fight back. Although it was indeed beyond their expectations that someone was blocking the bridge. There were abandoned vehicles on the bridge. Zhuang Shuer and the 3 of them, the vehicles were hidden behind these abandoned vehicles, which prevented the people who were preparing to cross the bridge from noticing. But they did not panic because there were relatively few people blocking the bridge. Although there were 3 vehicles blocking the way, the one at the front of the convoy was as long as the car doesn't slow down. It can still pass by. After all, Zhuang Shuer and the others only have 3 vehicles. If they want to block the road, they can only arrange the vehicles end to end. Therefore, the car at the front of the convoy only needs to rush through the blockade. At his current speed, it would be no problem. However, just when the first car was about to hit Zhuang Shuer's 3 cars, there was an explosion. And then the 4 people on the first vehicle jumped out of the car almost at the same time. Kneeled down on the ground. For kills in one category, the speed of the first vehicle dropped immediately after no one controlled it. In the end, due to insufficient momentum, it was not able to knock away Zhuang Shuer's vehicle. Instead, it stuck closely to Zhuang Shuer's vehicle. The number of vehicles blocking the road has changed from 3 to 4. At the same time, Wang Hao on the top of the bridge started shooting. And his target was the player in the second car. After a few shots, the driver in the second car was knocked to the ground. The vehicle began to slow down after no one was in control. And finally stopped next to the 4 vehicles in front. The number of vehicles blocking the road increased from 4 to 5. Wang Hao ignored the remaining 2 people in the second vehicle. He and Zhuang Shuer attacked the players in the third vehicle together. Soon, the third vehicle was directly destroyed and became one of the vehicles blocking the road. There were more and more vehicles blocking the road on the bridge. And it was completely impossible for the vehicles behind them to pass. They had no choice but to stop their vehicles and start fighting back. At this time, Zhuang Shuer and 3 others had already got off the vehicle and started attacking these players. The vehicles blocking the road in front of them were their best cover. On the top of the bridge, Wang Hao was also shooting wildly. He used the bridge body as a cover, dodged while shooting, and occasionally dropped grenades. From his angle, even without using the perspective auxiliary function, he could see everything on the bridge clearly. The team preparing to cross the bridge was hit from two directions, which can be said to be quite a headache. Zhuang Xuer and the other three have vehicles as cover, which makes them more difficult to fight. However, they can get close to Zhuang Xuer and the other three by using smoke bombs. When the distance is close, they can also use grenades to attack. However, they had a huge headache for Wang Hao on the top of the bridge. Wang Hao's position is too tricky. Grenades are absolutely out of reach, so he can only shoot. However, the bridge is a steel structure, and the beams are quite thick. If Wang Hao concentrates on avoiding it, the people below will not be able to hit him at all. For him, the bullet could only hit the beam and make a crackling sound. It would be fine if Wang Hao had been hiding, but Wang Hao would throw grenades down from time to time, and they would explode accurately. Wang Hao was obviously well prepared. He had a lot of grenades in his bag, and the bombs knocked down the players below. Go back quickly and pull the gun line. Players who reacted quickly reacted and wanted to go far away to pull the gun line. Standing directly below Wang Hao, they obviously cannot attack Wang Hao. But if they distance themselves and attack from a distance, they will have an angle. However, Wang Hao has obviously been guarding against them. When he saw someone retreating and trying to pull the gun line, the sniper rifle in his hand shot accurately. Those players who wanted to pull the gun line were killed by Wang Hao before they could find a suitable angle. Knocked down one by one. If it were other players, they wouldn't have Wang Hao's ability. After all, aiming takes time. As time goes by, the players below will find opportunities to attack. Wang Hao, on the other hand, almost always uses a dodge gun. Hiding will never give too many opportunities to the players below. With the help of self-aim, even if he doesn't deliberately aim, his hit rate will still be extremely high. The entire team of 25 people was intercepted by Wang Hao and 4 others, and they were eliminated one after another. In the end, Wang Hao and his team succeeded in destroying this team at the cost of 2 people being eliminated. A full formation of 25 people. Chapter 562 The Decisive Battle in the Dormitory Building. The 4-man group destroyed a full formation of 25 people. Even with the advantage of geographical location, and even because of an ambush, it still shocked the outside audience. Before, when they saw Wang Hao and the others preparing to block the bridge, the outside world was unanimously unfavorable about their behavior. Facing a full formation of 25 people, the 4 of them still didn't have much advantage even if they had the upper hand. Great odds of winning. But the result surprised everyone outside. Wang Hao and the 4 of them actually defeated their opponents as a team. Although they paid the price of 2 people being eliminated, the result was undoubtedly quite brilliant. At the same time, the team that Wang Hao arranged to ambush near P City also gained something. The enemies in City P did not expect that there was someone ambushing them here. By coincidence, their convoy happened to pass near the ambush circle. As a result, the people in City A would not be polite to them, and they had been prepared in advance. Under the premise, the results achieved by everyone in a university are quite good. As for the team in P City, they didn't expect to be ambushed, and they didn't know how many people were ambushing them. After being ambushed, they were instantly in chaos. The only thought of everyone in the team was to escape quickly, and not to fight back on the spot. After all, this team is not from a top high school. Their strength is slightly stronger than that of A, but it is also limited. When facing a sudden attack, their reaction ability is also different from that of top high schools. Seeing that their opponents didn't fight back, the students from University A were so excited that their coke broke and bullets were fired at the team like they were free. As a result, only half of the team in City P escaped. After exiting, the remaining half were knocked to the ground, and the students from University A then killed them one by one. As a result, the team of Team A is almost full, with only 2 members reduced, while the other 3 teams have only half the number of people left. The gap in numbers between the 2 sides is no longer so huge. Even if a large team fights head-on, they are already capable of fighting. Such a change in the number of people made the remaining joint team very nervous. Originally, their strength was slightly stronger than that of Big A, but now half of them were wiped out by Big A, and their morale was even lower. The remaining half did not dare to take the initiative to attack the team of Big A. They chose defense. In this way, the initiative fell completely into Wang Hao's hands. If it were someone else, even if they took the initiative, if they did not have an advantage in numbers or personal strength, this initiative might not have much effect. But Wang Hao is different. He has auxiliary functions. After the enemy was too scared to take the initiative to attack, the initiative was completely in his own hands. Wang Hao relied on perspective to command with ease. To Wang Hao's surprise, the remaining enemies actually went to the school dormitory. However, if you take a closer look at the mini-map, you are not so surprised by their choice, because this is already the third circle, and the dormitory building of the institute is still in the circle. Choosing to use the dormitory building as a base at this time is a very correct choice. Facing the opponent's choice, Wang Hao also had a headache. The dormitory buildings are all dormitory areas, and as an attacker, they can only choose to attack the building. In an offensive and defensive battle, the party attacking the building must be at a disadvantage. In addition, the number of people on their own side is also at a disadvantage. Wang Hao feels a headache. It's normal. In order to cope with the upcoming offensive and defensive battle, Wang Hao specially asked the team members to collect more grenades. In attacking the building, grenades are very useful. For experts, before attacking the building, only grenades can defeat the defenders. One party suffered heavy losses, and even the team was wiped out. Let's not talk about other people's level of playing mines, because Wang Hao has the auxiliary function of see-through. His level of playing mines is definitely one of the best even if we look at the entire virtual battlefield. After collecting enough grenades, Wang Hao led his team to attack the building. Or because of the see-through, Wang Hao could clearly see the distribution of enemy team members in each building in the dormitory. Everyone follow me, Wang Hao said in the team channel. Let's fight building by building. Don't worry. In order to prevent people from other buildings from sneak attacks, I will arrange a few people to guard the stairs. Guard the stairs. People, don't worry about the fighting in the building. Your task is to guard the stairs, and don't let anyone go upstairs. The others will follow me to attack the building. There were many people left in the enemy team, and they did not choose to stay in the same building. This gives Wang Hao opportunities to defeat each one. However, Wang Hao is also worried that when they attack the building, enemies from other buildings will attack from behind. In that case, they will be attacked from both sides. Even if he has auxiliary functions, he will be unable to do anything at that time. For this reason, Wang Hao specially arranged for a few people to guard the stairs. Those who guard the stairs have the advantage of a good location. As long as there are 2 or 3 people, they can guard the stairs and not give others a chance to go upstairs. More importantly, in the building Wang Hao chose, the enemies in the building did not guard the stairs between the first and second floors, which gave Wang Hao and the others a chance. From the tactics deployed by these enemies, Wang Hao could clearly feel the gap between them and the previous 3 teams. Fortunately, they gnawed the hardest bones first, and the remaining ones were weaker, which gave them a chance. At this time, everyone in Team A was completely convinced by Wang Hao, and they had no objections to Wang Hao's arrangements. After receiving the confirmation, the attack on the building officially started. Because of Wang Hao's arrangement, the attack on the building was not as difficult as expected. The enemy team guarding the first building obviously did not expect that their own team would be attacked so violently, let alone that their own team would not be able to support them in time. In the end, all the defenders in the first floor were annihilated, and their result was to knock down 3 people. Unfortunately, there was no chance to make up for the kill. The 3 knockdown players were quickly supported. Got up. After the first offensive and defensive battle, the numbers of both sides were almost equal. As a result, the enemy no longer had an advantage in terms of numbers, which had a huge psychological impact on them. It's not like they haven't tried to support their teammates, but unfortunately, their support was met with fierce sniper fire, and they had to retreat to the original building. Then, the next one is the second building. Wang Hao looked at the remaining buildings and said to everyone with a smile. Everyone in the big group also had smiles on their faces. Although the battle is not over yet, they have already seen the hope of victory. And this hope is great. Chapter 563, Duel Mode. Big A wins again. The entire dormitory building was demolished by Wang Hao and the students from University A. One by one, one by one, one by one. It's not like the players in the joint team have never thought about supporting each other. However, Wang Hao's preparations were sufficient, so that all the efforts of the joint team had no effect. In the final analysis, the 3 teams in this game are worse than the 3 opponents in the previous game. In terms of hard power, they are not much better than A, with Wang Hao strategizing among them. The balance of victory will eventually be towards A's large team tilted. Perhaps because of the previous consecutive victories, the outside audience was no longer so surprised when a university won the game this time. They seemed to have slowly accepted the fact that a university was capable of winning the game. However, the outside world is more aware of Wang Hao's strength and role in the game. It can be said that in these games, without Wang Hao, a university would have never been able to win. This is not because a university is weak. It would have been impossible for teams from other schools to face the joint encirclement and suppression of other teams. But the existence of Wang Hao made this impossible possible. It can be said that Wang Hao played a vital role in every game. Wang Hao has been known to many people in the previous team competition. And this competition between colleges and universities has further proved Wang Hao's strength. All the teachers and students from the major schools participating in the competition have a deep understanding of Wang Hao's ability. There is no longer any doubt about Wang Hao's strength. The second round of the battle is over. And there are only 3 teams left. These 3 teams will compete for the final championship. What's interesting is that A, which was always considered to be eliminated, is now the most vocal about winning the championship. Most people think A will win the game. First, because of the previous games, University A has already proven its strength. Second, for University A, the difficulty of the finals is actually lower than before. In the finals, they only have 2 opponents instead of 3. And these 2, the strength of the team is weaker than those of the previous opponents. As a result, A will naturally have a greater chance of winning, although the outside world is unanimously optimistic. Wang Hao is not careless at all. He knows very well that all those who can be selected to participate in the competition are top players from various schools. These people cannot be looked down upon. A slight negligence may lead to failure. Therefore, when others were a little relaxed, Wang Hao always maintained a high degree of seriousness and caution, carefully planning every detail. It was precisely because of his seriousness that a university finally won the game. In fact, the last 2 opponents brought a lot of trouble to the students of University A, and even put University A into a desperate situation. After winning the previous 2 games, the students of University A were a little bit confused. They paid too much attention to the last 2 opponents. Even if Wang Hao reminded them repeatedly, they didn't take them seriously. It was precisely because of this contempt that they almost lost the game. Fortunately, Wang Hao took action at the critical moment. 3 kills with 1 grenade directly boosted one's own morale and destroyed the opponent's prestige. After that, a sniper rifle became the sickle of death in his hand, and every bullet caused great damage to the enemy. It was Wang Hao's outstanding performance that slowly turned the situation around and finally allowed a university to win the game. After the game, Wang Hao was naturally praised by the teachers and students of A. Even teachers and students from other schools came to congratulate him, and many people took the initiative to become friends with Wang Hao. In short, after these 3 big battles, Wang Hao's personal strength and commanding ability have been recognized by everyone, and he has vaguely been regarded as the strongest in the school. This is not a boast, but a recognition from the outside world. The following is a one-on-one challenge. Zhuang Xuer said. Wang Hao, have you practiced these days? This competition mode is relatively unfamiliar to everyone. In the past, whether it was a competition between schools, or the competitions within the school, which are basically 4-row games, occasionally there will be competitions in the camp competition mode. But there are no such competitions in the one-on-one mode, because the survivors in this world think that, whether on the virtual battlefield or in reality, teamwork is the most important, especially in reality. In reality, humans are still facing a huge survival crisis. Zombies and mutant beasts are still threatening humans. In the face of countless mutant beasts and zombies, no matter how powerful a survivor is, he cannot face it alone. Only teamwork can help. Only in this way can you ensure your own safety to the greatest extent. Therefore, dueling was rarely mentioned in the past, and people paid more attention to the cooperation between teams. This heads-up mode can be said to be the first time it has appeared in a competition between colleges and universities, and everyone is very unfamiliar with it. I've practiced, Wang Hao said casually. In fact, Wang Hao has not practiced duel mode. This mode is relatively unfamiliar to people in this world. But it is not unfamiliar to Wang Hao, because this is the kind of annihilation mode he has seen when he was on Earth. Wang Hao has also played annihilation. Although he hasn't played much, he is definitely more familiar with it than others. Secondly, he also has auxiliary functions such as perspective and self-aiming. These auxiliary functions are more effective in this one-on-one mode. The most important thing in annihilation is pulling and marksmanship. But Wang Hao can see every move of the opponent through see-through. So how can the opponent pull? As for marksmanship, with the auxiliary function in hand, Wang Hao's marksmanship is definitely one of the best. Therefore, Wang Hao is not worried about this mode of competition. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhuang Xuer was relieved. None of them were qualified to participate, except for a freshman like Wang Hao. The ones selected to participate in this model competition from the A University were all juniors and seniors. Seniors? They have been in the virtual battlefield for longer, and naturally they are more powerful. The game started soon, and the opponents were determined by drawing lots. Wang Hao was not scheduled to be the first to play, nor was he the last. The school leaders ranked him in the middle. Perhaps the leaders did this because they felt that Wang Hao had no experience in this area and asked him to watch other people's games first. Get used to it a little bit. Unfortunately, the seniors and sisters in front of Wang Hao did not perform very well. Wang Hao was not able to watch the game for too long, and it was his turn to play. Come on! Before Wang Haolin came on the stage, everyone cheered and encouraged him. Although Wang Hao is only a freshman, he is now recognized as a strong person among college students, and everyone naturally has more expectations for him. Chapter 564, Advance with Great Success. Boom! With the explosion of a grenade, another player was eliminated by Wang Hao. Another one? Which one is this? It's the 8th one. Right? Awesome. He's going to clear the level by himself? Before, I was worried that he wasn't familiar with this mode and wouldn't be able to do well. As for his performance, I didn't expect that he would be equally powerful in this new mode. A master is a master, and he can win in any mode. Wang Hao's outstanding performance once again won unanimous recognition from the outside world. Before the game started, many people were worried that Wang Hao would be eliminated early in this mode. After all, this is a new mode that everyone is not familiar with. It is normal for Wang Hao not to adapt. But no one expected that Wang Hao's performance was unexpectedly good. On the contrary, his opponents all performed not very well. They were obviously not adapted to this model. Wang Hao has not been beaten since he came on the field. After beating it, I almost beat it all by myself. In the heads-up mode, each college selects 10 players for a one-on-one duel. The winner can stay on the field to continue playing, and the loser is replaced by the next one, until all 10 students from a school are eliminated. Then the school was eliminated. The seniors and sisters in front of Wang Hao eliminated 2 people in total, while Wang Hao eliminated 8 by himself. In total, he eliminated all 10 contestants from the opponent's school. Ada successfully entered the next round. Wang Hao, I didn't expect you to play so well in a one-on-one match. Yeah, we were worried about your poor performance before. A master is a master, and this mode can be easily handled. Why do I feel that the captain is here? Is it easier to play in this mode than in other modes? Keep up the good work in the next round. As soon as Wang Hao returned to reality, the students from University A surrounded him, and everyone looked at him with joy. His admiration for Wang Hao was beyond words. Wang Hao, keep working hard. Zhao Feng, the head teacher, also came over. Try to get first place again. I will try my best, Wang Hao said. Wang Hao did not finish his words. Although he had the auxiliary function to help him, he would never be arrogant. He knew very well that in this game, luck was equally important. Even if he was fully prepared, even if he had the auxiliary function to help him, he would not be arrogant. I can't guarantee that I will definitely win or keep winning. When he was on Earth before, Wang Hao had never seen cheating anchors. Those cheating anchors were really powerful. They had high kills in every game, and the chicken eating rate was also quite high. But it was only quite high, not 100%. Whether you can win the chicken game sometimes really depends on luck. Even if you are a cheating anchor, you can't guarantee that you can win the chicken game in every game. Wang Hao's auxiliary function is similar to that of hanging, or even better than hanging. But even so, he dare not say that he can win every game. So he rarely talks too much unless he needs encouragement. When he was a teammate, and at other times, he would leave some room to avoid being slapped in the face. Zhao Feng also had some understanding of Wang Hao's temperament. He knew that Wang Hao had always been modest, so he was not surprised by Wang Hao's answer. The heads-up competition continues. During this process, Wang Hao played against masters from several other cities, and in the end, he won the game. Those who can be selected to participate in this kind of one-on-one competition are all top players from various schools. Not to mention their teamwork ability. These people's personal ability is definitely the best. Otherwise, they would not be selected to participate in this kind of competition. And such masters are arrogant in their hearts. Although they have watched Wang Hao's previous games in 4 Rows and Brawl, and admire Wang Hao's performance in those games, this one-on-one mode is a completely new game. This is a competition that completely depends on personal ability. They may not be worse than Wang Hao. Many people even think that their personal strength is stronger than Wang Hao. Therefore, they all wanted to defeat Wang Hao in this game. Unfortunately, there were many people with this idea, but none of them succeeded. Grenades, Molotov cocktails, guns, etc. Wang Hao used various methods to eliminate his opponents. Through this one-on-one competition, he also proved his almighty. No matter what kind of weapon, he can easily control it and become the weapon in his hand. As masters were eliminated one by one, Wang Hao's prestige among teachers and students also continued to increase. On the high platform, the smile on Wu Haomiu's face never disappeared. Wang Hao's performance was beyond expectations. Even before the game, he made the most optimistic prediction. But he did not expect the result to be so good. In Wu Haomiu's view, if they can win one of the 3 modes of competition, or if one mode can enter the top 3, it is still acceptable, and they will not be ridiculed by the authorities in other cities. Wu Haomiu is well aware of the gap in strength between their Silver City and other cities. This gap cannot be made up in a day or two. Therefore, before this competition, Wu Haomiu was quite worried. Even if he learned that Wang Hao would participating in the competition did not alleviate his worries much. But now, he has no worries at all, and is just happy. Wang Hao's performance was really good. Beyond expectations. No one thought that Wang Hao could perform so well. Not only was his personal strength super strong, but his commanding ability was also outstanding. In the 3 modes of competition, Wang Hao's performance was definitely the best in the game. It can be said that they, Silver City to win. Wang Hao definitely deserves the most credit. Compared to Wu Haomiu, the mood of others on the high platform was not so good. Originally, they planned to use this opportunity to give Wu Haomiu a good blow and take the opportunity to make some demands, especially in terms of resource allocation. They were very sure of this matter. After all, the strength of their respective cities, they are all better than Yingguang City. Winning the competition between colleges and universities is not a problem. In fact, in order to make Yingguang City lose even worse, they even made arrangements for the game, thinking of eliminating the Yingguang City team first. Being eliminated put Silver City at the bottom. But the appearance of Wang Hao directly caused all their plans to fail. They eliminated teams from other universities in Silver Light City. But they were still unable to eliminate University A with Wang Hao. Not only were they unable to eliminate University A, but they also made University A. They made great progress in the competition and achieved good results in all 3 modes, which they never expected before. In their position, they obviously looked down on individual heroism and cared more about the strength of the team. But the appearance of Wang Hao made them shake this idea a little. When a person's strength reaches a certain level, they really have the ability to influence the outcome of the battle. People before did not do it. It was not that they could not influence it, but that they were not strong enough. Chapter 565. Poaching people in person. Congratulations, Wang Hao. Wu Haomiu handed the trophy to Wang Hao with a smile on his face. This is a trophy exclusively for MVP. The competition in the 3 modes was all over at this time. In the final duel mode, Wang Hao overwhelmed the crowd and once again led a university to victory and won the final championship. His outstanding performance in the 3 modes made him unbeatable, arguably elected as the MVP of this game. Thank you. Wang Hao took the trophy and looked it up and down with some surprise on his face. He didn't expect that there would be a trophy in this competition. And it is a trophy exclusive to MVP. Of course, a university also has trophies. All 3 modes won the championship. A university won 3 trophies at once. Wang Hao noticed that the principal of a university was so happy that he could no longer see his eyes. Wang Hao was really afraid that he would faint from laughing. Wang Hao looked at the trophy up and down and curled his lips. The trophy was quite beautiful, but it was not valuable in itself. The symbolic significance was greater than the actual value. This shattered Wang Hao's idea of selling the trophy for some money. However, Wu Haomiu's next words brought a smile to Wang Hao's face. Wang Hao, you performed very well in this competition. Wu Haomiu said with a smile, I will personally reward you with 20,000 redemption points. I hope you will continue to work hard and achieve better results in the future. Thank you, City Lord. Wang Hao said quickly. The thanks this time are much more sincere than before. Compared with the trophy, the exchange point is obviously more practical. Wu Haomiu smiled and patted Wang Hao's shoulder, obviously very satisfied with Wang Hao's attitude. The 20,000 redemption points are not only to reward Wang Hao for his outstanding performance in the game this time, but also to calm Wang Hao's resentment. After all, he wants to take away the command of the Qingfeng team. It is impossible for Wang Hao not to have thoughts in his heart. Giving Wang Hao some benefits now can also make Wang Hao feel more comfortable. What Wu Haomiao didn't know was that his exchange point was not a great reward for Wang Hao. It was impossible for Wang Hao to be grateful to Wu Haomiao and forget Wu Haomiao's domineering behavior just because of such a small exchange point. In Wu Haomiao's eyes, although Wang Hao is the captain of the Qingfeng team, he comes from a humble background. 20,000 exchange points is not a small amount for Wang Hao. It is very expensive to raise a team. Although Wang Hao was in virtual before, he earned some exchange points on the battlefield. But he was definitely unable to make ends meet. Now I gave him 20,000 exchange points. For Wang Hao, this was a timely help. And Wang Hao would definitely be grateful. Hello, classmate Wang Hao. I am Zhou Ji. At this time, Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong came over. This is the city lord of Ningguang City. And this person next to me is Zhao Kong, the lord of Ningguang City. Hello, two city lords. Wang Hao greeted the two of them. Wu Haomiao's expression changed slightly. But it was difficult to stop Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong from talking to Wang Hao. Classmate Wang Hao is really young and promising. Zhou Ji said with a smile. You have such strength at a young age. And your future will be limitless. Thank you City Master Zhou for the compliment. Wang Hao said, however, I am still far away. The victory this time mainly depends on the good cooperation of our teammates. We are not rookies who don't know anything. You can still tell who has made the most contributions. Zhou Jidao, besides, in the final duel mode, you guys. But even without teammates, your performance is still outstanding. Wang Hao smiled and said nothing more. Wang Hao, are you interested in coming to our Ningguang City for development? Zhou Ji was still preparing to flirt with Wang Hao. But Zhao Kong went straight to the point. If you agree to come to our Ningguang City, and nothing else, I guarantee that no one will if I can bully you. You can form a team or enter the military camp. I will fully support you. City Lord Zhao, is this inappropriate for you? Before Wang Hao could speak, Wu Haomiao said displeasedly, Wang Hao is ours. The people of Silver Light City are living well here. Why do they want to leave? Moreover, your Ningguang City is still in the hands of the rebels. If you want to poach people, you should first take back control of the city. Although I have already guessed, Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong had the idea of poaching Wang Hao. But Wu Haomiao didn't expect that Zhao Kong would be so direct. He was poaching in front of him while he was still here. Moreover, it was just after Wang Hao gave them money. When Guanqing has made great achievements, it's not appropriate to give him eye drops. Wu Haomiao is very angry. Wu Haomiao's words made Zhao Kong very angry. He said with a straight face, we will regain control of the city soon. So I don't need to worry about it for City Lord Wu. As for Wang Hao, I don't think he is here. He was having such a good time that he couldn't even save his own team. So I think he must be feeling aggrieved. Wu Haomiao's face turned extremely ugly when he heard that Zhao Kong directly mentioned the matter of the Qingfeng team. He and Zhao Kong didn't have a good relationship before. And now Zhao Kong slapped him in the face in public, which made Wu Haomiao even more annoyed. City Lord Zhao, don't talk nonsense. Wu Haomiao said with a sullen face. The Qingfeng team has always been in Wang Hao's name. No one wants to snatch his team. But City Lord Zhao is so instigating dissension. Why? Intentions? It's true now. But I won't know after a while. Zhao Kong said. I don't have any bad intentions when I say this. I do it for Wang Hao's good. And I don't want you to be bullied. Wang Hao. That sentence. As long as you are willing to come to Ningguang City, I promise to support you. Zhao Kong naturally did not really do it for Wang Hao's good. He did this just to slap Wu Haomiao in the face. And also to disgust Wu Haomiao. As for Wang Hao, he also has the intention of soliciting. But it is not that strong. As the lord of a city, what they value is the strength of the group. Wang Hao must be attracted to him. But this attraction is definitely not as great as a team or a legion. That's for sure. Therefore, Zhao Kong said that disgusting Wu Haomiao was the main reason. Him. At this time, Zhou Ji, who had been watching the show, was no longer silent. He looked at Wang Hao with a smile and said, Classmate Wang Hao, our Ningguang City also welcomes you to join us. Our Ningguang City, there are very good universities. You can continue to study at the university. Or you can form a team or join the army. The choice is yours. As long as you are willing to join us in Ningguang City, I will also strongly support your development. I believe that you will be better in Ningguang City. Guanqing will definitely have a very good future. Seeing Zhou Ji actually inviting Wang Hao in public, Wu Haomiu's face became even more ugly. These two people didn't give him any face at all. Wang Hao has just made great contributions to Yingguang City. And now everyone wants to poach Wang Hao. This is a slap in the face of Yingguang City. And it is also a slap in the face of Wu Haomiu. Chapter 566. I want to think about it. Zhou Ji also noticed Wu Haomiu's ugly face. But he didn't care. His purpose was similar to Zhao Kang's. They both wanted to embarrass Wu Haomiu. So naturally, he didn't mind poaching people in front of Wu Haomiu. However, slightly different from Zhao Kang, Zhou Ji valued Wang Hao more, and still hoped to poach Wang Hao instead of just giving Wu Haomiu eye drops. Wang Hao's development does not need to worry the two city lords. Wu Haomiu said solemnly, he is from our Yingguang City. Our Yingguang City will not bury any talents. Wang Hao will get the most from here. It's a good development. If the two city lords have such leisure, they might as well think about how to take back control of the city from the rebels. How can they cultivate talents if their own city can't bear it? Wu Haomiu's words were equally unceremonious. In the past, several people were able to get by in terms of face. But now they are somewhat tit for tat. Since Zhou Ji and Zhao Kang are poaching Wang Hao in front of him, Wu Haomiu will naturally not be polite to them. Wang Hao. He doesn't have to. But he must not be poached by people from other cities such as Zhou Ji, Zhao Kang, etc. That is absolutely unacceptable to him. Wu Haomiu's words made Zhou Ji and Zhao Kang's expressions become a bit gloomier. Especially Zhao Kang's look at Wu Haomiu was quite unkind. Wang Hao looked at the scene in front of him, feeling interesting but also disappointed. Although several city lords valued him, which made him very happy, it was difficult to tell how sincere this was. Several city lords played a robbing game in public, which probably no one expected. However, it can also be seen from this incident that the relationship between these city lords is not good. It would be fine in peacetime. But now, the external living environment is quite harsh. Mutated beasts, zombies and rebels are very hostile to them. They are all huge threats. Now is the time for everyone to work together to fight the enemy. But there are obvious problems within them. Instead of seeking cooperation, they are still fighting each other. This is obviously not a good thing for the survivor camp. Ordinary survivors are just that. But these three are not ordinary people. They are all city lords. How could Wang Hao not be disappointed when a person of this status had no overall perspective at this time? Fortunately, I have already prepared to set up another branch. These people are really unreliable. Wang Hao thought to himself. The city construction plan has been going on, and he has not stopped these days. The size of the city is constantly expanding. The facilities in the city are also constantly increasing, and his new city is slowly taking shape. At the same time, the number of puppets is also increasing. Wang Hao knew very well that he could not have much appeal to other survivors. Even though he was now somewhat famous, he could not call on too many people to follow him to the new city. What's more, Wang Hao also had little influence on ordinary survivors. He doesn't trust much. In this way, the puppets will become the main defenders of his new city. The number and strength of the puppets will determine the level of the military power of his new city. Although Wang Hao has auxiliary functions, in the current environment, one person alone is obviously not enough. Even if the zombies, mutated beasts and rebels are standing there for him to kill, he will not know that he will kill them until the end of the year. Therefore, helpers are necessary. And the puppet army is the best helper. They are strong and 100% loyal to Wang Hao. And Wang Hao is completely at ease with them. Now seeing these high-ranking people scheming here, Wang Hao was grateful for his foresight. And at the same time, he was more determined to build the city. City Lord Wu. I think we should ask classmate Wang Hao for his opinion on this matter. Zhou Zhidao, Wang Hao. What do you think? Zhou Ji is very sure that Wang Hao must be worried about Wu Haomiu's desire to rob the Qingfeng team. He complained about something that happened to him. Now that he and Zhao Kang gave him a chance, he didn't believe that Wang Hao wouldn't be moved. Yes, we should ask Wang Hao for his opinion. Zhao Kang also said, we should listen to the thoughts of the person involved. Wu Haomiu looked at Wang Hao and asked, Wang Hao, what do you think? Feel free to say it boldly, come out. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Wu Haomiu is confident and is not worried about Wang Hao's defection. Firstly, he treats Wang Hao well, and Wang Hao has no reason to leave. Secondly, Wang Hao grew up in Yingguang City. It is impossible for him to have no feelings for this place. Finally, whether it is Ningguang City or Mingguang City, now with everything still in the hands of the rebels, it was hard to say when they would be able to regain control of the city. Wang Hao had no reason to take that risk. In short, Staying in Silver Light City is Wang Hao's best choice. Wu Haomu believes that Wang Hao will make a wise decision. Wang Hao looked at the 3 city lords, smiled and said, "Thank you to the 3 city lords for recognizing me. I'm very scared. But I haven't thought about the future yet. I need to think about it." "Huh?" Wang Hao's words made Wu Haomu's face suddenly stiffen, and he looked at Wang Hao in surprise. Wang Hao, however, remained calm, as if he had not seen Wu Haomu's expression. Compared to Wu Haomu's shock and surprise, the smiles on Zhou Xi and Zhao Kang's faces were a bit brighter. Wang Hao did not explicitly reject them. This shows that Wang Hao is shaken. They never thought that they could convince Wang Hao to join them immediately with just a few words. Being able to convince Wang Hao to be shaken was already a very good result. Both of them were very satisfied with this result. From Wang Hao's answer, the 2 city lords also saw Wang Hao's dissatisfaction with Wu Haomu. Otherwise, they would not have answered like this. Of course, these are the thoughts of the 2 city lords. As for what Wang Hao is thinking, only Wang Hao himself knows. "Yes, you should consider it carefully," Zhou Xi said with a smile. "This is not a trivial matter. It is related to your future, and you should really consider it carefully. In short, our door to Ningguang City is always open for you, and you can join at any time. Also, we have Ningguang City," Zhao Kang said. "We Ningguang City welcome you to join us at any time." "Thank you, 2 city lords," Wang Hao said with a smile. "It is an honor for me to be valued by the 2 city lords." Although he has never thought of taking refuge in these 2 city lords, Wang Hao doesn't mind making some grand remarks. Zhou Xi and Zhao Kang smiled even more happily. In contrast, Wu Haomu's face was much uglier. Although Wang Hao did not directly agree to the 2 people, he did not clearly state that he would stay in Silver Light City. This answer was obviously not what Wu Haomu wanted. He looked at Wang Hao with a little dissatisfaction in his eyes. When Wang Haochuan didn't see Wu Haomu's eyes, when Wu Haomu decided to take control of the Qingfeng team from him, it was destined that Wang Hao would eventually leave Silver Light City. His answer now was actually to seek a better future. Just a lot of benefits. Chapter 567, Insistence. Wang Hao could guess that Wu Haomu would definitely be dissatisfied with his answer. But what if he were not satisfied? Can he still kill himself? Obviously this is impossible. At least not yet. Therefore, even if he is dissatisfied, Wu Haomu will not break up with him at this time. He is afraid that he will join the camp of other cities at this time. And in order to keep himself, he will naturally get some benefits. Okay. Wu Haomu looked at Wang Hao and said okay several times in a row. Then, Wu Haomu turned and left. And Zhou Xi, Zhao Kang and others also left quickly. However, when they left, the smiles on their faces became brighter and brighter. "Captain, what did the 3 city lords talk to you about just now?" Feng Gaoyuan asked impatiently, as soon as Wang Hao returned to his team. Chatting with 3 city lords at the same time made Feng Gaoyuan and others envious. "I didn't say anything." Wang Hao didn't intend to elaborate. "Let's go back first." Seeing that Wang Hao was unwilling to say more, Feng Gaoyuan did not ask further questions. On the way back to school, the principal of University A and several school leaders also praised Wang Hao. The 5,000 exchange points promised before were readily transferred to Wang Hao. After one game, Wang Hao earned 15,000 redemption points. Wang Hao was quite satisfied with this gain. After returning to school, the school also organized a dinner party, in which everyone who participated in the competition today participated. At the dinner, Wang Hao was naturally the focus of everyone's attention. Not only did the school leaders take the initiative to talk to him, but other students also took the initiative to talk to Wang Hao. Wang Hao was very busy. After a meal, "I feel more tired than playing 3 games. However, there is nothing we can do about it." Who makes him not only the focus of the entire A University, but also a man of the hour in the entire Silver Light City? The previous teen competitions, and this competition between colleges and universities were all broadcast live. It was not just students who watched his competition, but also other survivors. Nowadays, Wang Hao is quite well known in Silver Light City, even among the survivors from other cities who fled to Silver Light City. Wang Hao also has a high reputation. The most important thing is that Wang Hao is only a freshman now. He has such strength as a freshman, and his future achievements will definitely not be low. However, Wang Hao was not blinded by all this. At night, he left the A University dormitory and returned to his new city to continue building his new city. However, not long after returning to the new city, Wang Hao received a call from Wu Haomu. Looking at Wu Haomu's name on the caller ID, Wang Hao's lips curved. Wang Hao quickly answered the phone. City Master Wu hasn't rested yet? Is there something wrong with calling so late? Wang Hao asked. Wang Hao. Where are you now? Wu Haomi asked. Me? Wang Hao thought for a while and said. Outside the city. Outside the city? Wu Haomi's voice unconsciously raised the volume. Who are you with? I'm alone. Wang Hao Hao Dao. Oh! Wu Haomi's voice seemed to have returned to normal. What did you mean by your answer to the two city lords today? Do you have any dissatisfaction in your heart? Sure enough. Wu Haomi called because of something that happened during the day. Wang Hao expected that Wu Haomi would be found. But he did not expect it to be so soon. Obviously, he underestimated the impact of this incident on Wu Haomi. If he went to other cities at this time, it would not seem to have much impact on Wu Haomi and Yingguang City. Otherwise, Wu Haomi wouldn't have called right now. Wu Haomi was obviously afraid that Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong would look for Wang Hao in private, and that they would really poach Wang Hao. In that case, he would lose face. No, Wang Hao said. Then why did you answer that way? Wu Haomi said, you want to leave Yingguang City? Wang Hao said, if there is a chance. I want to go out and have a try. There is no need to leave Yingguang City to go out. Wu Haomi said, don't be deceived by those two people. The promises they made to you may not be fulfilled. After all, you are from Yingguang City. You will most likely be ostracized if you go to their city. Do you think that? Will they support you so firmly? The Lord is right. Wang Hao said. I have to think about this matter. Wang Hao's answer obviously did not satisfy Wu Haomi. Hao must have been confused by the cakes drawn by Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong. Wang Hao is so young, and it is normal for his immature mind to not consider the problem comprehensively. Moreover, the two city lords personally invited anyone, and anyone would be excited and excited. It is not so difficult to understand that Wang Hao would hesitate, but Wu Haomi would definitely not be willing to let Wang Hao leave. It's not possible to force the other party to stay. Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong are still staring at him. They will definitely not miss the opportunity to attack themselves. If they force Wang Hao to stay, they will definitely take the opportunity to attack themselves. Therefore, Wu Haomi could only persuade Wang Hao. I don't think you need to think too much about this matter. Wu Haomi said, it is best for you to stay in Silver Light City. You are familiar with the environment here and your friends are all here. In addition, for your I will also fully support the development. This is no better than going to other cities. Although Wu Haomi tried his best to retain Wang Hao, Wu Haomi never let up on the Qifeng team. Obviously, he is destined to win this team. The city lord is right, Wang Hao said. Then, he suddenly changed the topic and said, our team still lacks some heavy weapons, and does not have its own training ground. I wonder if the city lord can help. Didn't you say you would give your full support? Then I won't be polite. Wu Haomi was also slightly startled when he heard Wang Hao's almost forcible words. He didn't expect Wang Hao to climb the pole so easily. As soon as he said that he would fully support him, he made a request for himself. However, after a moment of hesitation, Wu Haomi readily agreed. This is not a problem. The Qifeng team is the star team of our Yingguang City, and has won honors for our Yingguang City. They should be taken care of. Tomorrow I will send someone to deliver some heavy weapons to your team. And I will also allocate a professional training ground to your team. Don't worry. I said I will support your development, and I will never break my promise. Wu Haomi was so happy. The reason why I agreed to Wang Hao's request was because both of Wang Hao's requests were related to the team. In Wu Haomi's mind, the Qifeng team will soon be placed under his name and become his team. In this case, giving materials to this team will also help him strengthen this team. And there was nothing to lose. So why should he refuse? Chapter 568 Heavy weapons are delivered to the door. Wang Hao was also very happy after getting what he wanted. He knew what Wu Haomi was thinking. But it didn't matter. Wu Haomi felt that he was certain. But it was not certain who would win. The next day, outside Wang Hao's team station, 2 trucks arrived. The trucks were full of heavy weapons. Wu Haomi was spending a lot of money. Perhaps it was to show sincerity to Wang Hao and retain Wang Hao. Or perhaps he thought that this was just to equip his team in advance. Wu Haomi indeed spent a lot of money this time. 2 trucks of heavy weapons were already worth a division. 1/3 of the firepower. After all, the probability of getting heavy weapons on the virtual battlefield is very low. And since others do not have the ability to copy, there is no other way to obtain heavy weapons. Heavy weapons are in short supply no matter where they are. There are already quite a few heavy weapons. Everyone who arrived at the team station first was stunned by these weapons. Holy shit. So many heavy weapons? An MG3? Whose is this? How did it get here? It would be great if I could have one heavy weapon. There are so many heavy weapons in the entire Silver Light City. Personally own it. Right? The team members were talking around the truck. The envy and desire in their eyes almost overflowing. The attraction of heavy weapons to survivors cannot be described in words. Every survivor is eager to own heavy weapons. In such a social background, heavy weapons represent a sense of security. Especially with the recent zombies all over China. There were riots with mutant beasts, and the importance of this heavy weapon became even more prominent. However, not everyone can possess heavy weapons. It is difficult to get first place on the virtual battlefield. Many survivors may not get first place once a year. Even if they get first place by luck, it will be difficult to start. Compared with drinks, bullets, bandages, steamed buns and other things, the probability of heavy weapons appearing is too low. The probability of releasing heavy weapons from airdrop boxes is lower than winning the lottery. You can only buy them if you can't drive them directly. However, any of these heavy weapons are very expensive. In fact, they are often priced but not available. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy them. This is somewhat similar to vehicles. Like such, strategic materials are generally monopolized and controlled by large forces, making it difficult for ordinary survivors to purchase them from formal channels. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for ordinary survivors to obtain heavy weapons. Now that they see so many heavy weapons in front of them, the members of the Qingfeng team are naturally quite excited. Although Wang Hao has accumulated a lot of heavy weapons through the copy auxiliary function, he has not yet equipped these team members. Except for a few people such as Zhuang Shui. The others do not have heavy weapons. Like MG3. They couldn't even think of such an airdropped weapon. The captain is here. Seeing Wang Hao appear, everyone quickly made way. Wang Hao crossed the crowd and came to the two trucks. Captain Wang, these are the weapons that the city lord asked us to transport. Please check them. A middle-aged man came over and said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded, and then asked several team members to get in the car to check and make sure that there were no problems with the weapons. After counting the number and type of all weapons, Wang Hao said to the middle-aged man, "Thank you for your hard work. It should be," the middle-aged man said, "since there is no problem. Let Captain Wang ask someone to unload the goods." Okay. Wang Hao asked the team members to get on the truck to carry the weapons. The team members were quite excited and rushed to the truck. Climb. They never thought that these weapons were actually shipped to them. Maybe they couldn't have these weapons immediately. But since these weapons belonged to the team, they, as members of the team, had the opportunity to use them. Thinking that they could actually use such a heavy weapon, the team members were naturally extremely excited. Wang Hao was also a little surprised. Although Wu Haomi promised to give him some heavy weapons, Wang Hao thought they were just ordinary light and heavy machine guns. Unexpectedly, Wu Haomi even sent him airdrop weapons. This is really a waste of money. Of course, Wang Hao knew very well that Wu Haomi was so generous not because he valued himself more. More importantly, Wu Haomi believed that if these weapons were sent to the Qingfeng team, there would be no big difference from having them in his hands. After all, Qingfeng the team will soon become his direct unit. What's wrong with equipping his direct unit with some good weapons? What's more important is that now that these weapons are being distributed to the Qingfeng team, others can't say anything if they know about it. But if the Qingfeng team is directly under his command, he will equip the Qingfeng team with a large number of various top-notch weapons. Weapons will cause criticism from others, especially the commanders of the major legions, who will probably have opinions on him. Therefore, this time Wang Hao made a request, and Wu Haomi agreed without hesitation. Moreover, the things he gave were better than expected. What an old fox, Wang Hao muttered. He thought about taking the opportunity to knock Wu Haomi off, but Wu Haomi didn't forget to plot against him. Bob bang bang. After everyone sent these weapons to the air raid shelter, Wang Hao clapped his hands and motioned for the team members to assemble. Stop looking at those weapons helplessly. As long as you train seriously, you will be equipped with one such light and heavy machine gun sooner or later. Wang Hao said loudly to the team members, "Right now, your most important task is to train. In the shortest time, improve your own strength within a certain period of time, regardless of the current social background. You all know that the more you improve your strength, the more guarantee you will have. Therefore, this training is not for me or the team, but for you." Wang Hao finally managed to divert everyone's attention away from those light and heavy machine guns. There was no way for these poor survivors, most of whom came from the slums. The attraction of light and heavy machine guns was too great. No one was not greedy. Even for survivors from civilian areas and wealthy areas. It is definitely not easy to own a light and heavy machine gun of their own. Today we are not going to the previous training ground. Wang Hao said to everyone, today we are going to the new training ground. If nothing else happens, you will all train there in the future. Everyone responded to the new training mentioned by Wang Hao. The field is quite curious. And so is Wang Hao himself. Like these team members, he has not seen what the new training ground looks like. When Wang Hao led the team members to the new training ground, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 569 New Training Ground. Big, comprehensive and beautiful. This is the first impression Wang Hao and the team members have of this new training ground. The area of this new training ground is more than 3 times that of the previous one. The facilities inside are complete and cannot be compared with the previous training ground. All kinds of equipment are available. In addition, the decoration of this training ground is also very elegant. Overall, it looks quite beautiful. This is definitely a very high-end training ground. Looking at the training ground, Wang Hao couldn't help but have the same thought as before. Wu Haomu really spent a lot of money. You know, this training ground is in a wealthy area, and the land in wealthy areas is very valuable. It is not an exaggeration to say that every inch of land costs money. Now Wu Haomu actually allocated such a training ground in a wealthy area to Qingfeng team. This is definitely a big deal. Of course, Wang Hao also knew what Wu Haomu was thinking. It was definitely not because of his generosity. Wang Hao was self-aware of this. Okay, don't be sad anymore. Wang Hao said to everyone, this is where our team will train from now on. You can train here every day, and you will have plenty of time to see it in the future. Captain, this training ground is for our team. Some team members asked in surprise. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. Captain, our team is too good. We have such professional and high-end training grounds. The training ground is just an auxiliary platform. Wang Hao said, whether you can improve your strength still depends on whether you have trained seriously. If you are lazy, no matter how good the training ground is, it's useless. I understand. Captain, everyone said in unison. It's a sigh of relief. They are still very attentive to training. They know very well that it is their destiny to join the Qingfeng team. If they cannot seize this opportunity, then they will lose an opportunity to change their destiny. Therefore, they don't want to be kicked out of this team. Which is why no one dares to be lazy when Wang Hao is not present during this period. Afterwards, everyone started today's training after getting familiar with the new training ground. Wang Hao usually doesn't supervise on site. But today he took over the new training ground, and it was rare for him to be there. Naturally, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to have a good exchange with the team members. Although what Wang Hao said seemed very simple, and there was nothing too difficult to understand. The team members listened very carefully, and did not dare to miss a word. This was not because of Wang Hao's status as captain, but because of their during this period. I have truly felt that my strength has improved, which can be clearly felt from their performance on the virtual battlefield. And everyone attributed all this to Wang Hao's teachings. After all, before Wang Hao taught them, they had trained themselves, and many of them even trained more intensely than on site. However, no matter how they trained, their strength had not improved significantly. Now, after Wang Hao's teaching, the strength has been greatly improved in a short period of time, and everyone has improved. Naturally, everyone attributes all this to Wang Hao's teaching. Therefore, every time Wang Hao shows up to teach, everyone attaches great importance to it and works hard. Keep every word Wang Hao said in mind. Even if what Wang Hao said is very simple and easy to understand, they will feel that there may be some deep meaning behind this simplicity, and they will ponder it carefully during training. Seeing that the team members listened so seriously, Wang Hao was embarrassed to leave early. However, he only had so much stuff in his stomach, so there wasn't much he could say. Most of the time, he let the team members train by themselves, and then he would do it himself. After pretending to be on demand, Wang Hao felt somewhat amused when he saw that the team members took his words seriously. After the auxiliary function was upgraded, the effect of the proficiency bonus card was more significant and lasted longer, which also gave Wang Hao a lot more confidence in the upcoming competition. Throughout the whole day, Wang Hao did not leave the training ground and continued to guide these new players. But the next day, Wang Hao disappeared again. This time, he disappeared for several days. Both the university and the team are used to Wang Hao's sudden disappearance. Originally, University A was not very strict with Wang Hao. After winning this competition between colleges, Wang Hao became an iconic figure in University A. Naturally, the school did not impose too many mandatory requirements on him. This is what a university promised Wang Hao before the college competition. Therefore, whether Wang Hao goes to school now, a university will not force him. As for the team, they were not too surprised by Wang Hao's absence. Wang Hao has been elusive these days, and the team members are used to it. What's more, he occasionally contacts team members. On the phone, he guided the team members in their training and answered their questions. So no one was too worried about Wang Hao's safety. Although Wang Hao was not in the team members did not slack off in their training. The gunshots in the training ground never stopped. The team members practiced from morning to night almost every day. These trainings naturally consume a lot of materials, especially bullets. However, Wang Hao is not distressed at all. The materials for the new training ground are all provided by the city lord's mansion, and there is no need to consume any of Wang Hao's exchange points or huaxia coins. Wang Hao naturally does not feel distressed, and even wishes the team members would use more, the better, even with the help of bonus cards. If the team members do not train enough, they will not be able to improve too quickly. If you want to ensure sufficient training, you cannot worry about the consumption of materials. Wu Haomyo has been very busy during this period, even a little anxious. At first, he still had the intention to pay attention to the training of the Qingfeng team members. But after knowing that Wang Hao still rarely showed up at the training ground as before, he did not pay that much attention to the training of the Qingfeng team members. What's more, he has other more important things to focus on. The safety of Silver Light City. During this period, he and the commanders of the major legions discovered through various channels the undercurrents inside and outside Silver Light City. It seemed that there was one or even several forces doing things secretly. Violent incidents inside and outside Silver Light City continued occur. If violence only occurs outside the city, Wu Haomyo won't care too much. Anyway, the people living outside the city are refugees from other cities. Their chaos has nothing to do with Yingguang City. But he can't stand Yingguang City. The city became chaotic, which was absolutely not allowed. However, his high-pressure policy does not seem to have much effect. Although some people have been arrested during this period, violent incidents still occur one after another, and shootings have even occurred frequently recently. This made Wu Haomyo and many senior figures in Silver Light City feel uneasy, and things seem to be getting more and more difficult. Chapter 570. Who is fanning the flames? Tell me, who is doing this secretly? Zhou Ji, Zhao Kong, or who? In the city lord's palace, Wu Haomyo sat at the top, looking at the people on his left and right with furrowed brows. All important figures, including the commanders of the 10 major armies of Silver Light City, are gathered here at this time. I think they are unlikely, Huang Nai said. City Lord Zhou and others should have no intention of causing trouble in the city now. Besides, our Silver Light City is in chaos, which will not be of any benefit to them. On the contrary, it is stable. Silver Light City can provide them with more funding. I think it is possible for each of them. Lin Yu said. The senior people in other cities are dissatisfied with us. Everyone knows this. Yes, they may not want to use this kind of violence to force us to surrender and let all their people enter the city. I think this is unlikely, Ningtai said. Now, they should consider how to do it. Take back control of your city instead of wasting your energy here. I believe City Lord Zhou and others will not understand this truth. Even if we let them stay in the city for the night, what benefit will it have to their people? Because they can live the same normal life as the people of Yingguang City in the city. What if they get used to the life here and even buy property here? And they are willing to watch if they don't want to go back to their original city? With population loss? Don't forget that in this apocalyptic context, population resources are also a very important resource. I don't believe they understand this. Commander Ning's words are wrong. Jia Quan said, staying overnight in the city is just their first request. If they succeed, they will definitely have more excessive demands and even seek more benefits. Although they definitely want to take back their city, I think they definitely wouldn't mind joining forces to carve up a city. I think the army commanders at the scene each expressed their own speculations. Some people felt that the recent events in the city were caused by those in power in other cities. Some are plotting secretly, and some feel that they have no motive to do so. Both sides have their own reasons. Is it possible that the rebels are causing trouble secretly? After everyone had expressed their opinions, Zhuang Jian suddenly said, Rebels? Lin Yu said immediately, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. They don't have such ability, nor do they have such energy. The current rebels are still consolidating their control over the city they occupy, preventing possible dangers at any time. The battle to seize the city has broken out. What they should consider most now is how to resist the original owners of the city and regain control of the city. How can they bother to cause trouble with us? I agree with Commander Lin's statement. Quan has always been consistent with Lin Yu. You must know that in the cities occupied by the rebels, there are still many survivors who have not escaped. Many of them were forced to surrender to the rebels, but they were dissatisfied with the rebels in their hearts. The rebels, it is impossible not to know this. They are now thinking about how to consolidate their rule and how to defend the cities they occupy. Only when they have completely established a foothold will they have the energy to expand outward. Under the current circumstances, they are unlikely to cause trouble. I don't think so, Gao Lianjun said. The rebels have every motive to do this. They must also be afraid that our cities will unite together. That power is not something they can compete with. Therefore, they are trying to find ways to divert our water here. It confuses us and makes us have no energy to assist other cities in attacking them. It even creates discord between us and other cities and makes us unable to unite. Wu Haomu frowned and thought deeply after hearing this. Is there such a person among the rebels? From Haomu's point of view, the rebels are all survivors from the slums. Not only are they weak, but their IQ and strategy are definitely not as good as those in the rich areas. Can those rebels think of this? He actually felt that it was more likely that the rebels were quarreling and snatching benefits at this time. After all, the benefits of occupying the city are huge, and the rebels cannot be monolithic. It is very likely that they will be dissatisfied with the distribution of benefits and cause internal strife. Lord City Lord, Yu Guanca is also one of the rebels, Zhuang Jin reminded. When Wu Haomu heard this, his face froze slightly, and his gloomy face was full of murderous intent. Wu Haomu couldn't accept the fact that there was such a traitor among his senior officials, and he even regarded it as a shame. However, although he hated Yu Guang's betrayal, he could not deny Yu Guang's ability to achieve the position of deputy commander. It was impossible for Yu Guang to be incompetent, and Yu Guang is indeed one of the rebels. If you think about it this way, there are indeed talents among the rebels. Actually, the violent incidents will not affect the overall situation. I also believe that the people in power in other cities will not have too much resentment against us because of these violent incidents. Ningtai said, in fact, violent incidents have always happened, but it has become a little more frequent recently. The most worrying thing is that someone is secretly fanning the flames and arousing the anger and dissatisfaction of the refugees. This is the most terrifying thing. The number of refugees around our Silver Light City now. The total number exceeds the total number of residents in our Silver Light City. Ningtai's words made everyone look ugly. Indeed, this is what they worry about most. The occurrence of violent incidents is not a big deal. Even if there are no refugees arriving, violent incidents have often occurred in Silver Light City in the past. This is not a big deal. Even if the number of violent incidents increases due to the appearance of refugees, it will not affect the overall situation. Those who would cause trouble in public would not be big shots. And even among the refugees, they would not account for a large number. The real danger is when everyone discovers that someone is secretly fanning the flames to arouse the refugees' dissatisfaction with their Silver City. It would be fine if this dissatisfaction is controlled within a certain level. But if it exceeds the limit, something terrible will happen. It is foreseeable, especially when the refugees have lost their homes and are confused and frightened. If an accident occurs, the situation will be out of control. But now the number of refugees is greater than the people of their Silver Light City, and they pose a huge threat to their Silver Light City. This is what everyone is most worried about. Commander Ningjuan is right. We must take this matter seriously. Wu Haomu said, I have sent people to secretly investigate. We must find those who are secretly stirring up trouble. You must be more vigilant recently. Don't let it happen. This unhealthy trend is blowing into the army. As long as the army is still under our control, we will have the ability to deal with the incident. Chapter 571, Conflicting Views. Wu Haomu is not an incompetent person. Otherwise, he would not be able to take the position of city lord, let alone convince these legion commanders. A few days ago, Wu Haomu received information that someone was fanning the flames in the refugee camp outside Yinguang City, deliberately stimulating the refugees' dissatisfaction with Yinguang City and himself. Wu Haomu took this matter very seriously. He sent someone to investigate at that time. But unfortunately, the other party acted more cautiously, and he hasn't gotten much useful information so far. Wu Haomu also has speculations about the identities of those people. The first thing he thought of was not the rebels, but a force outside the city that was unwilling to be left alone. In Wu Haomiu's view, today's rebels do not have the ability to expand. The first thing they have to do is to stabilize their internal affairs and consolidate their rule. Maybe the rebels will become their biggest enemy, but definitely not now. On the contrary, it was the forces outside the city that made Wu Haomiu even more wary. Today, outside Yingguang City, there are too many forces from other cities gathered, and it can be said that it is a mixed bag. People from these forces do not always take the overall situation into consideration. It is not impossible for someone to take advantage of the chaos to seek greater interests. But only by completely clearing the water, only by muddying the waters can they have a chance to pursue greater interests. It is undoubtedly a very feasible way to cause riots in Silver Light City. In addition, many forces outside the city have always been indifferent to the violence in the city, and have never really restrained the survivors under their banner. This made Wu Haomiu feel even more that they were up to something evil. Zhuang Jian and others nodded solemnly when they heard Wu Haomiu's words. The army is particularly important in these troubled times. As long as the command of the army is firmly in their hands, even if something unexpected happens in Silver Light City, they will have the ability to deal with it. On the contrary, they may be like those who fled outside the city. He fled his home in a hurry. After the meeting, a large-scale investigation was launched inside and outside Silver Light City to find out who instigated the incident. While Wu Haomiu and others were having a meeting, Zhou Ji, Xiao Kong and some important figures in other cities were also having a meeting. And the theme of their meeting was similar to that of Wu Haomiu and others. Wu Haomiu and others discovered that someone was fanning the flames among the refugees. Zhou Ji and others among them could not have missed it. However, they did not take it seriously before. But they found that those people seemed to be getting more and more excessive. And more people are being incited by it. And it will no longer be okay if they don't come forward to take care of it. Do you have any reliable information about who is fanning the flames? Zhou Ji asked. Xiao Kong and others nodded. And Zhou Ji frowned. Who could it be? What is their purpose? The spearhead of fanning the flames is pointed directly at Silver City. Although I don't know who they are. Their goal must be Yingguang City. Xiao Kong gloated and said. If you ask me, let's just leave it alone and let them deal with it. Anyway, they must be dealing with Yingguang City. We can just watch the fun on the side. At that time, we can still fish in troubled waters and gain some benefits. Zhao Kang's words were actually approved by many people at the scene. It can be seen that they have no good impression of Yingguang City. Even if Yingguang City provides them with resources, they are even willing to do so. Help them build the city, or help them regain control of the city. They also have no good impression of Yingguang City. In their view, Wu Haomiu has bad intentions, and the conveniences he provides are not well-intentioned. Since he is always unwilling to let the refugees after spending the night in the city, it was obvious that Wu Haomiu didn't really want to help them. Therefore, now that they see someone trying to cause trouble against Yingguang City, their first thought is not to help Yingguang City deal with this potential threat, but to stand by and watch, or even add fuel to the flames. You can't say that. What's rare is that Zhou Ji still maintains his rationality. Although he also has no good impression of Wu Haomiu, if something happens to Yingguang City, it will be difficult for us to stay alone. And we may even be affected by small things. We can fight against Yingguang City. But for this big matter, we should put aside our past grudges and work together. City Lord Zhou, you are too kind. Someone at the scene obviously disagreed with Zhou Ji's statement. Wu Haomiu doesn't regard us as allies. He is probably planning to annex us from the first day we arrived here. He doesn't care about the overall situation. Why should we let us take care of the overall situation? If you ask me, just say City Lord Zhao, just do what you say. Let's not get involved in this matter and let things develop. When things really break out, it won't be too late for us to take action. Yes, we have already given Wu Haomiu face by not adding fuel to the flames. Let us help. There's no need for him to find the people who are instigating the trouble. Right? I think City Master Zhou is right. We are still around Yingguang City. Once there is a big change in Yingguang City, we will most likely be affected. I have already escaped once. And if another big change happens, it will probably have a huge negative impact. Everyone at the scene expressed their opinions, but it was obvious that most people agreed with Zhao Kang's statement. They do not intend to help Yingguang City find the person who secretly stirs up trouble. It is in their interest to wait and see what happens. Looking at the people present, Zhou Ji sighed slightly in his heart. Although everyone is a refugee, it is obvious that they are not monolithic. There are many small groups within them, which is normal. After all, they represent different interest groups, and even different cities. It is normal to have different ideas. But in Zhou Zi's view, on such a major matter that affects all survivors, they should put aside their past grudges and unite as one. Otherwise, no one can survive alone. The other party is secretly fanning the flames. Is it really just targeting Silver City? What about after the incident in Silver Light City? Will the other party deal with them easily? Zhou Zi feels that this is very possible. Therefore, finding out the people who are causing trouble secretly will not only help Silver City, but also themselves. It's a pity that these people don't seem to understand this. Zhou Zi wanted to persuade him, but he knew that the effect would not be very great. Although he was the lord of a city, the status of these people at the scene was not low. Not to mention Zhao Kong was also the lord of the city, and everyone else was also important in their respective cities. Although the status of a person is not as high as that of the city lord, he is not his subordinate. Even if he has a lower position than him, he does not necessarily have to listen to him. The final result of the discussion was that some people agreed to help Silver City and find out the forces inciting the trouble, while others decided to wait and see what happened. Neither side could convince the other, so they finally decided to do their own thing without interfering with each other. Regarding this result, Zhou Zi could only sigh deeply again. Chapter 572 Training Puppet. Yes, that's it. It's quite smart. While the outside world was disturbing him, Wang Hao was hiding in his new city. Wang Hao was not idle. During this period, Wang Hao made a new discovery. Some zombies can actually control vehicles and even ride mutant beasts. Wang Hao was overjoyed by this discovery and immediately began to train these zombies. Zombies were all humans before the mutation. Ordinary humans can naturally control vehicles. However, after becoming zombies, most zombies have reduced intelligence and become dead creatures without the ability to think. However, some zombies, although they are also full of aggression, have not completely become mentally retarded. They still retain part of their intelligence. The more advanced the zombies, the higher their intelligence. Some have even mutated to the point that they can command other zombies. With the level of mutant beasts, it is not surprising that he can control vehicles. Some zombies have always had intelligence, but having an IQ does not mean they will be able to drive or shoot. In fact, it was very rare to see zombies driving or shooting before. Therefore, during the previous turmoil, we saw mutant beasts actually using the human survivors were greatly surprised by the firearms. But in fact, these zombies have always had these abilities, but no one trained them before. Now that Wang Hao found out that they had such abilities, he naturally had to train them. Even if ordinary people discover that zombies can drive and shoot, they cannot turn this discovery into something beneficial to themselves. But Wang Hao is different. Wang Hao has the ability to control zombies, and the zombies that become his puppets will completely obey his orders. This ability gives Wang Hao the possibility to train them. Whether a zombie can drive or shoot a gun makes a huge difference. A zombie that can drive can greatly enhance its transferability and improve its maneuverability. If a zombie can shoot, its combat effectiveness can be improved by more than one level. Just imagine, a zombie drives a car with one hand and holds a gun with the other, shooting while driving. However, it is extremely difficult to kill. How terrifying is this existence? Therefore, after discovering this matter, Wang Hao was very excited. In the past few days, his enthusiasm has been devoted to this matter. However, the number of zombies under Wang Hao is not that large. There are only mutant beasts and no zombies around this new city. During this period, his new puppet members are all mutant beasts. There is not a single zombie. The zombie puppets are all the ones who were in Silver Light before. The proportion of those captured near the city was not high. In addition, not all zombies have intelligence. Only zombies of at least level 3 or above can have the ability to drive and shoot. This eliminates some low-level zombies. In this way, Wang Hao's men can drive and shoot. The number of zombies is much smaller, and the total number of zombies does not exceed 10. However, although there are no more than 10 in number, they consume a lot of energy. It is true that these zombies have intelligence, but having intelligence does not mean that they can learn things instantly. In fact, the intelligence level of some 3rd and 4th level zombies is about the same as that of elementary school students among human survivors. Or even worse, the situation of advanced zombies will be slightly better, and the level of intelligence also affects their learning ability. But it is not decisive. High intelligence does not mean that you will be quick to learn to drive or gun. Even among human survivors, there are many people with high intelligence who may not be able to learn to drive in a few months. Some people are not suitable for driving. Fortunately, after Wang Hao's teaching and training in the past few days, his zombies above level 3 can basically drive. Although the level is not high, they can at least drive. This is obviously a good start. A good start leads to a follow-up. Seeing the zombies driving awkwardly, Wang Hao had a smile on his face. Of course, driving restrictions are not small, and some places are not suitable for driving. Letting these zombies control mutant beasts is Wang Hao's ultimate goal. The mutant beast itself has attack power. If a zombie rides the mutant beast, the effect will definitely be 1 + 1 greater than 2. Of course, the mutant beast that can be ridden must be large. Otherwise it will not be able to serve as a mount. Thinking that he was about to have a special cavalry team, Wang Hao's face showed a look of anticipation. There are just a few high-level zombies, Wang Hao said to himself. This new city is in a forest, surrounded by mutant beasts, but not zombies. Wang Hao's puppet brigade has not had new zombies join it for a long time. Perhaps it's time to go around the city. The combat effectiveness of mutant beasts is no lower than that of zombies. In many cases, they are even more flexible than zombies. But Wang Hao now plans to form a special cavalry team, a mechanized zombie brigade. It will definitely not work if the number of zombies is small. If you want to catch zombies, it is best to wander around the city. Of course, there are zombies in the wild, but their numbers are relatively rare, and there is a certain degree of uncertainty. However, there are definitely zombies near the city. At this time, the cities with the most zombies must be those that have been occupied by mutant beasts and zombies. Although there are zombies in the periphery of cities, like Silver Light City, the number is relatively small. After all, there are many zombies gathered on the periphery of Silver Light City. There are a large number of refugees. These refugees are not helpless people. They all have guns in their hands. There are even a large number of troops among the refugees. Therefore, once zombies and mutant beasts approach, nature will be eliminated. Thinking of this, Wang Hao looked at several occupied cities. I don't know if Wu Haomyo and the others have discussed plans to attack other cities, Wang Hao said to himself. A few days ago, Wang Hao learned about Wu Haomyo's plan to assist the authorities in other cities to retake their cities through Shan Yunjin and others. However, that plan was rejected by the authorities in other cities. The possible reason is that he is afraid that Wu Haomyo will take the opportunity to infiltrate the forces. However, despite rejecting Wu Haomyo's proposal, it is impossible for the people in power in other cities not to want to take back control of their own cities. Who wants to be a wanderer and live under someone else's roof? What's more, they are not ordinary people. So naturally they will not be content with the status quo. Therefore, although they rejected Wu Haomyo's offer to directly send troops to help, they would definitely make other demands and plan to regain control of their city. However, they did not know what their plan was or whether it had been implemented. However, whether those people have planned to take back control of their city does not affect Wang Hao's actions. He has auxiliary functions and puppets to help him. He can act alone. It is even more convenient to act alone than to act with other people. Chapter 573, Not Peaceful. When Wang Hao returned to the team, he heard some news from the team members. And then he learned more news from Zhuang Shuer, Yu Qianing and Qi Charan. So, there is no peace inside or outside the city these days? Wang Hao asked. Definitely, Yu Qianing said. People are being arrested inside and outside the city. Although a lot of people have been arrested, there is not much useful information. The people who have been arrested are all little shrimps. And none of the real leaders have been caught. These little shrimps, who were arrested, don't even know who instigated this incident. They just took money to do things. There should be 2 factions outside the city, Qi Charan said. Some are actively searching for those who secretly fan the flames. Some people are watching the show. And the investigation progress outside the city is relatively slow. That's the problem. Zhuang Shuer continued. The people who are secretly stirring up trouble are hiding among the refugees outside the city. They continue to stimulate the nerves of those who are fleeing, making them more and more hostile to our Silver City. Of course, we are also hostile to other forces outside the city. However, our Silver City should be the main target. If these people are hiding among the refugees, if many forces outside the city are not cooperating, which makes it difficult for us in Silver Light City to investigate, and may even intensify the conflict with the refugees outside the city, giving those in the dark an opportunity. Wang Hao frowned upon hearing this. He did not expect that in the past few days when he was not around, there would be such an undercurrent in Silver Light City. Although he had noticed that the atmosphere inside and outside Silver Light City was somewhat abnormal before, he did not expect that it would intensify quickly. The current Silver Light City is like a powder keg that may explode at any time. Wu Haomu and others should be interested in investigating. But their current relationship with the refugees outside the city is not good. And the people who secretly instigated the trouble are hidden among the refugees, which increases the number of investigations by Wu Haomu and others. Difficulty. Many forces outside the city actually chose to stand aside at this time. This was something Wang Hao did not expect. Did they think that the target of those who secretly fanned the flames was just Silver City? If something happens to Silver Light City, can they escape unscathed? It's simply short-sighted. Maybe many years of peaceful life have made some people in power look down upon them. Even if they are forced to leave their homes now, it does not arouse enough vigilance in them. This is the time when they need to unite. But some people do not seem to didn't realize this. Since the forces outside the city do not cooperate, it will naturally be more difficult for Wu Haomu and others to investigate. Is there no results at all? Wang Hao asked. That's not true. Zhuang Shuer said, some people have been arrested inside and outside the city. This has served as a warning. Recently, the number of people operating secretly seems to have decreased a lot. But my dad said that they are very capable. They may be hiding deeper and moving more covertly. Commander Zhuang is right to worry. Wang Hao said. Since they have already taken action, it is impossible to stop. What's more, the ones caught now are still small ones. Xiaomi. Those people are not broken. So they are even less likely to give up. But the city lord doesn't seem to think so. Yu Qianing said. Huh? Wang Hao said in surprise. He doesn't think that those people will stop after catching some shrimps. Right? No. Wang Hao doesn't believe that Wu Haomu can be so ignorant. Although he doesn't like Wu Haomu and is even somewhat hostile to him, he can't deny Wu Haomu's ability. He believes that with Wu Haomu's ability and vision, he should not be able to see this. That's not the case. Zhuang Shuer said, Uncle Wu feels that their actions have frightened those people in the dark. Even if those people continue to act, they will become more low-key and more covert, which will greatly slow them down. And as long as the refugees outside the city disperse, the problem will disappear. Without the cover of the refugees, those who secretly fan the flames have no way to hide or intensify the conflict. What he said makes sense. Wang Hao frowned and said, but is this too passive? Who knows when the refugees outside the city will leave? If the refugees haven't left yet, those who are secretly stirring up trouble will have already done it. What? Then Silver Light City will be in danger. The city lord should have thought of this possibility. But he doesn't have much choice. Chicharan said. The investigations in the past few days have caused dissatisfaction among some refugees outside the city. If the investigation continues, it will only further intensify the conflicts between each other. At that time, there may be no need for others to secretly fan the flames. And the refugees outside the city will be angry and attack us in Silver City. Therefore, now we see that the situation is gradually stable. The city lord can only slow down the investigation. Wang Hao nodded subconsciously after hearing this. Wu Haomu is right to worry. If they want to investigate, they must visit and even interrogate the refugees outside. Although some of the people they investigate do instigate the trouble, most of them are just innocent refugees. They already have opinions on Silver Light City, but now being investigated and interrogated like a prisoner by the people of Silver Light City, I naturally feel even more unhappy. If someone provokes me again, the hostility will inevitably increase. By then, there will be no need for other people to stimulate the refugees outside the city. It broke out immediately. Therefore, Wu Haomu's move may be more helpless. Who made the other forces outside the city not cooperate? If they cooperate, people from Silver Light City will not need to show up frequently. The conflict will not be so big, and the refugees will not be so resistant. However, having said that, Wu Haomu was also the reason why other forces outside the city did not cooperate. If he had not been wary of these people from the beginning and treated them differently, he would not be where he is now. Look! What do the other forces outside the city think now? Wang Hao asked Chicharan. Chicharan's family does not belong to the forces of Silver Light City. It also has some influence outside the city, and is naturally well informed. Stop the investigation. Chicharan shrugged and said, Yinguang City has reduced the intensity of the investigation, and the forces outside the city will naturally be less attentive. Originally, the forces outside the city did not really want to conduct investigations. Now Yinguang City, who would bother to investigate if I'm already slacking off? Chicharan's answer was not beyond Wang Hao's expectations. Originally, many forces outside the city, and the local forces in Yinguang City did not deal with it. It was good to have some forces cooperate with the investigation. Now that Yingguang City itself wants to give up the investigation, how can the forces outside the city continue the investigation? Totally unnecessary. Chapter 574. I'm ready to leave Silver Light City. Wang Hao. Nothing will happen to us in Silver Light City. Right? Zhuang Shuer looked at Su Yu and asked with some uncertainty. It's hard to say. Wang Hao shook his head. Those people will definitely not give up. Now it depends on whether they will take action first, or whether the refugees outside the city will disperse first. When Wang Hao said this, Zhuang Shuer became even more worried. Her father is the commander of the 4th Army Corps. It can be said that the interests of their family and the interests of Yingguang City are tied together. If anything happens to Yingguang City, their family will inevitably be affected. Losing a little profit is still a small matter. And there will be casualties. That would be a big deal. Of course, as the daughter of the commander of the 4th Legion, Zhuang Shuer is also worried about the survivors of Silver Light City. Once something happens to Silver Light City, they will definitely be affected. Captain, who do you think is behind these things? Chi Charan asked. I heard the news that some people in Yingguang City said that there are some forces outside our city that are doing things secretly. I don't know if it is true. Yes. Wang Hao did not answer, but looked at Zhuang Shuer and Chi Charan. There is such an argument. Zhuang Shuer nodded. This is a slander. Chi Charan said angrily. If people outside the city are causing trouble, how can they cooperate with your investigation these days? Some people say that this is you acting. Chi Charan continued. Moreover, not all the forces outside the city have participated in the investigation in the past few days, which only adds to the speculation of some people in the city about this matter. I think it was those people outside the city who did it. It's unlikely. Wang Hao said. The biggest possibility is the rebels. They are the only ones who want Yingguang City to be unstable now. They want the local forces in Yingguang City to conflict with the refugees outside the city. In that case, they will not only usher in a period of stable development, but also be able to fish in troubled waters to gain profits. If done properly, it is not impossible to occupy Silver Light City. Wang Hao has always been extremely wary of the rebel forces. When I learned that someone outside the city was secretly stirring up trouble, the first thing I thought of was the rebel forces. There are also such speculations among high-level officials in the city. Zhuang Shuer said, however, there is no evidence to prove that this incident was carried out by the rebels. Those who were arrested are just shrimps, and cannot provide any useful information. The current situation is that although some people have been arrested inside and outside the city, these people are just small shrimps, and cannot provide any useful information. As a result, it is impossible to determine who is secretly fanning the flames. It seems that we can only wait and see. Wang Hao said. There is no useful information now, and no useful person has been caught. Even Wu Haomiu and the others don't know when the people behind the scenes will take action. And Wang Hao is even less clear. Everyone looked worried. Except for Chi Charan. The members of the Qingfeng team are all from Yingguang City. Now that Yingguang City may be in danger, everyone is naturally worried. Captain, are you preparing for the competition when you come back this time? Chi Charan asked. Compared to others, Chi Charan was slightly less concerned about this matter. After all, she was not from Yingguang City. Although some people in Yingguang City suspected that this matter was related to forces outside the city, there was no definite confirmation, evidence, and there are many forces outside the city, and the Qi family is not the only one. Therefore, Chi Charan naturally would not pay too much attention to this matter. To her, this matter was not as important as the upcoming competition. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. There are only a few days left before the match between the Qingfeng team and the official army of Silver Light City. Wang Hao came back this time just for the match. This matter is also a big deal for Wang Hao. It is not a problem for his team to be remembered all the time. As long as he wins this game, he will be less troubled in the future. Captain, are you sure? Chi Charan asked. Zhuang Shuer, Yu Qianing and others also looked at Wang Hao, waiting for Wang Hao's answer. Although they all have backgrounds in Silver Light City, it can even be said that the interests of the families behind them are closely tied to Silver Light City. But from their perspective, they still hope that this competition the winner is Wang Hao. I'm sure there must be some. Wang Hao said with a smile, I worked hard to create this team, and I will definitely not leave it to anyone else. Everyone understood what Wang Hao meant and understood Wang Hao's determination. Who would be willing to teach the team they worked so hard to build? If it were them, they wouldn't be able to do it. When this competition is over, I will take the team out of Silver Light City. Wang Hao then said a piece of news that shocked and surprised everyone. Bring him out of Silver Light City? Hunt zombies and mutant beasts? Some people didn't seem to understand what Wang Hao meant. No. Wang Hao shook his head. What I mean is that after moving the team's headquarters out of Yingguang City, they may come to Yingguang City in the future. But not too many times. I told you in advance because I want you to think about it first. Consider it. Zhuang Shuer, Yu Qianing, and even Feng Gaoyuan and others are all from Yingguang City. And their homes are in Yingguang City. Therefore, it is difficult to say whether they will be willing to follow Wang Hao and leave Yingguang City. Wang Hao told them the news in advance to give them enough time to consider the matter. No matter what decision they made, Wang Hao could accept it. Wang Hao is not too worried about the new team members. Most of them come from slums. The residents of slums do not have much sense of belonging to the city where they belong. If they can get better living conditions elsewhere, they will not hesitate to do so. He hesitates to leave the city where he lives. Wang Hao, who has lived in a slum, can be sure of this. During this time, Wang Hao has been busy building his new city. Under his construction, the new city has become quite large. There are residential buildings, toilets, rivers and even airports in the new city. And there are even large wheat fields. And there are a large number of cannons, bunkers, and other defense facilities inside and outside the city. It can be said that Wang Hao's new city has initially met the conditions for living. Since the construction of the new city, Wang Hao has already planned to completely move out of Yingguang City. His future focus will only be in the new city. Now that the city has initially met the conditions for living, Wang Hao naturally started to make plans. The matter of eviction. However, this news was quite sudden for Zhuang Shuer and others. They didn't know that Wang Hao actually built a new city in less than a month. They heard that Wang Hao actually wanted to move the team away. Everyone in Silver Light City was greatly surprised. Chapter 575. Leave or stay. Why is it so sudden? Zhuang Shuer asked. Is it because of the competition? Zhuang Shuer guessed that Wang Hao's desire to leave Silver Light City may be related to the upcoming competition. Although Wang Hao has always said that he is very confident. The new members of the team are basically from the slums. They only have 1 month of training time. But they have to compete with the official elite team. No matter how they look at it, they have no chance of winning. Once the game is lost, Wang Hao will hand over ownership of the team. Although Wang Hao himself may not be kicked out of the team, he will definitely lose the command rights of the team, which is definitely unacceptable to Wang Hao. Therefore, it is normal for Wang Hao to want to leave Silver Light City. However, although Wang Hao had his reasons for doing this, Zhuang Shuer still felt that Wang Hao's decision was inappropriate. Even though Wang Hao was deprived of the ownership of the Qingfeng team, based on Wang Hao's performance during this period, he has no shortage of people who appreciate him. Zhuang Shuer believes that many people will extend an olive branch to Wang Hao, and even they support Wang Hao in reorganizing the team. And with Wang Hao's ability, it is not impossible to reorganize a team that is not inferior to the Qingfeng team. What's more, many people in the Qingfeng team tend to continue to follow Wang Hao. There is no need for Wang Hao to leave Silver Light City. Most of the members of the Qingfeng team are from Yingguang City. Once Wang Hao leaves Yingguang City, it is difficult to say how many people will be willing to follow him. It's not sudden. Wang Hao said, I have made this decision a long time ago. And I am just saying it now. The reason why I left Silver Light City has something to do with the game. But it is not entirely because of this game. There are other reasons. Wang Hao didn't hide much from Zhuang Shuer and others. Wang Hao has indeed made the decision to leave Yingguang City a long time ago. The reason for leaving Yingguang City is not entirely because of this game. With the ability to create a new city, Wang Hao naturally he wants to build a new city. This is not only because he has the final say in the new city, and does not have to take orders from others. More importantly, with the blessing of his abilities, the new city has both defensive and offensive abilities, are not comparable to existing cities in China. In this apocalyptic context, a city that can bring a great sense of security to people is quite attractive. And even Wang Hao is not immune to this. When several people saw what Wang Hao said, they knew that Wang Hao had not made a sudden decision, and they understood that Wang Hao would not change his mind. Then, they need to make a decision next. Go or stay. If you follow Wang Hao, you will have to leave your hometown. Leave the place where you have been living, and start over in a strange place. If he doesn't leave, he will definitely leave the Qingfeng team, and he may not have much interaction with Wang Hao in the future. This is a relatively difficult decision for Zhuang Shuer and others. Fortunately, Wang Hao didn't ask them to make a decision now, and they still had enough time to think about it. In the next few days, Wang Hao was not busy with the construction of the new city. but stayed in Silver Light City to concentrate on training the new members of the team. Of course, Wang Hao has not forgotten the auxiliary functions of copying and repair, and the daily fixed quota has been used up. But he basically focused on firearms and armor. As for the auxiliary function of puppet, Wang Hao has not missed it. He will go to the new city every night. At this time, his puppets will send the captured mutant beasts to him, and he will choose the mutant beast that he is satisfied with. The beast serves as his own puppet. Wang Hao has decided to go to other cities after the game with Wu Haomu and capture some zombies as puppets. If there are only mutant beasts, there are some limitations, especially since Wang Hao recently discovered that his puppets can also be used as puppets. Choose to use the proficiency bonus card. This discovery surprised and delighted Wang Hao. With the blessing of the proficiency bonus card, the cooperation between mutant beasts and zombies is becoming more and more tacit. The combat effectiveness of his special cavalry team is constantly increasing. At the same time, the zombies' ability to control vehicles is also rising. After making this discovery, Wang Hao is even more looking forward to zombie puppets. Whether it is forming a cavalry team or a motorized unit, zombie puppets are a very important part of it. There are not enough zombies to serve as puppets. Wang Hao's cavalry team and mobile units or the army cannot be scaled up if it is not chemicalized. However, now that he has to prepare for the match with Wu Haomiao, he can only put this matter aside for now. During the few days he stayed in Silver Light City, Wang Hao felt the strange atmosphere firsthand, especially those who fled outside the city. When they entered the city during the day, they barely concealed their hostility towards the residents and defenders in the city. Occasionally, both sides said a word. Fights started when disagreements occurred. The violence in Silver Light City never disappeared, but became more and more intense. The people and defenders of Silver Light City seemed to have lost patience with the refugees outside the city. In their view, they were the ones who took in these survivors, and these survivors should be grateful to them. As a result, not only did those people, instead of being grateful, they were extremely hostile to them, which made the residents and defenders of Silver Light City quite dissatisfied. In addition, Wang Hao also discovered that Silver Light City's control over the army has become stricter. It seems that Wu Haomu and others did not completely allow things to develop. They still took some precautions. In the past few days, Wang Hao learned from Zhuang Shuer that Wu Haomu frequently met with people in power in other cities. On the one hand, he expressed his disapproval of the people in power outside the city for their inability to control his subordinates, which led to the Yingguang situation. Violent incidents occur frequently in the city, and the second purpose is to urge those people to leave Yingguang City quickly. Obviously, Wu Haomiao has realized that the large number of refugees around Yingguang City is a huge unstable factor that may appear at any time. Danger. However, his urging had little positive effect. Of course, those in power want to take back their city. But the question is how? Lead an army to attack? It's not impossible. The problem is that the rebels, mutant beasts, and zombies must be on guard. Even if they win the attack, the price they pay will be very high. By then, it is very likely that someone will come to pick peaches and keep urging them. Wu Haomiao, who went to fight, is one of the most likely people. What's more, when they fled from their own city, they didn't have the chance to take out too many things. Although Silver Light City opened the market and exchange mall to them, they still had to have money and exchange points. Exchange points can be earned from the virtual battlefield. Most people do not have deposits and can use as many exchange points as they have. Therefore, now they need to slowly accumulate exchange points. Only with exchange points can they purchase supplies. Being able to counterattack the rebel forces also takes time. Chapter 576, Very Penetrated. The positive effect of Wu Haomiao's meeting with other city authorities was not much, but the negative effect was great. After the news spread, the refugees around Silver Light City became even more hostile to Wu Haomiao. They felt that Wu Haomiao was targeting them and not allowing them to stay here anymore. Everyone knew that the wild was dangerous. If we drive them away now, isn't this going to force them to death? Wu Haomiao himself did not expect that this move would actually make the refugees around Silver Light City even more hostile to him. After receiving the news, he was also very angry. Am I not good enough and tolerant to them? If I hadn't accepted them, they would have died in the wild. Wu Haomiao, in the city lord's mansion, said with an angry face, I provide them with supplies, and am willing to send troops to help them take back the city. They are willing to help them build the city. But they are not satisfied and are not satisfied. A bunch of greedy bastards, who don't know how to repay their kindness. In the city lord's palace, The faces of the commanders of the various legions were not good-looking either. They came to the city lord's mansion today mainly to report on the investigation results of the past few days. But they heard this information after arriving. Someone should be instigating this, Zhuang Jian said. If nothing else, it should be the same group of people who stirred up trouble before. That's right, Ningtai said. Although those people have kept a low profile recently, he has not given up and has been operating secretly. These days, we have also arrested some people in the army. Huh? Wu Haomya looked at Ningtai in surprise and said, have they infiltrated into the army? Ningtai's expression changed. He nodded solemnly. These bastards! Wu Haomya slammed the table with a gloomy expression. The army is definitely his restricted area. If the army is in chaos, their entire Silver City will be in danger. One reason why the other 6 cities were captured was that they were unprepared. And another reason was that their respective armies had problems. There is a traitor in the army. It was precisely because of those traitors that Zhou Xi and others lost control of the city and fled all the way. Now, someone has put his hand into their Silver Light City army. How can this keep Wu Haomya from being shocked and angry? Don't worry, City Lord, Lin Yu said. After all, we have learned from past mistakes. We have been careful enough during this period. Moreover, those who are not determined in the army have already left our Yingguang city with Yuguang before. Therefore, this time the army has not been infiltrated to a great extent. But some ordinary soldiers at the bottom have been instigated to rebel. So the impact is not big. Lin Yu's words made Wu Haomya's face look much better. Although there was a traitor like Yuguang in their Yingguang city before. And they also caused some damage to Yingguang city. But now it seems that the incident was not completely without good results. At least their army was able to attack Yingguang city. The disloyal people were all pulled out. And the remaining people were very loyal to Silver Light City. These people could make them feel more at ease. Commander Lin may be too optimistic, Zhuang Jian said. We have indeed arrested some soldiers at the bottom these days. But this does not mean that only the soldiers at the bottom were instigated to rebel. It is also possible that some people were instigated and hidden deeper. We have not investigated. After all, time is limited. And among those who have not been investigated, there may be middle and lower level generals whose influence and destructive power are not comparable to that of ordinary soldiers. Commander Zhuang is too worried, Jia Quan said, after the previous turmoil. Those who are not loyal to the army and our city have been instigated by Yuguang to rebel. The remaining generals will not have any problems. In the past few days, all our major legions have been investigated. But not a single middle and lower level general has been found. This is already very revealing. I suggest that the investigation ends here. Continuing the investigation will only make people panic, and the military morale will be low. If it is stable, some generals will misunderstand that we do not trust them, which will give the secret enemy an opportunity to instigate rebellion. If that happens, it will be too late for us to regret it. When Wu Haomya heard Jia Quan's words, he frowned and thought for a while, then nodded, said, Commander Jia's army is right. If there are people at the general level who are instigated to rebel, they should not be unable to investigate. After all, the group of talents secretly acted not long ago, and the time is limited. They cannot do things perfectly without leaving any traces. Any clues? Since no general-level traitors have been investigated in the major legions in the past few days, there should be no problem. Continuing the investigation will indeed make people panic. Now is a special period, and there must be no chaos in the army. Therefore, the investigation ends here. Don't continue the investigation for the time being. What's wrong with this? Zhuang Jian said. There's nothing wrong. Wu Haomya waved his hand and said, there shouldn't be a big problem in the army. The biggest trouble now is the refugees outside the city. We have to find a way to get them to leave. Wu Haomya still trusts the army. He also has his own considerations. The army is now very stable. Since no higher-level traitors have been investigated, there is no need to continue the investigation, so as not to cause panic and dissatisfaction among the army officers. If that is the case, it is really possible for someone to take advantage of him. The problem with the army was not big. He was more worried about the people outside the city. Those talents really gave him a headache. Originally, Wu Haomya proposed to help them build the city, or even send troops to help them regain control of the city. As a result, these suggestions were rejected. Those people seemed to regard the outside of Silver Light City as their permanent residence, not leaving. If it were before, whether they left or not would not have much impact on Yingguang City. Even with so many people here, It could promote the economic development of Yingguang City and form a protective barrier around Yingguang City, which would have a negative impact on Yingguang City. Light City is not a bad thing. But now the situation is obviously different. Someone is secretly fanning the flames, and the refugees outside the city have become an unstable factor, which may explode at any time if they continue to stay outside the city. It is not a good thing for Silver Light City. But he just let those people go. But those people had no intention of leaving in a short time, which made Wu Haomyo very distressed and helpless. Zhuang Jian and others were also frowning. They could also understand the situation before them. The refugees outside the city had been stranded there, which was definitely not a good thing for them in Silver City. But they refused to leave if they were allowed to leave. It's difficult. I have an idea. Just when everyone was frowning, Lin Yu suddenly said, "Oh, tell me." Wu Haomyo asked quickly. "Close the city gate," Lin Yu said solemnly. "Fugitives outside the city are not allowed to enter the city even during the day. As a result, they have no source of supplies, and do not want to starve to death or be killed by mutant beasts and zombies. If they die, they won't be able to leave even if they want to." Chapter 577, Heartbeat. Close the city gate. Lin Yu's suggestion surprised everyone present. In the past, they only closed the city gate at night, and did not allow refugees from outside the city to stay overnight in the city, which had already made the refugees outside the city very dissatisfied. Now Lin Yu actually suggested closing the city gate during the day to completely eliminate the refugees from outside the city. Any chance of coming into town? How much of an impact would that have? No, absolutely not. Yang Wei said loudly, "If we do this, it will only intensify the conflict between us and the refugees outside the city. By then, the pressure on our Silver City will be even greater." Commander Yang, what you said makes sense. Lu Yuan continued, "If the city gate is closed, it will definitely cause huge dissatisfaction among the refugees outside the city. By then, there will be no need for others to fan the flames, and they will most likely attack our Silver Light City. I think Commander Lin's suggestion is feasible," Jia Quan said, after closing the city gate and cutting off their thoughts. They can only choose to go back to their own city. To say the least, even if they really do attack our Silver City, our city gates are tightly closed and the city defenses are complete. It is no problem to hold on for a period of time. However, the refugees outside the city do not have many resources hoarded. They will not be able to hold on for long. Then they will inevitably suffer from lack of supplies, retreating when faced with difficulties. As for intensifying the conflicts with them, it is actually not a big deal. As long as they leave, even if the conflicts continue, they will disappear with their departure. We can explain it later. After all, we have no choice but to kill them. I believe that anyone who is rational will understand what we are doing. Commander Jia is too naive to say this. Zhuang Jian looked at Jia Quan and said, "Outside, the total number of refugees is several times that of our Silver Light City residents. They are not helpless people. They all have weapons in their hands. There are even a large number of troops outside the city. Commander Jia, can you guarantee that we will be able to defend the city? What's more, now is the time for us survivors to unite. At this time, wouldn't our internal strife be fulfilled as long as we fight with the refugees? No matter who loses or wins, the rebels will win in the end. And we and the refugees will both lose. When the time comes, what can we do to resist if the rebels attack again?" Zhuang Jian refuted. Jia said. Quan's face looked a little ugly. "Commander Zhuang is too alarmist. As I said, it is only a possibility for them to attack our Yingguang City. Moreover, I don't think this possibility is too great. They still have to face the rebels, zombies and mutant beasts. It is unlikely that we will waste weapons and ammunition on attacking our Silver Light City. We are on guard against such a city. You must also know that it cannot be defeated in a short time. And there we don't have the supplies to support them in a protracted war. I believe that as long as they are not stupid, they will not attack us." Commander Jiajun, can you guarantee that they will not attack us? Gao Lianjun said. "Don't forget, during this period, there has been a force secretly instigating the relationship between us and the refugees. The refugees outside the city have been accumulating dissatisfaction with us. Once it reaches the critical point, it will explode. You should know that when people are so angry, I love losing my mind, but I can do anything. Reality will bring them back to their senses," Lin Yu said, after closing the city gate. "We naturally have to flex our muscles. As long as they understand that fighting with us will not do them any good, they will not have any with the hope of winning. They will regain their sanity. Not to mention, we can continue our previous promise. We are willing to send troops to help them regain control of the city. A two-pronged approach. I don't believe that they don't know what to choose. Because Lin, after hearing the friend's suggestion, the commanders of the major armies on the scene expressed their opinions one after another. Some supported the friend Lin, but of course, there were even more refutations. After all, before they closed the city gates at night and did not allow refugees outside the city to stay overnight in the city, they had already caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the refugees outside the city. Now if they close the city gates even during the day, they will be completely cut off. On the other hand, those fleeing outside the city are bound to be even more angry. The key now is whether the refugees outside the city will choose to return to their own city after getting angry, or whether they will attack their Ingguang city. If the latter is the case, whether their Ingguang city can be defended, and whether it is worth fighting this battle. People who supported and opposed had their own opinions, and Wu Haomu couldn't make a choice for a while. To be honest, he didn't expect the refugees outside the city to become an explosive barrel at first. But now that things have developed to this point, he must find a way to solve the problem. Since they are unwilling to build a city around Ingguang city, it is necessary to let them leave. Ingguang city cannot accommodate so many people. The question is how to let them leave. In the matter of their departure, they and Ingguang city have also what benefits can be obtained. Maybe closing the city gate is a good decision? Wu Haomu was a little moved. Closing the city gate will inevitably intensify conflicts. Wu Haomu knows this very well. But as long as this conflict does not endanger their Silver Light City, it will not have much impact. He can even use this method to help those fleeing outside the city. The lovers understand who is the host and who is the guest, and let them know that if they want to embarrass them, they can knead them at will. Wu Haomu has never given up the idea of infiltrating other cities. Although the proposal to send troops to help them regain control of the city was rejected, Wu Haomu has not given up. This goal may be achieved by closing the city gates. Once the city gate is closed, the refugees outside the city will have no supplies. If they want to regain control of their city, they can only turn to Silver Light City for help. Then, they can naturally send troops to assist. Of course, they may also launch an attack on Silver Light City because of this. But Wu Haomu is sure that he can block their attack, and he does not need to hold on for long. The materials in the hands of those outside the city cannot support them in a protracted war. Therefore, they will definitely have the last laugh in Silver Light City, as long as they realize that Silver Light City, if Guanqing cannot be defeated, they will give in and ask for help. In this way, he will have the opportunity and confidence to ask for conditions. It can be said that resettling the refugees before was a soft policy, but now closing the city gate is a big stick policy. Since talking to them is useless, then trying another method may have good results. Chapter 578 Jiaquan Suggestion. I think we can try this method, Wu Haomu suddenly said. As soon as Wu Haomu spoke, the scene suddenly became quiet. And then Zhuang Jian hurriedly said, City Lord. No, this method is too dangerous. If it fails, it will drag our Silver Light City into a place of eternal destruction. Yes, City Lord. If we cannot do this, we will be in great danger if tens of millions of refugees riot outside the city. Gao Lianjun also said. Many people looked worried, obviously not agreeing with Wu Haomu's decision. Even Yang Lai, Lu Yuan and others directly glared at Lin Yu, hating him for making such a suggestion. However, Wu Haomu made this decision after careful consideration, and naturally, he would not be easily persuaded by Zhuang Jian and others. We have the initiative in this matter, Wu Haomu said. We can arrange the city defense first, and then announce the decision after the arrangement is complete. By then, even if the rebels outside the city really attack us, we can rely on the city defense too. It doesn't take long to defend. As long as we persist for a few days, they will definitely retreat. However, we can use this opportunity to make some demands on them. Even compensation. Even if they are unwilling, do not accept our arrangement. When Zhuang Jian and others heard what Wu Haomu said, they understood in their hearts that Wu Haomu had already thought about it clearly. He planned to use this opportunity to suppress and infiltrate. They had long known that Wu Haomu, I have always had this idea. But several methods failed to succeed before. Now, Wu Haomu plans to change the method. Wu Haomu's idea has not changed, but his method has changed. However, Zhuang Jian and others did not agree very much with the method adopted by Wu Haomu. City Lord, Is this approach too risky? Ningtai asked. The greater the risk, the higher the return, Wu Haomiao said with a smile. What's more, the initiative in this matter is still in our hands. I don't think there will be much risk. Indeed, those outside the city have not yet knowing their thoughts. They could have enough time to make arrangements. After the arrangements were completed, they suddenly announced the closing of the city gate. Those outside the city did not even have time to react. At that time, what happened to the unprepared refugees? Maybe the rival? Even if there are a large number of refugees, it will not affect the overall situation. As long as people outside the city can realize who is the master here this time, Wu Haomiao's next actions will be much smoother. And it will not be a delusion to infiltrate his power into several other cities. Zhuang Jian and others looked at the firm expression on Wu Haomiao's face, and understood that no amount of persuasion at this time was useless. Wu Haomiao had already made up his mind to adopt Lin Yu's suggestion. And all they could do was to do well before the war. Preparation. No one likes war. Especially a war with their own allies. This will only reduce the strength of both of them, and give opportunities to the rebels. Zombies and mutant beasts. However, there are some things that they cannot decide. At least in this matter. They know final decision. City Lord, I think there is a lot of room for maneuver in this matter, Jia Quan said. Tell me what you think. Wu Haomiao looked at Jia Quan and said, City Lord, can you still remember that the competition between the Qifeng team and our official army will begin soon? Jia Quan said. Of course I remember. It's only 3 days later, Wu Haomiao said. Wu Haomiao has been thinking about the Qifeng team for a long time. This team is coming soon. He has long wanted to get the Qifeng team. The reward for the first place in the team competition is very generous. Not to mention the huge reputation. Of course, the importance of the Qifeng team cannot be compared with the importance of what they just discussed. No matter how strong the Qifeng team is, it is just a team. Although controlling this team can bring him a lot of fame. But if you can secretly control several other cities, it is not comparable to such a small amount of fame. Therefore, Wu Haomiao is mostly focused on what he just said. He even feels that if what he just said conflicts with the competition, he would not mind canceling the competition. I think this matter can be exploited, Jia Quan said. Many forces outside the city are coveting Wang Hao. And there are even many forces who want to win Wang Hao's heart by picking him apart in this competition. Why don't we take advantage of it? How about hyping up this competition? In that case, the attention of those fleeing outside the city will be attracted by this competition. And they will not notice the changes in our city's defense, which will facilitate our preparations before the war. Wu Haomiao thought for a while, nodded, and said, This is indeed a good idea. Nowadays, a large number of refugees enter the city, and their movement of troops in Silver Light City is likely to be discovered and guessed. Whatever happens, if the refugees are prepared, it will be difficult to implement their next plan. It is indeed a good way to divert the attention of the public. And the Qifeng team is known as the best team in the world. Their game with the official elite is still very interesting. The Silver Light City official will conduct a grand if you promote it. Most of the survivors, whether inside or outside the city, will be attracted by it. When the time comes, it will be much easier for them to mobilize their troops. Not only that, Jia Quan continued, on the day of the game, we can invite the leaders of those forces outside the city to watch the game. And after the game, force them to stay. Without their leadership, the refugees outside the city will no matter how much it is. It's just a pile of loose sand. Nothing to be afraid of. Isn't this inappropriate? Wu Haomiao hesitated. Those people are the leaders of various forces. If they are placed under house arrest, will it arouse greater anger among the refugees outside the city and increase their combat effectiveness? Will it even lead to a fight to the death between the two parties? That is not what Wu Haomiao wants to see. Those forces outside the city are representatives of forces in various cities. They have been developing in their respective cities for many years, and their influence is huge. Wu Haomiao does not want to completely break up with them. I think this is nothing. Jia Quan continued, we are not going to kill them. Nor are they under house arrest for a long time. Just for a few days. These few days are enough to consume a lot of supplies from those who are fleeing outside the city. In this way, even if they attack us, the casualties they can cause us will be limited. They may even give up this idea and win without a fight. This is the best policy. Chapter 579 Adoption. Subduing the enemy's army without fighting? That's a good idea. Originally, the refugees outside the city may not necessarily attack their Yingguang city. They may just be dissatisfied and complain. However, if Jia Quan's approach is followed, It will inevitably worsen the situation and completely break up with the refugees outside the city. When the time comes, the refugees outside the city will not be beaten, but will definitely be beaten. No, this method is inappropriate. Huang Nai said loudly, those people are all respectable people. If they are placed under house arrest, it will be tantamount to breaking up with the major forces outside the city. They may not dare to do anything due to the situation, but there will be revenge afterwards. When the time comes, can our Silver Light City block the revenge of 6 or 7 cities? This is a way out. This suggestion from Commander Jia is simply going to push our Silver Light City into a pit of fire. Li Tui. Zhuang Jian also said, how many days of house arrest? You said it is easy. But have you thought about the consequences? It would be ridiculous to let them go. If we really put them under house arrest, then we will not be prepared to attack the city because of the refugees outside the city. But we must be prepared for a battle. This battle will definitely happen, Yan Lai said. Several corps commanders objected to Jia Quan's suggestion, and their attitudes were quite clear. I think this method is feasible. Lin Yu said, we are just putting them under house arrest, not really killing them. After the house arrest, we can explain to them. In this way, the consequences of the matter can be controlled within a controllable range. We can minimize our losses, even if they want to retaliate afterwards. We have already penetrated our power into their power, and it will not be easy for them to retaliate. Isn't revenge that easy? Zhuang Jian and others did not agree with Lin Yu's words. Even if Wu Haomu takes this opportunity to infiltrate the influence of Silver Light City into various other forces, due to the short time, this influence is definitely not big enough and the penetration is not enough. When the time comes, other forces will still want to retaliate. Revenge is still possible. In short, both Lin Yu and Jia Quan's words were innocent. Zhuang Jian and others don't know why they are so naive. Can't they see the danger in this? However, Wu Haomu seemed to be persuaded. Zhuang Jian and others noticed that there was obvious hesitation on Wu Haomu's face. He was really moved. If the house arrest can be successful, it can indeed be a good deterrent to other forces outside the city, and can even plunge them into chaos. Without unified command, no matter how many refugees there are outside the city, they will not pose much of a threat to Silver Light City, and even it can force them to give up the idea of attacking Silver City. As for revenge afterwards, Wu Haomu was not too worried. The forces outside the city are not monolithic. They may not be able to unite together. Moreover, the cities they belong to are not together. By the time they unite, Silver Light City must have already known the news. If they come over, their own side also be prepared. Of course, Wu Haomu doesn't think they will attack Silver Light City again. After all, their biggest threats are still zombies, mutant beasts, and even rebels. If these threats are not eliminated, those people will not dare to fight with him anymore. Go down. What's more, he will take this opportunity to infiltrate his influence into other forces. By then, those forces will have people who speak for him, and those people may not be able to successfully convince others to be hostile. Himself and Silver Light City. Thinking about it this way, Wu Haomu felt that this matter was indeed feasible. I think Commander Jiajun's suggestion is feasible. When Zhuang Jian and others were worried about Wu Haomu being persuaded and wanted to persuade Wu Haomu had already spoken first. And what he said was what Zhuang Jian and others were most worried about. Things. City Lord? No! Zhuang Jian said in shock. Commander Zhuang Jian, don't worry so much. Wu Haomu said with a smile. If this thing is done properly, it will do more good than harm to us in Silver Light City. You don't want us to fight against the refugees outside the city, right? They are leaderless. It is unlikely that they will attack us, which can greatly reduce our casualties, which is a good thing. Wu Haomu looked around at everyone and said, this matter is settled. I will arrange the follow-up matters. You guys, I'll be responsible for mobilizing the city defense these days. Wu Haomu didn't give Zhuang Jian and others a chance to object, and left directly after finishing speaking. Lin Yu and Jia Quan looked at each other, with smiles on their faces. Jia Quan! Lin Yu! What the hell are you doing? Yang Lai, who had a hot temper, asked the two of them directly. What did Commander Yang say? Lin Yu said dissatisfied, we are making suggestions for the city lord. What are we doing wrong? That's right, Jia Quan said. Commander Yang, don't think that you are the only one who is making suggestions for the city lord. For the sake of the safety of Light City, as the army commander of Silver Light City, we are also worried about the safety of Silver Light City. Moreover, The final decision on this matter was made by the lord of the city. We are just suggestions. You too. He must be unkind. Yang Lai said. Commander Yang, you have gone too far. Jia Quan said with a sullen face. What's wrong with us thinking about the safety of the city? What's wrong with us solving problems for the city lord? Just because we don't share the same ideas. You want to slander us? Yang Lai is good at he fought hard on the battlefield, and was not good at words. Although he always felt that Lin Yu and Jia Quan were uneasy and well-intentioned. He didn't know how to refute it, and he had no evidence. Commander Lin. Commander Jia. Zhuang Jian said. We don't know what you are thinking. But I hope you won't do anything to disgrace Yingguang City. Don't worry. Lin Yu said. We are also part of Yingguang City. So we will naturally not do anything that harms the interests of Yingguang City. You are not the only one who considers the interests of Yingguang City. Lin Yu and Jia Quan always insisted that their suggestions were for Yingguang City. The city is good. And Zhuang Jian and others cannot refute it. Although they all believe that the suggestions of these two people would bring disaster to Yingguang City. Wu Haomiu agreed with their suggestions. And Zhuang Jian and others had no choice. After all, Wu Haomiu was in charge of Yingguang City in the final analysis. Zhuang Jian took a deep look at the two of them. Then turned and left. His heart was a little heavy. And he always felt that something big would happen recently. The other Legion commanders also left one after another. But their expressions were different. Except for Lin Yu and Jia Quan, who were smiling. The other people's faces were either angry or worried. And their moods were obviously different. Not good. Chapter 580. What a big battle. Is there any mistake? Such a big formation? Wang Hao looked at the crowd surrounding the square, and was really surprised. Today is the day when their Qi Feng team competes with the official elite of Silver Light City. Wang Hao originally thought that this was just an internal competition, and not too many people would pay attention. In fact, Wu Haomiu and others would not show up, and they would just wait for the results. That's fine. But he never thought that the scene was completely different from what he thought. Wu Haomiu is here. Zhuang Jian, Ningtai and other commanders and deputy commanders of the major legions in Silver Light City are here. Representatives of the Shang family, Zhao family and other major families in Silver Light City are also here. What's even more outrageous is that dignitaries from other cities such as Zhou Shi and Xiao Kong also came to the scene. Moreover, the competition venue was surrounded by crowds of spectators. And at the same time, there were hundreds of screens inside and outside Silver Light City broadcasting live broadcasts. Even Wang Hao was speechless when he saw this exaggerated formation. Isn't it just a game? Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Not to mention that major cities, major schools, and even major families often organize various competitions. Even the virtual battlefield official now also has many competitions. Camp competitions, team competitions, etc. None of which is better than their game today. Wonderful. So many games are not enough for them to watch. So why should they come to watch this game live? Wang Hao really couldn't figure it out. In the past few days, the promotion of this game in the city has not stopped. Zhuang Shuer said, Uncle Wu seems to intend to make this game more grand. Even if it has been promoting. There is no need to be so exaggerated. Right? Wang Hao said, this is more lively than the previous competitions between major universities. I also thought that there would be so many people here today. Zhuang Shuer shrugged, then expressed worry. He said, they won't be nervous. Right? The them in Zhuang Shuer's mouth are naturally the members of the Qi Feng team who will participate in the competition today. Because of the previous agreement, Wang Hao, Zhuang Shuer, and Yu Jianzhong are not allowed to play in today's game. The Qi Feng team's players are all players who joined the team later, such as Xiao Heng, Luo Bing, etc. People. Almost all of these people come from the slums. I am definitely nervous. Wang Hao said. I would be nervous in such a battle. Let alone them. They have never competed on such a big stage before. Zhuang Shuer nodded when he heard the words. But the worry on his face became more obvious. Speaking of which, what is City Lord Wu doing for such a big battle? Wang Hao glanced at the dense crowd around him and said, if you tell me now that all the survivors of Silver Light City have come to the scene, I don't doubt it. There are too many people. And these are just those who are at the scene. And there are many watching the game through the screen. This is too exaggerated. Is he afraid that I won't admit my defeat by having such a big battle? Wang Hao was naturally joking. However, the doubts are certain. He really can't understand why Wu Haomiu wants to engage in such a big battle. It's just an internal competition between the two sides. He is the city lord and he is a student. If he really loses, how can he still do it? Defeated? It's simply impossible. I don't know either. Zhuang Shuer shook his head and said, I asked my dad, but he didn't tell me. Zhuang Jian has been keeping this matter secret. He knows the relationship between his daughter and Wang Hao himself. They are afraid that after they say it, the matter will be leaked. What they are doing now will have a great impact on Yingguang City. If the news is leaked in advance, their plan will fail. By then, Yingguang City, will face a huge crisis. Pressure. Therefore, Zhuang Jian didn't tell his daughter about this. Wang Hao frowned slightly when he heard this and said, I always feel that this matter is abnormal. There is no need to make such a big fuss. It has to be so big. Moreover, this is nothing to the officials of Silver Light City. It's an honorable thing. Right. They are sending out official elites. We are all new players. And they are all new players from the slums. The selection conditions are not equal. City leader Wu is not afraid of such a big move and publicity. Are others laughing at him? Zhuang Shuer, Yu Qianing and others also looked puzzled. Obviously, they didn't understand why Wu Haomu wanted to publicize this matter. Shouldn't this be done in a low-key manner? Wu Haomu and Ying Guangqing's faces were so shameless due to such a big fuss. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about what he has in mind. Wang Hao waved his hand and said, That's it. I just need to prepare well for the game. I'll go talk to them and relieve them of the pressure. After that, Wang Hao he walked towards Zhao Heng and others who were waiting for the game to start. Damn. Why are there so many people? Who knew? My legs are shaking now. I'm nervous too. I don't know if I can hold the gun later. In Wang Hao Lai when they arrived at where Zhao Heng and others were, they were chatting. And Wang Hao found that everyone had obvious nervousness on their faces. Wang Hao was not surprised by this situation. After all, today's battle was indeed too big for the new team members. Why? Are you nervous? Wang Hao asked with a smile. Captain, why are there so many people? Zhao Heng asked. We are not mentally prepared for safety. What kind of mental preparation do you need? Wang Hao smiled and said, In reality, when you encounter danger, those mutant beasts and zombies will give you. Do you have time to prepare? Everyone shook their heads subconsciously. Isn't that what it is? Wang Hao said, Adjust your psychology in time to put yourself in a good competitive state. This is also part of your ability. Now there are just a lot of people watching your game. It's not like you are facing a life and death test. You are so nervous. If you are asked to hunt mutant beasts and zombies alone in the future, what will you do? When Wang Hao said this, Zhao Heng and others looked a little embarrassed. But the tension in their hearts was reduced a lot. Treated with a normal attitude. Wang Hao continued, No matter whether anyone is watching your game, no matter how many people are watching your game, don't take it to heart. Believe me, as long as you can show your usual training level, you will definitely win this game today. Captain, can we really win? Luo Bing asked uncertainly. During this period of time, they have been training very seriously. In addition to eating and sleeping, they are training every day. They even temporarily put aside hunting mutant beasts and zombies for today's game. It can be said that they have worked hard and prepared a lot for today's game. During the training, they could feel that their strength had improved. But they had not fought against the official elite. At this time, the battle was coming, and they were inevitably a little nervous and unconfident. Chapter 581 Relay and Team Competition. We will definitely win, Wang Hao said with great certainty. Hearing what Wang Hao said, Zhao Heng and others instantly felt relieved. All along, they have been very convinced by Wang Hao's words. Since Wang Hao said they can win, then they can win. At this time, on the high platform, Wu Haomu was chatting with Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong with a smile on his face. However, the look he occasionally looked at a few people had an inexplicable meaning. In the past few days, while the game was being hyped up, Silver Light City's army had secretly completed its mobilization. It has now completed its pre-war deployment and is ready to enter combat at any time. And today is the time for him to show off. After the meeting that day, Wu Haomu personally sent invitations to Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong, inviting them to watch the game. Wu Haomu promoted this competition in such a grand way. In addition, Zhou Ji and others also wanted to stir up the relationship between Wang Hao and Yingguang City after the competition was over, and try to win over Wang Hao. Therefore, after receiving the news from Wu Haomu, after Haomu's invitation, Zhou Ji and others agreed without any hesitation. You might as well take a guess. Who will win today's game? Wu Haomiu put away his thoughtful eyes and looked at Zhou Ji and others with a smile. You still need to guess? Xiao Kong said with a hint of sarcasm on his face. If your official Silver Light City team loses, everyone participating in the game can commit suicide. Others basically had the same idea as Xiao Kong. There are two teams. One is composed of official elites, and the other is composed of ordinary survivors from the slums. Moreover, these survivors have only been in the team for about a month. No matter how you look at it, the relationship between the two teams is the gap in strength is huge. And there is no suspense in this game at all. You can't say that. Wu Haomiu said with a smile. Wang Hao's team leadership ability is obvious to all. Although those players have not been in the team for a long time, their strength has improved very quickly with Wang Hao's personal training. We cannot be careless. I don't dare to say that we will win for sure. This was Wu Haomiu's self-effacing words. In fact, he didn't think that the newcomers of the Qifeng team had any chance of winning the game. The strength gap between the two sides was really too big. Yes, the reason why Wu Haomiu said this was that he was self-effacing and did not want to appear to be bullying others. However, his words made Zhou Ji and others look down upon him. Who can't see Wu Haomiu's true thoughts? He obviously thinks that this is a match without any suspense. But he is still pretending that the outcome is uncertain. It is simply shameless. Of course, as a person in a position of power, you really cannot lose face in many cases. Zhou Ji and others understand this very well. For them, interests are the most important thing. Obviously, Wu Haomiu has his own interests to pursue in this game, and he will definitely pursue success. City Master Wu is too humble. Zhou Ji said, no matter how powerful Wang Hao is, he can't train an elite team in less than a month. What's more, his team members are all from slums and have innate talents. The foundation is worse than others, and it is even less likely that their strength will be qualitatively improved in this short period of time. Moreover, I also heard that Wang Hao has not been training them these days. A lot of time. He is not in the city. After thinking about it, he knows that no matter how hard he trains, he can't win. So he has given up in advance and doesn't want to waste time on this unnecessary thing. Having said this, Zhou Ji paused and then said with a smile, Here, I would like to first congratulate City Lord Wu for being the #1 team in the world. From now on, this #1 team in the world will have City Lord Wu's name engraved on it. Marked. Obviously, although Zhou Ji is not in the city, the news is not stagnant. He still knows some news about the Qifeng team. Of course, it can also be seen from his words that he values and cares about Wang Hao. He really intends to poach Wang Hao. Hey, it's too early to say this now. Wu Haomiu waved his hand and said, Besides, I am doing this for the sake of the future of the Qifeng team. With official support, this team can go further and develop further. Even better. I also believe that Wang Hao will understand me, and he will continue to be the captain of this team. When he said the last sentence, Wu Haomiu looked at Zhou Ji and others with deep meaning. But he knew that Zhou Ji and others, everyone is playing tricks on Wang Hao. And what he means is that he will keep Wang Hao. And Wang Hao will be happy to continue to stay in the Qifeng team. Zhou Ji and the others should not play Wang Hao's tricks. As for his thoughts about the Qifeng team, Wu Haomiu has never made it clear before. However, there is no need to deny it at this time. After all, the game is about to begin. When the game is over, he will take over the team. Now there is no need to deny it. Really? Zhou Ji smiled and said, I don't think so. Then we'll see, Wu Haomiu said. Wu Haomiu is determined to retain Wang Hao. This is not entirely because of Wang Hao's ability, but also because of his and Yingguang City's reputation. Wang Hao must not be poached by Zhou Ji and others. What's more, after today, this Silver Light City will undergo a sudden change. By then, how can Zhou Ji and others have the intention to poach themselves? Of course, these things cannot be discussed with Zhou Ji and others now. They will understand after the game is over. Soon, the game officially started. Today's game has two modes. One is a relay race, and the other is a team race. The rules of the relay race are that each side selects 10 players. These 20 players enter into two teams and enter the virtual battlefield together for a 4-person double row. However, the two people in the same arena are not from the same side, but from the Qifeng team and the official team. Although these two people are in team mode, they are in a competitive state on the field. It is directly the number of eliminations compared to the number of eliminations. And then the elimination numbers in the 10 arenas are added up. The side with more total wins. If it were before, Even if you think of this mode, it would be difficult to compete in this mode. After all, after the virtual battlefield update, teams are not allowed to enter, and everyone is random. But recently someone has opened a team card from the virtual battlefield. Survivors who have this card can choose teammates to form a team and enter the virtual battlefield. At the same time, in the Exchange Mall building, there are also team cards are for sale, but the price is on the high side, and the probability of getting a team card from the airdrop box is also very low. Of course, these are not difficult for WooHaoMew. As the lord of a city, he still has some money. For this competition, he bought a lot of team cards. Chapter 582 9 points sure. The relay race mode is undoubtedly a very fair mode. Each team sends one person to the same field. Both opponents are the same, and the competition is their single 4 ability. This was also the game mode that WooHaoMew came up with after discovering the team card thing. Wang Hao did not refuse. The second is the team competition. This is simple. Just an ordinary 4 rows. If the relay race tests the team member's single 4 ability, then this team race tests the teamwork ability of both parties. Of course, this team competition is slightly different from the previous 4 rows. This time the 4 rows of the team competition have an additional attribute, car crash. Each side selects 7 teams and competes in pairs on the same stage. There are 7 games in total. The winner is determined by the final results. The winner of the 7 games wins the game. And this mode also requires the use of a special card, cancel card, cancellation card, like team card, are newly launched items in virtual battlefield. Using this card, you can exit the game after entering virtual battlefield without consuming the quota of entering virtual battlefield on the same day. Of course, there is a time limit for this exit. You cannot exit at any time. You can only exit before parachuting. Once you skydive, the card will become invalid and you cannot exit the game midway. It is precisely because of this card that today's rather special 4-row matchup is possible. Both sides select 2 teams in the same arena and agree to enter the virtual battlefield at the same time. This can increase the probability that the 2 teams will be in the same arena. Of course, because there are not a few survivors who enter the virtual battlefield every day. Therefore, even if they enter the virtual battlefield at the same time, there is a high possibility that they will not meet each other. At this time, they need to use the cancel card. If they find that they have not met the established opponent, they will exit the virtual battlefield and then re-enter until they meet each other. This mode is also shown to the public for the first time. In the past, without a cancellation card, it was very difficult for 2 teams to collide on the virtual battlefield. After all, each of the 4 rows there is only one chance. And there are many survivors entering the virtual battlefield every moment. Therefore, the probability of being matched with each other is really too low. With the cancel card this is possible. Both of these game modes are relatively new. In the past few days of publicity, WooHaoMew has been using this as a gimmick to promote. This is also an important reason why so many survivors are paying attention to this game today. The first thing to do is the relay race. On the Qifeng team side, the 10 people who are preparing to participate in the competition are already ready to play. Don't be nervous. Just play at your normal level. Wang Hao patted Luo Bing next to him and comforted the others. Wang Hao naturally selected Zhao Heng and Luo Bing, the more outstanding newcomers, to compete, which can also increase the probability of winning. Zhao Heng and others nodded and walked towards the stage. Wang Hao was originally going to watch the game with the team members in the audience, but soon someone came to inform him, and WooHaoMew asked him to come up too. WooHaoMew asked Wang Hao to go up. Naturally not to let Wang Hao participate in the game, but to watch the game with him. Wang Hao didn't refuse even after thinking about it. Wang Hao, come here quickly. I'm waiting for you. Seeing Wang Hao come on stage, WooHaoMew smiled and waved. Wang Hao nodded, walked towards WooHaoMew and others, and then greeted WooHaoMew and others one by one. Wang Hao knew many of these people, and even these days, many of them had been trying to persuade Wang Hao to join them. However, Wang Hao took benefits from WooHaoMew, so he did not agree to these people. Captain Wang, how confident are you about this game? Zhou Ji asked. Wang Hao looked at WooHaoMew and said, 9 points. The smile on WooHaoMew's face faltered slightly, while Zhou Ji and others showed surprise on their faces. They thought Wang Hao would say he was not sure, which was true after all. But they didn't expect Wang Hao to say he was 9% sure. 9 points of certainty is not a lot at all. Wang Hao said that he was 9 points sure, which showed that he was very sure of today's game. He believed that his Qifeng team could win. But this is simply impossible. There are so many people on this stage. And apart from Wang Hao, probably no one believes that the Qifeng team can win. Captain Wang may not have heard clearly what I asked. After regaining consciousness, Zhou Ji said again, I was talking about the chances of winning of the Qifeng team, not the official team's chances of winning. Captain Wang, don't get it wrong. That's right. Wang Hao shook his head and said, I'm talking about the chances of the Qifeng team's victory. My Qifeng team is 90% certain to win today's game. Don't you believe it? Zhou Ji? Stunned. He originally thought that Wang Hao had heard the question wrong, which led to the wrong answer. But Wang Hao insisted that his Qifeng team was 90% sure of winning, and asked himself whether he believed it or not. Only people with mental problems would believe it. Zhou Ji complained secretly in his heart. Not only would he not believe it, but neither would anyone else at the scene. The gap between these players of the Qifeng team and the official players is too big, and there is no hope of even 10% victory. It seems that City Lord Zhou really doesn't believe it, Wang Hao said with a smile. He looked at Wu Haomiao and asked, Does City Lord Wu believe it? Uh-huh. Wu Haomiao laughed twice and said, It's a good thing to have ambition. Maybe the Qifeng team can really bring us a little surprise. Obviously, Wu Haomiao didn't believe it, but he didn't completely deny it. But you could hear what he meant from his words. There must be surprises. Wang Hao looked at Zhao Heng and others and said, And it won't be a small surprise, but a big surprise. Everyone looked at Wang Hao in confusion, not knowing where did he get his confidence. Just based on those new players, who have been in the team for less than a month? They all come from the slums. What qualifications do they have to compare with the official elites, who have been selected through layers of selection? Not even qualified to carry their shoes. Wu Haomiao and others only thought that Wang Hao was crazy, or that he knew he could not win, but was unwilling to accept the reality. Relatively speaking, the latter is more likely. After all, no one likes to fail, especially since Wang Hao has achieved good results at a young age. He is naturally more arrogant and unable to accept failure. Thinking of this, Wu Haomiao and others felt that they understood why Wang Hao said that, and they no longer struggled with this issue. Chapter 583 The opportunity has come. The relay race officially started soon, and 20 contestants were transported into the virtual battlefield. At the same time, all the survivors who followed the live broadcast also saw the images of these 10 arenas on the big screen. Zhao Heng looked at the figure not far away from him, his expression slightly nervous. That person was his teammate in this competition, an elite member from a special operations brigade of Silver City's 1st Legion named Zhao Zhe. The two had a brief exchange before entering the virtual battlefield. Even added friends. Zhao Zhe added Zhao Heng as a friend, not because he valued Zhao Heng and wanted to develop friendship with him, but because he wanted to form a team with him and enter the virtual battlefield together. The arrogance on Zhao Zhe's face was undisguised. It was obvious that he looked down on Zhao Heng, who came from the slums. Zhao Heng was very familiar with that look full of contempt. He had seen that look countless times since he was a child. It was contempt from the bottom of his heart. Zhao Heng was very angry, but more nervous. He had little confidence competing against such an opponent. However, thinking of what Wang Hao said before entering the virtual battlefield, Zhao Heng cheered up a little. Come on, Zhao Heng. You can do it. Zhao Heng took a deep breath and secretly encouraged himself. Soon, everyone in the virtual battlefield square got on the plane, and Zhao Heng and Zhao Zhe were no exception. Although the two were teammates, they had no communication at all. After all, both of them knew in their hearts that they appear to be teammates. But in reality, they are competitors. Where are you dancing? Just as Zhao Heng was secretly cheering himself up, Zhao Zhe's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Zhao Heng, who was suddenly surprised, looked at Zhao Zhe in surprise, as if he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to talk to him. Where are you going to jump? I'll let you choose the jumping point, Zhao Zhe said. I don't like others to follow me. Zhao Heng understood instantly that Zhao Zhe was worried that he would get in trouble by following him. And Zhao Zhe obviously I don't want to carry him as a burden. The rules of this game are that the two sides compare the number of eliminations, but it does not stipulate whether the two sides should go together. They can act alone or in a team. Obviously, Zhao Zhe intends to act alone. I'll jump to Peace City, Zhao Heng said after reacting. Zhao Heng had never thought about joining Zhao Zhe. Now that Zhao Zhe asked him to choose first, he was not polite. Peace City? Zhao Zhe curled his lips. I have the same preference as your captain. Since you are jumping to Peace City, then I will jump to G-Port. Wang Hao likes to jump to Peace City. This is no secret. Anyone who has seen Wang Hao, anyone who has played a few games knows this. After Zhao Hung made his choice, Zhao Zhe also determined his jumping point, G Port. This is a more lively and dangerous place than P City, but it is also richer in supplies. Zhao Zhe chose to jump to Port G because he was obviously confident in his own level. There were more players there. As long as he was strong enough, he could kill a lot of people and waste less time looking for people. Zhao Hung nodded to express his understanding. Zhao Hung was not too surprised that Zhao Zhe chose G-Port. For experts, the favorite places to go are places like G-Port and N-Port. If Zhao Zhe can be selected, he must be the elite of the official team. Naturally, it is impossible to find a wild area to hide. Don't die too quickly. It's pointless to fight alone, Zhao Zhe said lightly. Zhao Hung felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this, and couldn't help but reply, I will live longer than you. Really? Zhao Zhe smiled nonchalantly. Are all people from the slums as good at bragging like you? You will know later if this is bragging, Zhao Hung said, clenching his fists. Zhao Zhe's words aroused the fighting spirit in his heart. At this time, Zhao Hung was no longer nervous, but more unconvinced, and wanted to prove himself to Zhao Zhe. Prove that you are no worse than him. Zhao Zhe looked at Zhao Hung and laughed again, not taking Zhao Hung's words to heart at all. In Zhao Zhe's view, a person from the slums is not enough to be his opponent. What's more, Zhao Hung has only joined the Qingfeng team for a month. How much progress can he make? If it weren't for the arrangement from above, he wouldn't even bother to team up with such a person. However, since they formed a team and were still competing on the same field, Zhao Zhe didn't mind showing Zhao Hung what it meant to be a master. Soon, the route came to the vicinity of P City. Zhao Hung took a deep breath and jumped off the plane and flew towards P City. In midair, Zhao Hung observed the surrounding situation while flying. There are two full formations, Zhao Hung said to himself. There are other people jumping to P City, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. If there were other people jumping here, he wouldn't have to worry about being killed. However, since there were two full formations on the other side, and he was only one person, he naturally felt a lot of pressure. Captain can do it. So can I. Zhao Hung encouraged himself secretly. Others don't know that Zhao Hung regards Wang Hao as his idol. It is for this reason that Zhao Hung has a soft spot for P City. When he usually enters the virtual battlefield, he usually chooses P City as a jumping point. It can be said that he is also quite familiar with P City. However, facing two full formations in a single 4 format for the first time, Zhao Hung felt a lot of pressure. Zhao Hung did not choose to be tough. When choosing the landing point, he deliberately avoided the two teams from falling. When it comes to 1v4 as soon as he lands, he has basically no chance of winning. Only with enough space to pull can he have any hope of winning. After landing, Zhao Hung immediately started searching for supplies without any delay. Zhao Hung was still searching for supplies, but the kill prompts for his teammates had already come out. Zhao Zhe started killing people. Moreover, there seemed to be an uncontrollable trend. He killed 5 people in a row in a short period of time and directly won the title of 5 Serial Gun King. So strong. Zhao Hung couldn't help but sigh. Immediately, Zhao Hung clenched his fists and said firmly, I can't push my hips too much, and I can't be surpassed by him too much. This relay race is based on the total score of 10 people. The more he kills, the more the total score will be. One thing. It can be said that everyone's number of kills affects the final result. At this time, Zhao Hung did not think that he could surpass Zhao Zhe. All he wanted in his mind was not to be surpassed too much by Zhao Zhe and hinder his teammates. Afterwards, Zhao Hung started searching for supplies again. I don't know if the two teams in P City didn't discover Zhao Hung as a lone wolf, or they discovered Zhao Hung but didn't take Zhao Hung as a lone wolf to heart. In short, Zhao Hung was not disturbed in any way while searching for supplies. The whole process went very smoothly. Just when Zhao Hung had almost searched for the supplies, gunshots suddenly rang out in P City. Zhao Hung was startled at first, and then his face showed joy. Here is the opportunity. Chapter 584, The Fisherman Gains. 2 other full formations in the city started fighting. Realizing the opportunity, Zhao Hung immediately jumped out of the window and quietly moved toward the direction of the gunfire. The closer he got, the more intense the gunfire sounded. And Zhao Hung even saw 2 people kneeling and crawling on the ground. Without any hesitation, Zhao Hung immediately took out the grenade from his backpack. In an environment like P City, grenades are the best weapon. Zhao Hung, who regards Wang Hao as his idol, naturally understands this. Therefore, He usually trains quite a lot in the use of grenades, although his level is not as good as Wang Hao. But within the Qingfeng team, they are definitely one of the best. Even Zhuang Shuer and others may not be as good as Zhao Heng in playing grenades. Seeing the opportunity, Zhao Heng threw the grenade. After the grenade drew a perfect arc in the air, it landed accurately between the two players who fell to the ground. Boom! With an explosion, the two players who fell to the ground instantly became boxes. At the same time, another player not far from the two players was also blown to the ground. One thunder kills three. Zhao Heng ignored his happiness and immediately took out his gun and killed the player who fell to the ground. 3 kills secured. The melee between the two sides continued. Although they all heard the sound of gunshots and grenade explosions, they did not seem to realize that there was someone disrupting the situation. They all thought it was the other party who was shooting and the grenade thrown by the other party. Perhaps in their opinion, Zhao Heng, who was just a lone wolf, did not have the courage to approach them. They could completely deal with Zhao Heng after solving another full formation. Because of this, neither side was aware that a third party was present on the battlefield. The battle continued, and Zhao Heng was still hiding in the dark looking for the right time. He did not attack rashly. Even if 3 people had been eliminated, the number of remaining players in the two teams was more than his. If he went now, it will only be melted instantly. Grenades were thrown one by Zhao Heng, and prompts for knockdowns and kills appeared one by one. It was not until there were 2 people standing on both sides of the field that they realized that the situation was not good. Someone had benefited. The 2 people instantly thought of Zhao Heng, the lone wolf. In fact, they all noticed Zhao Heng when they were parachuting. But for such a lone wolf, the 2 full formations did not pay attention to it. They focused on the other full formation, thinking of eating first. After getting off another full formation, go and deal with Zhao Heng. There is actually nothing wrong with thinking this way. After all, if they go to find Zhao Heng first, it is easy for another full formation to seize the opportunity to attack him from behind. The whole army was wiped out. It can be said that their idea is okay, but they did not expect that a lone wolf like Zhao Heng would dare to seize food from the tiger's mouth, and would dare to take the initiative to get involved in the battle between them. They didn't expect that Zhao Heng would be so calm, and his grenade and marksmanship skills were beyond the level of ordinary players. It is precisely because of these negligences that the current situation has occurred. However, even if they realized that Zhao Heng was hiding in the dark at this time, there was nothing they could do because there was still one person left on both sides and they were still in a stalemate. But Zhao Heng was hiding in the dark. They didn't know Zhao Heng's specific location. Come! They can only be careful to guard against Zhao Heng's cold shots. And at the same time, they must first deal with the opponents who are in a stalemate with them. When there was only one person left in the 2 full formations, that person finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then wanted to replenish his health, and then go to Zhao Heng for revenge. However, just as he was spraying the medicine, suddenly a round thing flew in from the window, bounced on the ground twice, and then rolled to his feet. What? The player didn't react for a moment, looking surprised. Then, there was an explosion, and he was already in a dissatisfied state, turning into a box glowing with red light. Both teams were wiped out. As for Zhao Heng, he was hiding in the dark from beginning to end. Until the end of the battle, the players on both sides didn't know his specific location. In this battle, Zhao Heng received 5 eliminations, which can be said to be a full harvest, but he himself did not lose any blood. After both full formation teams were eliminated, Zhao Heng went to lick the bags with a happy face. 8 boxes were scattered on the ground. He didn't need to go to other places to lick the bags. Just these 8 boxes were enough. It can make him extremely rich instantly. At this time, Xiao Zhe, as a teammate, seemed to notice something strange. As a teammate, he could see Zhao Heng's kills and knockdown prompts. For a while, Zhao Heng's knockdown and kill prompts almost flashed in front of him, which made him feel a little surprised. However, seeing that he was now the elimination king, Xiao Zhe put this surprise behind him. Although Zhao Heng could kill so many people, he was still far behind him. Afterwards, Xiao Zhe entered the battle again. In this game, due to the route, many players jumped to G-port. As an elite in the army, Xiao Zhe's rank is not low. Therefore, the ranks of other players he and Zhao Heng matched in this game it is not low. And the corresponding strength is naturally not low. Therefore, even Xiao Zhe has to brace himself and deal with it carefully at this time. If he is not careful, he may be knocked down. Zhao Heng didn't think about anything else. And he didn't even think there was anything surprising. He could kill a lot of people when he played by himself. Of course, this is his recent achievement. In the past, whether it was a single row or 4 rows, he could only kill 1 or 2 in a game. But in the past month, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. From killing only 1 or 2 to killing 4 or 5, then 7 or 8, and then double digits. Even in a game a few days ago, he killed 26 in one game. He himself was shocked at the time. But as the number of times increased and his results became more and more stable, he was no longer shocked by these eliminations. After adding the bag, Zhao Heng took the vehicle from the garage and drove out of P City. If it were in the past, he would not take the initiative to leave P City. After all, P City is still within the circle at this time, and it is still very close to the center of the circle. It can be expected that P City will not be brushed out in the next 1 or 2 circles. There is absolutely no need for him to leave. But today is different. In today's game, he has a mission and a competition. If he kills 1 more, he will be able to add 1 more to the total elimination. Even if his results are not as good as Xiao Zhe's in the end, he can't be too much behind. With this in mind, Zhao Heng left P City and took the initiative to find someone to fight with, hoping that he could seize the time to kill a few more people. Chapter 585. Match Fixing? Another kill. What are the names of the members of the Qin Feng team on the 3rd arena? They are quite fierce. Yes, the number of eliminations has exceeded Xiao Zhe. It's not just the 3rd arena. Look at the other competitions. Here, what's going on? Why are the members of the Qin Feng team leading in every competition? I heard that these team members are all new members who have just joined the team for about a month. What's even more terrifying is that they all come from the slums. It goes without saying that this must be the captain of the slums. Hao's credit. Otherwise, how many people from the slums have you seen? Wang Hao seems to have come from the slums. Right? The relay race is still going on. But the outside world is. It's already boiling. All because the Qin Feng team is in the lead. Moreover, it is not one of them who is leading, but all 10 of them are leading. This situation was something that no one had thought of before the game. Because of Wu Haomia's publicity, the relevant information about the match between the Qin Feng team and the official elite was very clear to the outside world. Originally, everyone thought that it was impossible for the new players who had just joined the Qin Feng team to beat the official elite. Yes, if the old team members are still capable of fighting. But these new team members have not been in the team for a long time. And they all come from slums. They have no chance of winning. But the current situation on the court is that the members of the Qin Feng team are in the lead. Seeing this situation, everyone was speechless. A group of new players from the slums, who had just joined the Qin Feng team for about a month, were actually ahead of the official elite. This is incredible. If someone had said before the game that these new members of the Qin Feng team could win, the outside audience would probably treat him as a fool. There is no comparison between the two sides. The final result must be that the official elite will win with an absolute advantage. But the current situation on the field is completely opposite to what everyone expected. Why is this Qin Feng team so amazing? A group of newcomers from the slums, who have only joined the team for about a month, can actually lead the official elite. To be precise, why is Wang Hao so powerful? The outside world knows that this group of newcomers were personally trained by Wang Hao. After only 1 month of training, they could achieve such results. This is simply unbelievable. Even the experienced instructors in the army cannot do this. To Wang Hao's level. Right? On the high platform, Wang Hao always had a confident smile on his face. Since the start of the game, there has never been a trace of nervousness on his face. On the other hand, Wu Haomiu and others, they could still talk and laugh before. But at this time, the smiles on their faces had disappeared. And some were just stunned and shocked. Wu Haomiu and others knew the power of these official elites better than other people at the scene. In order to avoid any accidents, the official elites participating in the competition were all carefully selected. No one was mediocre. In Wu Haomiu's case, it seems that they are sure to win this game. Wang Hao's Qin Feng team has no hope of winning. But what's going on now? Why are the members of the Qin Feng team taking the lead? If only 1 or 2 players from the Qin Feng team were in the lead, everyone could explain it by chance or accident. But the current situation is that in 10 fields, the players from the Qin Feng team are in the lead. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Wu Haomiu and others wouldn't believe their eyes. Could it be that the players he selected were bribed and they were cheating? Wu Haomiu quickly put this unbelievable idea behind him. This was simply impossible. With Wang Hao's background and strength, It is completely impossible to bribe those team members. You must know that those people are all elites in the army, and have been in the army for many years. They are not something that a newcomer like Wang Hao, who has just emerged, can bribe. Wang Hao couldn't afford that price either. What's more, Wu Haomiao can also see that the players he selected have no intention of cheating. They are playing the game seriously, and making the most of their strength. It can be said that their performance is different from their usual performance. The strength is consistent, and there is no trace of match fixing. But if they didn't fix the match, why did they fall behind? Is it really because the members of the Qingfeng team are too strong? Wu Haomiao and others never thought that the Qingfeng team could win this game from the beginning. Therefore, they did not pay much attention to the members of the Qingfeng team. They only paid attention to the official players. Even because Wu Haomiao, Zhou Xi and others had other thoughts in mind. They did not pay too much attention to this game without much suspense. Therefore, they did not know the specific performance of the members of the Qingfeng team. It was only at this time that Wu Haomiao and others began to pay attention to the members of the Qingfeng team and pay attention to their performance. It was at this time that Wu Haomiao and others were shocked to discover that the performance of those in the Qingfeng team was no worse than the official elite. Whether it is marksmanship, operations, or small-scale pulling, the members of the Qingfeng team have performed at a very high level. If they had not known the identities of these people in advance and just looked at their performance, Wu Haomiao and others would only think that they are elites trained by a certain legion or a certain big family. But the fact is that they are just a group of newcomers from the slums who have joined the Qingfeng team for about a month. After only joining the team for a month, they were able to reach such a level. Is this Qingfeng team so amazing? To be precise, Wang Hao's training level is so good. Wu Haomiao and others would not have thought that Zhao Heng and others had such abilities before joining the Qingfeng team. This is impossible. If they had such abilities, they would have left the slums long ago and would have been killed by the official army, and after all the major families have recruited people, how can they stay in the slums and wait for Wang Hao to recruit them? In other words, they are able to do what they are doing now because they joined the Qingfeng team and because Wang Hao trained them. It took only 1 month of training to train this group of people to this level. How could Wang Hao's training level be so high? Wu Haomiao and others turned away from the screen and looked at Wang Hao one by one. The shock and curiosity in their eyes could hardly be concealed. This Wang Hao is not only strong, but he also has such training skills. This is simply incredible. Chapter 586, How to Do It. Wang Hao, how did you do it? Wu Haomiao couldn't help but ask. Zhou Xi and others also looked at Wang Hao. Obviously, they were also very interested in this issue. Whether it is Wu Haomiao, Zhou Xi, or Shuang Jian and others, all of them are high-ranking and powerful people. There are countless masters and geniuses that they have seen in daily life, and there are very few people who can shock them so much. But Wang Hao is definitely an exception. Before this, Wu Haomiao and others had never seen anyone with such ability. In just 1 month, they trained a group of incompetent people from the slums to this level. Saying that Wang Hao was turning decay into magic is not an exaggeration at all. Wu Haomiao was still surprised. But Zhou Xi and others looked at Wang Hao with even more intense eyes. Originally, Zhou Xi and others were very optimistic about Wang Hao's personal strength and team leadership ability. Especially Zhou Xi, who was determined to poach Wang Hao. But now, they discovered that Wang Hao actually had such a powerful training ability. Identity ability is even rarer, which makes Zhou Xi and others even more determined to win over Wang Hao. How did you do it? Wang Hao asked. How did you get them to this level in just 1 month? Wu Haomiao asked. Oh, this, Wang Hao said. Actually, I didn't teach anything. As long as they have high talent and strong learning ability, it is their own credit for their current level, and it has nothing to do with me. Highly talented? High learning capability? What a joke. This group of people used to be residents of slums, and were at the bottom of society. If they were really talented and had strong learning ability, how could they have lived in the slums for so many years? They have long since moved out of the slums to civilian areas or even wealthy areas. Regarding Wang Hao's words, not only Wu Haomiao didn't believe it, but Zhou Xi and others didn't believe it either. Zhou Xi and others were just curious, but Wu Haomiao was more confused. When Wang Hao was training his players, he sent someone to secretly observe them, especially after he sent Wang Hao to the training ground. The members of the Qingfeng team all trained in the new training ground. And that training many of the staff at the venue are from Wu Haomiao. Therefore, Wu Haomiao is no stranger to Wang Hao's training process, and even knows it very well. However, according to the information reported by the people below, There is nothing special about Wang Hao's training. It can even be said that there is no highlight at all. Wang Hao's training process is extremely simple. He just teaches the new team members what he learned from books. This training method can only train masters. Therefore, after knowing Wang Hao's training method, Wu Haomu never took these new players seriously. But now, the reality is not what he thought at all. Could it be that Wang Hao secretly gave the new team members some tricks? This is possible. If Wang Hao's training method is really that simple, it is impossible for these team members to improve so much in such a short period of time. Moreover, Wang Hao should also be able to guess that someone will secretly observe his training. Therefore, he only conducted simple training on the surface, and displayed his true skills in secret. Thinking about it this way, Wu Haomu felt that he had figured it out. But even if he secretly started a small stove, Wang Hao was able to train such a group of people to the current level within a month. This ability was extremely strong. Wu Haomu had never seen anyone who could do what Wang Hao did before. Degree. This made Wu Haomu also have thoughts about Wang Hao. In the past, Wu Haomu obviously valued the Qingfeng team itself more. Regarding Wang Hao himself, Wu Haomu has always had a dispensable attitude. It would be best if he could keep Wang Hao, but it would be okay if he couldn't. Wang Hao is not weak, but there is no shortage of masters in the army, and the lack of Wang Hao will have little impact on him. But Wu Haomu doesn't think so now. There is no shortage of masters in the army. If Wang Hao is just an ordinary master, then his value will not be too great. After all, in this social background, the impact of personal strength is really limited, and it is more about teamwork. Because Wu Haomu has always valued the Qingfeng team itself more. But it is obvious that Wang Hao is not an ordinary master. His level of training others is absolutely very high. So high that Wu Haomu cannot find anyone in the army who can compare with Wang Hao in this regard. As a result, Wang Hao's value is more than doubled. Wu Haomu may not have such an ordinary master, but he cannot be indifferent to Wang Hao who has this level of training. At this moment, Wu Haomu also determined his intention to recruit Wang Hao. Even if he had to pay some price, he would keep Wang Hao and let Wang Hao be used by him. As for Zhou Ji and others, they naturally understand Wang Hao's value, and they are thirsty for talents towards Wang Hao. As for Wang Hao's unwillingness to tell the secret of training, Wu Haomu and others didn't think there was anything wrong. Wang Hao must have his own special training method, and naturally this method cannot be revealed in public. Even Wu Haomu after Haomu determined to recruit Wang Hao. He already regretted raising this question. If Wang Hao revealed his training method in public, wouldn't the secret be leaked? At that time, what will happen if other forces imitate it? That was their Silver Light City's loss. It's Wu Haomu's loss. Therefore, seeing that Wang Hao did not say anything clearly, Wu Haomu not only was not angry, but felt relieved. The same is true for Zhou Ji and others. They all regard Wang Hao as their own, and naturally do not want this secret to be published. Only by keeping it to themselves can the value of this secret be maximized. However, when Wu Haomu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the screen, his face froze. He reacted, if he can't win this game, how can he take away control of the team? How to keep Wang Hao? Once the Qingfeng team wins, Wang Hao and the Qingfeng team will still be free and may be poached by other forces at any time. Thinking of this, Wu Haomu felt a little anxious. Unfortunately, once the survivors enter the virtual battlefield, they cannot receive information from the outside world. Now, even if Wu Haomu is very capable, he cannot intervene in the direction of the civil war in the virtual battlefield. The winning or losing can only depend on them. We must win this game. Wu Haomu thought secretly in his heart, if we lose, everyone participating in the game today will be punished. Nowadays, Wang Hao's importance in Wu Haomu's heart has skyrocketed. Wang Hao is determined to win. And if he wants to recruit Wang Hao, today's game is crucial. Although the Qingfeng team has the advantage on the scene now, the game is not over after all. Everything has not been finalized, and their side may not be able to make a comeback. Chapter 587. Am I the Elimination King? How could this happen? On the virtual battlefield, Zhao Zhe looked at the Elimination King logo behind his teammates' names, his face full of shock and confusion. During the chaos in G-Port before, Zhao Zhe had no intention of paying attention to external affairs. Even if he thought he was strong, he did not dare to take it lightly in this environment. But now, the battle in G-Port is basically over. He is the only player left in the entire G-Port. Just when Zhao Zhe was in high spirits, he suddenly saw that he was not the Elimination King. What surprised him even more was that the Elimination King was actually his teammate. The poor guy from the slums. This discovery made Zhao Zhe freeze on the spot, his face full of disbelief. You know, he now has 8 eliminations in hand, and the second circle has not yet been refreshed. With such a high elimination, he should be the Elimination King. But unfortunately, he just couldn't get the Elimination King's mark. That familiar mark appeared behind his teammate's name. Did he kill more than 8 people? But how is this possible? Zhao Zhe was still in disbelief. He is not the Elimination King, but his teammates are the Elimination King. There is only one explanation for this situation, and that is that his teammates kill more than him. However, this is completely impossible in Zhao Zhe's opinion. He jumped to G-Port, while Zhao Heng jumped to P-City. There are usually more players in G-Port than in P-City. In addition, Zhao Heng's strength was completely looked down upon by Zhao Zhe. A poor guy from the slums boy. I have only joined the Qifeng team for about a month. How high can my level be? Therefore, even if a lot of people jumped in P-City, with Zhao Heng's strength, it is absolutely impossible to eat them. Therefore, Zhao Zhe could not understand why Zhao Heng killed more people than him. How many have you killed? Zhao Zhe couldn't help but ask in the team channel. Huh? Zhao Heng was obviously not prepared at all for Zhao Zhe's inquiry. Since the skydiving, there has been no communication between the two. Zhao Heng is not surprised by this. He knows that Zhao Zhe despises him, and he has never thought about licking Zhao Zhe. Therefore, the two parties do not communicate with each other. Is the best choice. Zhao Heng did not expect that Zhao Zhe would suddenly take the initiative to talk to him. Zhao Zhe's move was obviously beyond his expectation. How many have you killed? Zhao Zhe asked impatiently. In Zhao Zhe's view, Zhao Heng's attitude was that of being indifferent to him. A poor boy from the slums dared to treat him with such contempt. Zhao Zhe was naturally very angry. If he were not curious about Zhao Heng's elimination number, he didn't even bother to pay attention to Zhao Heng. Oh, let me see. Zhao Heng then reacted and said, I killed? When did I kill 11? I am still the Elimination King. I didn't even notice. Zhao Heng was also at this time his face was full of surprise. He really didn't care how many people he killed just now. In his opinion, he had little hope of winning this game. He just hoped that he could kill a few more. Therefore, after he came out of P-City, he has been looking for people. And indeed he found a few. And even a full formation. Facing the full formation, although Zhao Heng was nervous, he did not choose to eliminate him. Instead, he used the advantages of the terrain to engage in fighting with the opponent. His idea was very simple. As long as he killed one, he would not be eliminated. If he lost 2, he would gain. However, he didn't expect that he would actually win them all. The entire formation was eaten by him alone, because Zhao Heng had always been thinking of killing as many as possible. He didn't pay too much attention to his total number of eliminations. Now when Zhao Zhe asked him, he discovered that his number of eliminations had actually reached 11. He was even the Elimination King. Zhao Heng's surprise was real. However, in Zhao Zhe's opinion, Zhao Heng was pretending and deliberately acting. The purpose, of course, is to laugh at him and ridicule him. What are you pretending to be? He's just a knockout king. And he's pretending to be one, Zhao Zhe said coldly. However, even though he said this, Zhao Zhe was extremely shocked in his heart. Zhao Heng actually killed 11. This number was beyond his expectation. In his opinion, with Zhao Heng's strength, being able to kill 3 was already an extraordinary performance. Killing in double digits was absolutely impossible. But the reality was completely different from what he thought. This was the first circle, and Zhao Heng actually killed 11. More than he had. No wonder the Elimination King was snatched away by Zhao Heng. Zhao Zhe was shocked and confused. He didn't know how Zhao Heng did it. Is he really that strong? Stronger than myself? Zhao Zhe was very reluctant to accept this moment. After all, he had never taken Zhao Heng seriously from the beginning. Now that Zhao Heng was said to be stronger than him, it was naturally difficult for him to accept it. But if it's not strength, can it be luck? Killing 1 or 2 can be explained by luck. But if the kill reaches double digits, it cannot be luck. No matter how lucky you are, you can't kill so many. Pack? What did I pretend to be? While Zhao Zhe was shocked and confused, Zhao Heng was confused. God can prove that he is really not pretending. He just found out that he is the Elimination King. Zhao Heng himself is also surprised that he can surpass Zhao Zhe and win the Elimination King. Could it be that I am stronger than Zhao Zhe now? It shouldn't be possible. Right? Zhao Zhe is an elite in the army. Although he has improved a lot during this period, there is still a big gap between him and Zhao Zhe. How can he surpass Zhao Zhe? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But why is he the elimination king? And he killed 11 more? Zhao Heng was confused and surprised at the same time. However, he did not despise Zhao Zhe because of this. In his opinion, Zhao Zhe had not fully exerted himself. It was just luck that he had temporarily obtained the status of the elimination king. Once Zhao Zhe exerted his strength, he would definitely fall behind. No matter what. If you can kill one more, it's one more. Even if you lose in the end, you can't hold back too much. Zhao Heng still had the same idea in his heart. He still didn't think he could beat Zhao Zhe, but he didn't want to hold him back too much. If he killed one more person, the pressure on his teammates would be less. The two of them were in two minds. Zhao Heng still has a humble mentality, while Zhao Zhe is a little anxious. He is now 3 eliminations behind Zhao Heng. This is unacceptable to him. He must not lose to a poor boy from the slums. The mark of elimination king must be get it back. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhe was about to leave G-Port. He had already captured G-Port, and there was no point in staying any longer. He must seize the time to find people to kill elsewhere, and strive to surpass Zhao Heng in eliminations. However, just as Zhao Zhe left the container at Port G and was about to pick up the vehicle on the road, gunshots suddenly rang out. And then he found that there were dense bullets flying towards him. Zhao Zhe's expression changed drastically. He was ambushed. Chapter 588 actually won? Your teammate Zhao Zhe was knocked down by the player Xiang Ren using the assault rifle M416. Zhao Heng, who was driving to look for other players or man-machine, suddenly saw the system prompt. When he first saw the system prompts, Zhao Heng couldn't see clearly because he was driving. He thought it was Zhao Zhe who knocked down the player Xiang Ren with the M416. He was still muttering to himself that Zhao Zhe was really strong. He was so powerful. He quickly knocked down another one, fearing that he would soon catch up with him. But soon, he realized that something was wrong at his teammate's information desk. Zhao Zhe's health bar suddenly turned red. There is also a plus symbol behind the health bar. Zhao Heng was stunned. Was Zhao Zhe knocked down by someone else? Zhao Heng quickly read the system prompts carefully to make sure that he was not mistaken. It was indeed Zhao Zhe who was knocked down by other players. Not Zhao Zhe who knocked down someone else. Teammate, can you save me? Zhao Heng asked subconsciously in the team channel. God can prove that this is really Zhao Heng's subconscious inquiry, when he usually forms a team with others. Once he finds that his teammates have fallen, he will find ways to rescue them. This is also the concept that Wang Hao instilled in him. They must never abandon their teammates. Of course, if the team members abandon you first, then you can ignore it. But if the other party does not do anything out of the ordinary, you must save your teammates if you can save them. When Wang Hao did this, it was not because of the overflow of the Holy Mother's heart, but because he wanted to make them have this awareness. In this way, in reality, the members of their Qifeng team could never abandon or give up on each other. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Heng subconsciously asked this question after seeing Zhao Zhe fall. However, these words angered Zhao Zhe. Save your mother! Zhao Zhe yelled in the team channel. Zhao Zhe's scolding immediately stunned Zhao Heng. I kindly asked you if I could save you. Why are you scolding me? At this moment, Zhao Heng felt a lot more resentment towards Zhao Zhe. He obviously meant well, but in the end, he was insulted by Zhao Zhe, which no one could accept. Zhao Heng thought he had good intentions, but Zhao Zhe didn't think so. He is in Port G, while Zhao Heng is south of City P. The distance between the two parties is too far. Even if Zhao Heng drives his car towards him now, he will definitely not be able to catch up. What's more, Zhao Heng saw the players who ambushed him were shooting at him wildly. It was impossible for him to wait until Zhao Heng arrived. In Zhao Zhe's opinion, Zhao Heng said such a sentence even though he knew it was impossible to save him. This was a complete mockery. Moreover, the two sides are originally in a competitive relationship rather than real teammates. Can Zhao Heng be kind enough to save him? Even if he fell not far from Zhao Heng, I'm afraid Zhao Heng would pretend he didn't see him. It is precisely because of this kind of thinking that Zhao Zhe is sure that Zhao Heng is mocking him by asking this question. He was already feeling aggrieved because he was ambushed. And now he is being mocked in the face by a guy he despises. Where is he? Can you still bear it? Soon. Zhao Zhe was killed by the people who ambushed him and turned into a box. Not to mention the frustration in Zhao Zhe's heart. He was still thinking about chasing Zhao Heng and snatching the title of Elimination King. As a result, He was ambushed just as he was about to set off, and his fighting spirit was instantly wiped out. Zhao Zhe also understood the identities of these people at this time. They were the same people who escaped from Port G before. The battle in Port G was fierce before. Zhao Zhe saw a few people escaping. However, he was busy fighting at the time, and could not attack those people. After seeing those people escaping, Zhao Zhe did not take them to heart. Such a frightened person will not pose any threat to him. However, only now did Zhao Zhe understand that those people did not run away, but hid in the small room near the garage. When he went to pick up the car on the road, and there was no cover around him, they suddenly attacked him. Damn it. I should have thought that since they dared to come to G-Port, they would not leave easily. I was negligent, and they actually fooled me. Zhao Zhe, who had become a box, blamed himself. If he had been more careful just now, and sealed his cigarette when getting the car, he wouldn't have been knocked down by these people once he got in the car. It's a pity that he was too anxious at the time and forgot to seal the cigarette. And he didn't expect that these people would be hiding there, which led to the current result. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhe hated Zhao Heng even more. If he hadn't been in a hurry to find someone to kill elsewhere, how could he have made such a stupid mistake? It was all Zhao Heng's fault. However, it doesn't help that he hates Zhao Heng now. He has been eliminated. More importantly, when he was eliminated, his number of eliminations was not as good as Zhao Heng. In other words, in this round, he is already eliminated if you lose. There is no possibility of a comeback. At this time, Zhao Heng also understood this, and he was in a good mood instantly. Even Zhao Zhe's previous insults to him were forgotten. He actually won. He actually defeated Zhao Zhe, an elite member of the army. It's incredible. Although there were some unexpected factors in Zhao Zhe's death. Death is death. As soon as Zhao Zhe died, Zhao Heng had already won this round. The outcome was already determined. The only difference was how many heads he could win. No, I can't relax yet. Zhao Heng quickly calmed down and said to himself, this is a relay race. The outcome is not determined by a single game. The final result is determined by the total score of 10 games. I will continue to kill. If I kill one more, the pressure on other team members will be reduced by 1 point, and the total number of eliminations will be 1 point higher. Yes, I will continue to kill. At this time, Zhao Heng's heart has changed from if he kills one more. He will be less of a hindrance has become if he kills one more. He can help other team members share a little more pressure and make more contributions. After the psychological change, Zhao Heng seemed to have more confidence. After all, he was now sure that he would not be a hindrance, and he could contribute to others. The more he killed, the less pressure on others. Zhao Heng calmed down and started the car again to look for other players. At this time, Wu Haomiu's face outside had become a bit gloomy. He saw the video of Zhao Zhe being eliminated. I originally thought that Zhao Zhe could make a comeback, but now it is completely impossible. Zhao Zhe did not make a comeback, but overturned. The outcome of this arena has been decided. Now it depends on how many kills Zhao Heng can kill. The more Zhao Heng kills, the worse the loss will be. Could it be that my side is really going to lose in this relay race? Wu Haomiu suddenly lost confidence in his heart. In several other competitions, although his team members did not overturn and were eliminated like Zhao Zhe, their elimination numbers were all at a disadvantage. If they could not complete the comeback, then they would really lose this relay race. Chapter 589 Value Improvement. As the game progressed, Wu Haomiu's face became increasingly ugly. The situation is very unfavorable for them. If they were behind in eliminations in the first round, Wu Haomiu wouldn't have cared too much. But now, all 10 competitions have reached the 5th round, and it's almost the final round. However, they are in the lead on the field. The one with the advantage is still the Qingfeng team. Moreover, this lead has expanded compared to before. Every member of the Qingfeng team has a double-digit number of eliminations, and the highest has reached 27 kills. On the other hand, on their official elite side, 4 people have been eliminated in the process, and the remaining 6 are all at a disadvantage compared to their respective opponents. You know, this is already the 5th lap, and there is not much time left for them to make a comeback. At this time, even the most optimistic people dare not say that they can make a comeback in this situation. Oh my god! The Qingfeng team is really going to win? Laughing. Who could have imagined that this would be the case before the game? This is too unexpected. I thought the Qingfeng team was in the lead before. It's just temporary. The elite officials will soon catch up or even surpass them. Unexpectedly, they actually led from the beginning to the end. The officials are probably going to be dumbfounded at this time. Who could have imagined that this would be the result? Well done. Who said, we can't have masters in the slums? It's so embarrassing for our slum survivors. The Qingfeng team is truly the first team. No one can question it. In the square, the survivors watching the game were talking a lot. Almost no one could have predicted the current result before the game. And because it was so unexpected, it aroused widespread discussion. Not only the ordinary survivors in the audience were discussing, but also the big shots in major cities were talking about it. I really didn't expect that Wang Hao would be so powerful. It's only been a month. Right? He actually trained such a group of people to this level. It's incredible. Are these the elites of our army? How can they be compared to a group of new recruits? No. Are they ordinary recruits? Which recruit can kill so many? It's not that our elites are not good. It's that the enemy is too powerful. The commanders of the major armies in Silver Light City. There was also a lot of discussion at this time. The official elites participating in the competition at this time were drawn from various legions. They were the best in their army. They thought they would win this game. But they never thought that it would be now. This situation. Zhuang Jian and others were not surprised by this result. Also surprised were Wu Haomya, Zhou Xi and others. Although Zhou Xi, Zhao Kong and others had never dealt with Wu Haomya before, they would not underestimate the elite of Yingguang City's army because of this. They also knew how powerful the elite of Yingguang City's army was. Therefore, before the game, they also did not expect the result to be like this. However, although it was unexpected, it did not prevent Zhou Xi, Zhao Kong and others from taking the opportunity to ridicule. City Master Wu, do you have so little strength among the elites of Silver Light City? Can't even compare to those survivors in the slums? Isn't this too bad? Zhao Kong said with a smile, with an undisguised sarcasm on his face. City Lord Zhao is wrong to say that. Zhou Xi said with a smile. City Lord Wu is cherishing his talent and deliberately giving way to the Qingfeng team. Otherwise, can those elites he sent lose? I think it is impossible. That's right. I'm superficial. Ha ha ha. Zhao Kong laughed and said. City Lord Wu's magnanimity is beyond our comparison. Wu Haomya's face became even uglier as he listened to the two singing in harmony. Humph. Let you be proud for a while. When the game is over, you will be able to watch it. Wu Haomya thought secretly in his heart. Zhou Xi and Zhao Kong ridiculed him in public, which made Wu Haomya very unhappy. However, thinking about his next plan, he felt a little more comfortable. Soon, all 10 games were over, and it was the Qingfeng team that finally won the game. Although as the game progressed, many people guessed that this would be the result. But when the game was over and the results came out, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. This result is really unexpected. Congratulations. Wu Haomya said to Wang Hao with a complicated expression. Thank you. Wang Hao smiled. It was only then that everyone understood that the 90% certainty that Wang Hao said before was not an arrogant statement, but that he really had such a certainty. Congratulations. Zhou Xi and others also came to express their congratulations. Compared to Wu Haomya, Zhou Xi and others' expressions were much better. Captain Wang really keeps surprising us. Thank you. Wang Hao said, it's all the seniors who are showing mercy. Having already won the game, Wang Hao will not deliberately say anything to embarrass Wu Haomya. There is no need. Captain Wang, I feel that with your talent, it is really unfair to continue to stay in Silver Light City. Zhou Xi said, I don't know what you thought about my previous suggestion. Zhou Xi's words were more explicit. Even it was too much. But he had no choice. The ability Wang Hao showed today really made him greedy. He must get Wang Hao. City Lord Zhou. What do you mean by this? Sure enough, Zhou Xi's words aroused Wu Haomya's dissatisfaction. Wu Haomya was already very dissatisfied when he poached people in front of him. Now that Zhou Xi deliberately damaged their Yingguang city in order to poach Wang Hao, Wu Haomya was naturally even more dissatisfied. It's nothing. I'm just telling the truth. Zhou Xi Dao. Zhou Xi wouldn't have been so direct before. But it's different now. If he doesn't be more direct, Wang Hao will be abducted by others. He can see Wang Hao's value. And I believe others can also see Wang Hao. The value of. There is only so much talent. If he can't seize the opportunity, won't he miss it? City Master Zhou. Don't go too far. Wu Haomya said with a cold face. Our Yingguang city is no worse than your Ningguang city. Really? Zhou Xi smiled and said. I'm afraid there is only City Master Wu. That's why you think so. You can't tell which city is strong by words. Wu Haomya said. At least our Silver Light City has not lost control of the city. Wu Haomu's words made Zhou Zi's face froze slightly. It's really not easy for him to refute this matter. Although he can be said to be careless and lost control of the city without precautions, the reason for his refutation is not very convincing. After all, being vigilant at all times is also a strength, a manifestation. Seeing that Zhou Zi was unable to refute, Wu Haomu smiled again on his face. Chapter 590. The training effect is so good? We won. We actually won. It's incredible. Like a dream. While several people were bickering on the stage, Zhao Heng and others fell into ecstasy in the audience. None of them thought that they could actually win. Although before the game started, Wang Hao confidently told them that they would definitely win. At that time, Zhao Heng and others were worried. They only thought that Wang Hao was comforting them and encouraging them. I don't have much confidence in this game. After all, the opponents they face are not ordinary people, but elites selected from the 10 major legions of Silver Light City. That is the existence they always look up to. Facing such a group of opponents, Zhao Heng and others really had no confidence at all. But now, they actually won. What shocked them even more was that they had won all 10 competitions, and the final number of eliminations was naturally far more than the official elite. This result surprised Zhao Heng and others, and even gave them the illusion that they were dreaming. They can actually defeat the official elite? Is this really a dream? Zhao Heng and others fell into ecstasy. However, they all also understand that the reason why they can win is not because of how powerful they are, but because of Wang Hao. A month ago, they were all low-level survivors in the slums. They could not eat enough every day, and they might not be able to eat meat even once a month. Most of them were struggling to have enough food and clothing. As for them being in the virtual battlefield, if their level is high, it naturally cannot be too high. If they were high, they would not live a poor life. Often, after a game, if they can kill 3 people, it is already an extraordinary performance. Killing 1 or even 0 people in a game is normal for them. But a month ago, they joined the Qingfeng team, and their fate took a turn. In just 1 month, each of them has undergone earth-shaking changes, and their strength has been greatly improved compared to before. Before, they were just small transparent people who were exchange points walking on the virtual battlefield. But now, they can already compete with the official elites, and even win against those official elites. This was something they had never dared to think about before. But now it has actually happened. All this is because they joined the Qingfeng team. Because of Wang Hao. It was Wang Hao who accepted them into the Qingfeng team that allowed them to change their destiny and improve their strength. It was Wang Hao's training for them this month that made them what they are now. They all know what their talents are. Without Wang Hao's training, they would never have been able to improve their strength so much in such a short period of time. Everyone knows this. It can be said that Wang Hao is their great benefactor. Even their reborn parents. During the past month of training, no one has questioned Wang Hao's training methods. After all, what Wang Hao explains is not complicated. Even people with mediocre qualifications like them can easily understand and master it quickly. Some people even think that Wang Hao has given up on this competition and the Qingfeng team. So he is so perfunctory with their training. But as the training continued, each of them felt a change in themselves. This change was very obvious. They could only kill 0 or 1 kill on the virtual battlefield before. But as the training continued, this number continued to increase. 5 kills, 6 kills, then 10 kills, and occasionally 20 kills. This improvement was huge and obvious, and everyone was impressed by it. It was precisely because of this that none of them had any doubts about Wang Hao's training methods. However, their previous ranks were relatively low, so the number of kills was somewhat inflated, and they had never played against masters before, which was why they were so unsure before the start of the game. But now, their mentality has completely changed. It turns out that they have become masters without knowing it, even compared to the elites in the military. It is not bad at all. This made them admire Wang Hao even more, and even worship Wang Hao. You must know that they have only been training for about a month to achieve such strength, and those official elites have been training for a long time. This shows that Wang Hao's training level is very high. Although there is still a team competition, Zhao Heng and others, whose mentality has changed, no longer have the fear and nervousness before. At this moment, they are full of confidence and full of expectations. They believe that in the next team competition, they can also perform well and beat the official elite. The truth is exactly what they thought. In the next team competition, they still performed well. Although they had only known each other for about a month and had less time to train together, While the official elite had been training together for many years, the winners were still the members of the Qingfeng team. They relied on their own strength and the tacit understanding of their usual training to perform well in the game. Seeing how well they cooperated with each other, people outside were quite surprised. Is this the result of just practicing together for about a month? How could there be such a tacit understanding? This tacit understanding is not even worse than the official elite, which is incredible. Everyone on the stage looked at Wang Hao with even more surprise. Not only was Wang Hao able to improve the strength of these new team members, he was also able to improve their mutual understanding in such a short period of time. This is incredible. Anyone who understands that the latter is more difficult than the former. Even in the army, many masters are not good at cooperating. They believe in themselves more and are more accustomed to fighting alone. However, these people trained by Wang Hao not only improved their own strength quickly, but they were all good at each other. Cooperation. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who can believe it? Ordinary survivors may not be deeply impressed by this, but Wu Haomiao and others are fully aware of the power of it. It is precisely because of this that they are even more surprised by Wang Hao's ability. They must recruit this Wang Hao. At this time, everyone on the stage was no longer thinking about the game, but about Wang Hao. Obviously, Wang Hao, who knows how to train, is too valuable. This game seems not to be that important anymore. If he can recruit Wang Hao, wouldn't it be possible to cultivate many people like Xiao Heng? When the time comes, will you still worry that you are not strong enough? Even Wu Haomiao couldn't help but think of ways to recruit Wang Hao. It is obviously impossible to pass this game, because they can no longer win. Wu Haomiao cannot recruit Wang Hao, and can only find other ways. Chapter 591 Demanding Accounts. Congratulations. At the end of the team competition, Wu Haomiao once again congratulated Wang Hao, which showed a sufficient pattern. At least that's how it looks on the surface. Thank you, City Lord. Wang Hao smiled. Congratulations to Captain Wang. Zhou Ji also said, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to dinner, and let's have a good chat. It's not yet noon. But Wu Haomiao said before that after the game, he will be in the city master. There was a banquet at the mansion. So Zhou Ji's invitation to Wang Hao was in the evening. Wang Hao glanced at Wu Haomiao, then nodded and said, okay. Although Wang Hao had promised Wu Haomiao not to join other forces, having a meal with Zhou Ji should have no impact. Sure enough, although Wu Haomiao's expression changed, he quickly returned to normal. Wang Hao thought that Wu Haomiao didn't care. In fact, Wu Haomiao felt that it was impossible for Zhou Ji and Wang Hao to eat the meal, and he had no chance. After the game, everyone dispersed, and everyone from the Qingfeng team left happily. As for Wang Hao, he went to the city lord's mansion with him. He was also one of the invited guests today. In the city lord's palace, Wang Hao became the focus of attention. Zhuang Jian, Yang Lai, Zhou Ji and others surrounded him, and everyone extended an olive branch to Wang Hao. Wang Hao dealt with it casually, but never seriously considered the matter in his heart. He doesn't need to think about it at all, because he doesn't want to join any force. He has already thought about it. When this game is over, he will leave Silver Light City. By then, the right and wrong in Silver Light City will have nothing to do with him. Relation. Wang Hao looked around while dealing with the people around him. Captain Wang, who are you looking for? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask after seeing Wang Hao's actions. I'm looking for Commander Lin and Commander Jia. Wang Hao said. They are there. Yang Lai smiled and pointed in a certain direction. Wang Hao looked in the direction Yang Lai pointed, and saw Lin Yu and Jia Quan. Sorry. Excuse me. Wang Hao said to Zhuang Jian and others. Just in time. Let's go and see the excitement. Yang Lai said happily. They all knew why Wang Hao was looking for Jia Quan and Lin Yu. Obviously, Wang Hao was preparing to collect debts. Zhuang Jian and others knew about Wang Hao's bet with Lin Yu and Jia Quan. At first, they all thought that Wang Hao would lose. But now, Wang Hao's Qingfeng team has won the game. Now Wang Hao is looking for Lin Jia, and his two men naturally went to ask for the lottery prize. Yang Lai had always disliked Lin Yu and Jia Quan, but now that there was a good show to watch, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Lu Yuan always advanced and retreated together with Yang Lai. If Yang Lai went, he would naturally not stop going. Zhuang Jian hesitated and followed. Zhou Ji, on the other hand, originally wanted to go over and join in the fun, but Wu Haomiao came over instead. He could only suppress his curiosity and started talking to Wu Haomiao. Commander Lin, Commander Jia, it turns out you are here. Wang Hao said to the two of them with a smile. I have been looking for you for a long time. But I haven't been able to find you. I thought you didn't come. Lin Yu and Jia Quan. When people see Wang Hao, their faces look ugly. Naturally, they would not be absent from such an occasion. However, they had been deliberately avoiding Wang Hao before. They did not want to see Wang Hao in high spirits. If the Qingfeng team lost, they would have taken the initiative to find Wang Hao. Well, the current result is contrary to their expectations. Naturally, they should stay as far away from Wang Hao as possible. To be honest, until now, neither Lin Yu nor Jia Quan can accept this result. The elites they selected from the army actually lost to the newcomers of the Qingfeng team. This is simply unbelievable. If they didn't know Wu Haomiu's strong interest in the Qingfeng team, they would even suspect that it wasn't Wu Haomiu who secretly told those elites to deliberately let go. But the two of them knew what Wu Haomiu was thinking. Naturally, there was no possibility that Wu Haomiu would betray him. But this was even more difficult for them to accept. The players trained by Wang Hao actually won the game with their strength. The two of them could not accept this result. And naturally they did not want to see Wang Hao, who was now proud of himself. However, they did not want to see Wang Hao, and Wang Hao would not let them go. Lin Yu and Jia Quan glanced at Wang Hao, obviously not wanting to talk to Wang Hao. Wang Hao would not let them go. He walked up to the two of them and said, "Two army commanders, now that the game is over, should you cash in your bets?" Wang Hao came to Lin Yu and Jia Quan just for the bet. Come! These two people still have a bet of 1 million exchange points. This number is not a small amount for Wang Hao. Naturally, he will not give up. What's more, Lin Yu and Jia Quan have been quite fond of him before. Hostile. Wang Hao would not let go of the opportunity to discuss them. "Don't worry. You won't lose half of the exchange points," Lin Yu said with a gloomy face. Of course he doesn't want to give it. But he can't give it. When he made the bet with Wang Hao, there were many people present at the scene. There were too many people who knew about this matter. And they were not ordinary people. Now if he refuses to accept the bet, Wang Hao can cause trouble at the scene. There are so many people now. And these people are all extraordinary beings. If Wang Hao makes a big fuss, they will be the ones to be embarrassed. Jia Quan also nodded gloomily. 500,000 exchange points is not a huge number to the two of them. They care more about their face. They thought they were bound to win this bet. But they didn't expect that the winner turned out to be Wang Hao. What was unacceptable to them was losing the bet, not the mere 500,000 exchange points. That's good. I'm afraid the two Legion commanders won't admit it, Wang Hao said with a smile. It's just 500,000 exchange points. With our status, we won't admit it? Lin Yu said in a low voice. Aren't I worried? Wang Hao said with a smile. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't compare to the two Legion commanders. And I haven't seen much of the world. 1 million exchange points is not a small amount for me. I'm worried. It's normal. Can the two army commanders understand? Humph! Jia Quan snorted. But his expression became even more gloomy. Is Wang Hao an ordinary person? He hasn't seen the big world? If they weren't familiar with Wang Hao, they would really believe it. The current Wang Hao is definitely not an ordinary person. He has become the favorite in the eyes of many forces. Is this what ordinary people can do? As for saying that you have never seen the world, this is even more ridiculous. Whether it is the college entrance examination, the team competition, or today's game, which scene is not big? Which one doesn't get many followers? In these competitions, Wang Hao has performed well. How can this be said that he has never seen the world? Obviously, Wang Hao is talking nonsense. Chapter 592 let you stay here for a few days. Wang Hao ignored Lin Yu and Jia Quan's murderous looks. Although Lin Yu and Jia Quan have great power in Silver Light City, Wang Hao doesn't care because he is leaving Silver Light City soon. How could he still be afraid of these two people in his new city? Joke. Even if these two people bring their legions to attack, Wang Hao may not be afraid of him. During this period, he has not stopped the construction of the new city. Today's new city, whether it is defense or attack, is not the best in this world. Compared with other cities, Wang Hao really lives up to these two people. This was also the reason Wang Hao dared to face the two of them. Wang Hao already had a plan in mind. So he had to leave the Silver Light City once the exchange points were obtained. The banquet went smoothly. Everyone exchanged glasses and chatted happily. If they only looked at the scene in the hall, no one would have thought that this was the end of the world. Wang Hao looked at these people with bright smiles. And only one word came to his mind: drunken life and dreamy death. Nowadays, the living environment of human survivors is not good. The pressure from mutant beasts and zombies is increasing. And a new hostile camp has emerged, The rebels. It can be said that the current human survivors are facing the most dangerous moment in more than 100 years. And these people in the hall are all powerful people among the human survivors. They control the life and death of countless people. But they at this time. His thoughts seem not to be on this matter, but on socializing and entertaining. However, all this has little to do with Wang Hao. Anyway, he doesn't expect these people to protect his safety. What he can do now is to develop the new city as much as possible until one day other human cities collapse. He took in as many survivors as possible, and even launched a counterattack against rebels, zombies and mutant beasts. Counterattack is still a bit far away for Wang Hao now. After all, he is only one person and his strength is low. However, as long as there are enough exchange points and time accumulation, Wang Hao believes that the day of counterattack will eventually come. After the banquet, Wang Hao approached Lin Yu and Jia Quan again. He didn't want to drag this matter out for a long time. What if these two people didn't admit their guilt? Moreover, if the exchange point is obtained one day earlier, he can use it one day earlier and maximize its effect. Lin Yu and Jia Quan didn't expect that Wang Hao would stick to them like dog skin plaster. They had already agreed to redeem the bet. But Wang Hao was still like this. Did he not believe them? The two of them were quite annoyed. But there was nothing they could do about it. After all, there were many people watching around them. What's more, they had more important things to do next. And they didn't have the extra energy to deal with this sesame and mung bean-like situation. Little things. So the two immediately exchanged the bet, and each transferred Wang Hao's 500,000 exchange points. Although 500,000 exchange points is not an astronomical figure for the two of them, it is still a big expense. More importantly, these exchange points have been earned by Wang Hao, which makes them feel even more unhappy. Seeing the smile on Wang Hao's face, they wanted to smash Wang Hao's face directly. Of course, this idea is just a thought. They will definitely not do that. If they do it in public, they will lose their status. The two of them could also write this matter down first, and then deal with Wang Hao after they have dealt with the matter at hand. With their current status, it is not difficult to deal with a team captain. What's more, if their plan goes well and their status can be improved, won't it be easy to deal with Wang Hao then? Thinking this way, the two of them felt much more comfortable. Wang Hao smiled and accepted the 1 million redemption points. He thought that the two people would say something bad to him, or mock or warn him. But none of this happened. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving in a hurry, Wang Hao couldn't help but mutter a little. In such a hurry to leave. Is there something big going on? Of course, Wang Hao's thought just passed by, and he didn't take it to heart. With 1 million exchange points in hand, he wanted to think about how to maximize their benefits. However, Wang Hao quickly stopped smiling. He can't use this money. He still owes the Qi family 1 million exchange points. He had an agreement with the Qi family. If he couldn't pay back the exchange point in time, he would have to work for the Qi family. Wang Hao didn't want to tie himself to the Qi family ship. Yes, the 1 million exchange points haven't warmed up yet, so they have to be given away again. Wang Hao said with a bitter smile. His auxiliary functions are still eagerly waiting for redemption points to be upgraded. Now it seems that this matter can only be postponed. Fortunately, he can now earn exchange points much faster than before, and it is much easier to save exchange points. After the banquet, Wang Hao left the city lord's mansion. What surprised Wang Hao a little was that there were many people attending the banquet. But when he left the banquet, he only saw a few people, and no one else left. Wang Hao didn't pay too much attention, just thinking that those people had something to discuss. After all, those people were all powerful people in major cities. It was normal to get together now, and use this opportunity to discuss things. City Lord Wu, do you have something to talk about when you stay with us? In another hall in the city lord's mansion, Zhou Xi and others looked at Wu Haomu with some confusion. Originally, when the banquet was over, they planned to leave, especially Zhou Xi, who also planned to talk to Wang Hao. However, Wu Haomu kept them here. Everyone was quite confused whether Wu Haomu had something to talk about. If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. I have other things to deal with, Zhao Kong said impatiently. Wu Haomu smiled and said, I do have something to talk about when I leave you here. What? I would like to ask you to stay here for a few days, Wu Haomu said. Don't worry. Here, I will arrange your food and accommodation, and I will never wrong you. Just treat yourself as a holiday and rest here for a few days. I will send you away after a few days. How many days do you have? Zhao Kong seemed to have not yet reacted, and said carelessly, I still have a lot of things to do there. Who is as free as you? However, Zhao Kong did not react. But others did. Many people's expressions changed. But they did not speak. As if they were wondering whether their understanding was correct. Zhou Ji took the initiative to speak. With an equally ugly look on his face, City Lord Wu. What do you mean? Do you want to put us under house arrest? The others had a lower status than Wu Haomiao, and did not dare to speak nonsense for fear that they would misunderstand Wu Haomiao. Meaning? But Zhou Ji is not afraid. His status is no lower than Wu Haomiao. Even if he misunderstands it, it will be fine. What's more, he doesn't think he has misunderstood the meaning of Wu Haomiao's words. Chapter 593 House Arrest. House arrest? Zhao Kong exclaimed, his face changing drastically at the same time. Wu Haomiao, however, was calm and said with a smile, don't say it so harshly. I just want you to stay here for a few days. Wu Haomiao, you really want to put us under house arrest? Zhao Kong had fully reacted at this time. And his face was full of anger. You are so brave. Although Wu Haomiao is the city lord. He, Zhao Kong, is also the city lord. Although he has lost control of the city. The person behind Zhao Kong's strength is still there. But it may not be worse than Wu Haomiao. What's more, Wu Haomiao actually wants to put so many high-level officials from other cities under house arrest this time. This is equivalent to offending the rulers of multiple cities at once. Isn't he afraid of triggering a war? You know, there are quite a lot of armies in the major cities surrounding Yinguang City. Once Yinguang City is besieged, Yinguang City will not be able to defend it. Even if there is city defense to rely on. Facing the angry Zhao Kong, Wu Haomiao still kept his expression unchanged. City Lord Zhao. Don't be so angry. Why bother? I told you to stay here for a few days, and I will send you back later. I will apologize to you. City Master Zhao. Please be patient. I don't want your mother. Zhao Kong yelled. I want to leave now. And I want to see who dares to stop me. After that, Zhao Kong stood up. Just go outside. However, when he reached the door, a group of heavily armed soldiers stopped him and blocked the door, preventing him from going out. Get out of here. You bunch of rubbish. Zhao Kong, who was in a rage, naturally didn't have anything nice to say. He pushed the soldiers and tried to force them away. City Lord Zhao. Wu Haomiao's voice sounded from behind, and the volume was much louder than before. Please calm down. If you cooperate, I can guarantee your safety. But if you act recklessly, I can't guarantee anything. Are you threatening me? Zhao Kong turned and glared at Wu Haomiao. I don't believe you dare to do anything to me. Yinguang City has always been at the bottom of the list in terms of strength in China. Haomiao didn't deal with it. So Zhao Kong always looked down on Wu Haomiao. Even if he faced Wu Haomiao's threat at this time, he didn't take it to heart. Then you can try, Wu Haomiao said lightly. Just give it a try. After Zhao Kong said that, he was about to leave by force again. Swish. Brush. Brush. At this time, everyone in the team blocking the door took out their firearms almost at the same time. And everyone's guns were pointed at Zhao Kong. Zhao Kong was stunned by this situation. And everyone else at the scene was also in a daze. Obviously, they did not expect that Wu Haomiao actually dared to point a gun at Zhao Kong. You must know that Zhao Kang's status and strength in China are no weaker than Wu Haomiao, and are even higher than Wu Haomiao. What's more, there are still a large number of troops and ordinary survivors outside Silver Light City. Wu Haomiao, if you dare to shoot Zhao Kong, aren't you afraid of triggering a large-scale war? Zhao Kong froze there, unable to move or retreat. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, he felt a little frightened. Although Zhao Kong felt that Wu Haomiao was at best scaring him, and did not dare to actually shoot. But what if? What if Wu Haomiao is really crazy, and has someone shoot him? No matter what the consequences will be after the shooting. One thing is certain. That is, Zhao Kong is dead. After he died, even if Wu Haomiao got his retribution, it would have nothing to do with him. Zhao Kong didn't want to gamble. And he didn't dare to gamble. Everyone, calm down. Just when Zhao Kong was in a dilemma, Zhou Ji spoke. He looked at Wu Haomiao and said, City Lord Wu, what are you going to do? Do you really want to start a war with several of our cities? Seeing Zhou Ji come forward, Zhao Kong was secretly relieved. At least his situation was not so embarrassing. Now it depends on what Wu Haomiao says. I never thought about going to war with your cities. Wu Haomiao shook his head. Then why do you want to put us under house arrest? Zhou Ji asked. What is the difference between your behavior and a declaration of war? What Zhou Ji said makes sense. They are all people in power in major cities. And Wu Haomu is now under house arrest. This shows great hostility, and is indeed similar to declaring war. Why I did this, you will know soon. Wu Haomu obviously did not intend to tell them the truth. At least not now. Please stay here these few days, and don't run around. This will be good for both of us. Zhou Zi's expression changed, but he didn't speak again. He knew that it was useless to say anything at this time. Since Wu Haomu had already taken action, it was impossible to let them leave. This decision was definitely not made by Wu Haomu on the spur of the moment. He must have carefully considered it and discussed it with other senior officials of Silver Light City. He was angry and must have thought about the consequences of doing so. But he still did it anyway. So it was impossible to change his decision just because of a few words. Just blame them for their lack of safety awareness. Of course, they can't be blamed for this. Who would have thought that Wu Haomu would do such a crazy thing? Nowadays, they are still facing a huge external threat, in the view of Zhou Zi and others. Even if their relationship with Wu Haomu is bad, Wu Haomu will never be disadvantageous to them at this time. It is precisely because of this idea. They didn't take much precautions when entering the city. Later, the communication equipment of Zhou Zi and others were taken away and taken down to settle down. Everyone felt a little uneasy. Although Wu Haomu said that he would not hurt them. Who knows whether what Wu Haomu said was true or false? There must be a reason why Wu Haomu put them under house arrest. Once he fails to achieve his goal, it's hard to say whether he will let them go. Moreover, Wu Haomu only said that they would be under house arrest for a few days, but did not say the specific number of days. Zhou Zi and others did not know how long they would be under house arrest. After Zhou Zi and others were taken down, only Wu Haomu and the commanders of the major legions in Silver Light City were left in the hall. The people are under control. Let's start the next plan, Wu Haomu said. Everyone nodded. Things have reached this point, and they have no way back. Even Zhuang Jian and others who previously opposed this decision can only continue according to the plan at this time. All major legions in Silver Light City have entered a state of war. Wu Haomu did not close the city gate immediately because it was still daytime. To close the city gate now, he must drive away the survivors from other cities in the city. That would inevitably cause riots. Will also cause great turmoil. Therefore, the city gate was closed at night, and the survivors outside the city did not feel anything unusual. After all, Silver Light City closed the city gate every night during this period, and survivors from other cities were not allowed to stay in the city at night. However, the next morning, many people noticed something was wrong. Chapter 594, Closing the City Gate. It's already this hour. Why hasn't the city gate opened yet? People in Silver Light City are all drunkards. Maybe the one who opened the door hasn't gotten up yet. Hurry up and open the door. I'm still waiting to buy bullets and go hunting. Where are the mutated beasts and zombies? Early the next morning, many survivors gathered outside the gates of Silver Light City. These survivors were all refugees from other cities, and they were waiting for silver. The gate of Guangqing is opened, so you can go shopping in the city. But the strange thing is that when the city gate opens every day, there is still no movement at the city gate today. This makes the survivors outside the city quite dissatisfied. Many people have even started shouting, and some have even beaten the city. The door is closed. They were already quite annoyed when they were driven out of the city by Silver Light City every day. Now that it was opening time and the city gate did not open, which delayed their time to enter the city, they were naturally even more annoyed. However, the clamor of the people outside the city had no effect at all. The person responsible for opening the city gate seemed to have forgotten about it and never came to open the city gate. Until noon, the gate of Silver Light City had not been opened. By this time, someone had already noticed that something was wrong. If only one city gate is not open, it may be just a coincidence. But now, all the gates of Silver Light City are not open, which is a problem. Could it be that Silver Light City plans not to open the city gate today? They don't even plan to open the city gate in the future? Some people have thoughts like this that scare them. You know, most of them still need to exchange supplies in the mall building to buy supplies. There are very few people who can exchange them remotely. Once Silver Light City closes its gates and does not allow them to enter the city, how will they replenish supplies? Do they trade with each other as refugees? It's not impossible. But this can only last for a short time. After all, for most people, eating chicken is very difficult. If you can't eat chicken, you can't directly obtain materials from the virtual battlefield, and can only earn there are only a few exchange points. Therefore, the circulation of materials among human survivors is very small. Most people must go to the Exchange Mall building to replenish materials. Therefore, the Exchange Mall building is very important to them. Once the gates of Silver Light City are closed, they will lose an important channel to replenish supplies. The few supplies in the hands of these refugees outside the city will inevitably increase in price. By then, ordinary survivors will not be able to afford these supplies. Not being able to buy supplies means that they will face huge dangers. This danger comes from hunger, thirst, as well as zombies and mutant beasts. No one wants to be in such a crisis. Open the city gate quickly. We want to enter the city. Yes. Open the city gate and let us in. Open the city gate. Open the door. Open the door. The noise outside the city is getting louder and louder. And more people are realizing when things went wrong. Everyone became anxious. Thump, thump, thump. There was a sound of neat footsteps. Then, people outside the city discovered that there was a group of fully armed soldiers on top of the city. These soldiers had cold faces and looked at them sharply. More importantly, these soldiers all held guns in their hands, and the muzzles of the guns were toward the crowd below. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the refugees outside the city were stunned. Silver City, what does this mean? They didn't open the city gates, but sent soldiers to point their guns at them. Was this an attack on them? Fortunately, the soldiers at the top of the city did not launch an attack, but remained on alert. Problem occurs. Something big happened. At this time, even the most arrogant people realized that something was wrong, and Silver City's attitude towards them seemed to have changed. Some survivors subconsciously retreated, while some more agitated ones continued to knock on the city gate and curse loudly. At this time, a soldier wearing a general's uniform came up on the city. He held a loudspeaker, looked down at the people below the city, and said loudly, "People outside the city, listen. In order to protect the safety of Silver Light City, from today on, all city gates of Silver Light City are closed, and survivors who are not from Silver Light City are not allowed to enter the city. The reopening time is to be determined. Close the city gates?" Although many people had guessed this possibility before, now that they heard it with their own ears, everyone still couldn't accept it. "Hurry up and open the city gate for me. Otherwise, I will break your broken door. Open the city gate. Open the city gate. Let us in. Hurry up and open the city gate. Why don't you let us in? You guys? Asshole. What's the difference between doing this and being a rebel?" The words of the general at the top of the city caused a huge commotion below, and everyone protested. Their supplies needed to be purchased from Silver Light City, and they were not allowed to enter the city. Want them to die? Who can accept such a result? Everyone quickly contacted their friends and asked if this was the case in other city gates. And the answer they got was yes. All the gates of Silver Light Town are closed on this day. Many people panicked, but more people were angry. Is Silver City doing this to deny them their way of survival? Some agitated people tried to attack the city gate. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, gunfire rang out from the top of the city. The sharp gunfire stunned the survivors of the riot below. "Anyone who dares to break in will be killed without mercy," the general said coldly. "I don't believe you dare to take action. Yes, let's all come together. They are trying to scare people. They don't dare. Smash the door and rush in." The sound of gunfire did not stop these riot survivors. The anger they had accumulated in the past completely exploded at this moment, and countless survivors tried to storm the city gate. "Shoot!" the general on top of the city said coldly. Bang, bang, bang. Another burst of fierce gunfire rang out, and many people below suddenly fell to the ground with the sound of gunfire. Some brave survivors tried to take out their guns and fight back, but were quickly suppressed. Silver Light City was already prepared, and there were many soldiers prepared. These soldiers were fully armed and held a commanding position. In this case, they naturally had the advantage. However, Wu Haomia obviously did not want to make the matter irreversible. Therefore, although the soldiers on the top of the city fired, they did not intend to kill the survivors below, but only wounded them to serve as a deterrent. Of course, the crowd below was dense, and the bullets didn't have eyes. It was inevitable that some unlucky ones would be hit in fatal positions and lose their lives. The attack on the top of the city made the people below calm down a lot. They originally thought that Yingguang City did not dare to shoot, but now it seems that he underestimated Yingguang City's determination in this matter. Seeing Yingguang Chengzhen dare to shoot, but the people below were a little afraid to act impulsively. Chapter 595 Can't Look Back. During the confrontation at the gate of Silver Light City, the refugees in various camps outside the city also received news one after another, Silver Light City has closed its gates and will not allow them to enter the city. When the news spread among the refugees exploded. Is Silver Light City trying to drive us all out? Brothers, take the guys to the city gate. Yes. They've gone too far. First they didn't let us stay in the city at night. And now we're not even allowed to enter the city during the day. Who knows what else they will do behind the scenes? Let's go together. Many survivors headed towards the gate of Silver Light City with weapons, and gathered at the 4 gates of Silver Light City. There are more and more survivors. The atmosphere between the two sides is becoming more and more tense. And a large-scale battle is about to break out. At the same time, various forces outside the city discovered something that frightened them. They were unable to contact their senior figures. None of the leaders, who went to the city to watch the game yesterday, came back. It's okay if he didn't come back. But he couldn't contact anyone. It would be no problem if even one of them couldn't be contacted. But it happened that all the leaders couldn't be contacted. And the various forces outside the city were becoming more and more anxious. At this critical moment, his top leader is missing and cannot even be contacted. This would make anyone anxious. Without the top leader, all the forces became confused. They didn't know whether to tolerate it or to fight against Silver Light City. All the forces were in chaos. On the other hand, those loose people made surprisingly unanimous decisions and headed towards the city gate one after another. Regardless of whether they took action or not, pressure was still necessary. Soon, other forces outside the city also made a decision to send teams to the city gate first and check whether the situation changes at any time. At the same time, they are still trying their best to contact the leaders and investigate the reason for their loss of contact. At this time, the situation in the city was not very good. Wu Haomu and others obviously underestimated the reaction of the refugees outside the city to this incident. They did not expect that the refugees outside the city would react so violently to this incident. Originally, Wu Haomu and others thought that they only needed to close the city gates and use some threats and intimidation to scare away the refugees. After all, those refugees were loose people and they were unorganized. When in danger, the first thing they seek is self-protection. They will be calm when the situation has not deteriorated to an unbearable level. But things did not develop as Wu Haomu and others expected. The reaction of the refugees outside the city was quite fierce. Although the soldiers at the top of the city had fired threats, they were unable to disperse them. The two sides fell into a stalemate. What was even more dangerous was that more and more survivors were surrounding the city at this time. These survivors also put great pressure on the defenders in the city. How could this happen? Wu Haomu frowned. And there was no trace of joy on his face. Why are their reactions so big? Zhuang Jian looked at Wu Haomu and sighed inwardly. He could guess a thing or two. During this period, the relationship between them and the refugees outside the city was already very tense. The refugees outside the city had a lot of resentment against them. Now they closed the city gate during the day, which completely intensified the conflict. Isn't it normal for refugees outside the city to react so violently? Perhaps in Wu Haomu's view, if he can take in those refugees, those people should be grateful to him. As for not letting them enter the city at night, he also has reasonable reasons. The refugees outside the city should be able to understand. Even if there are, the resentment would not be too great. Not to mention that the people in power outside the city were all under house arrest, and there was no one to organize them. So it was impossible for them to gather too many people. It was obvious that Wu Haomu's thinking was biased, and he misjudged the situation. Lin Yu and Jia Quan should have given Wu Haomu such an idea before. I don't know if they also made a mistake in their judgment or on purpose. City Lord, it's still too late to change your mind. Zhuang Jian couldn't help but said, if you release those people now, things can be controlled. If you continue, I'm afraid the situation will worsen further. What did Commander Zhuang say? Let us go now. If we let them go, how can they pretend that nothing happened? As soon as Zhuang Jian finished speaking, Lin Yu said, if we let them go at this time, it will only make them think that we are afraid of them. And their revenge will be worse later. It's even more violent. At this time, we must continue. That's right. Jia Quan said immediately. We have completed the deployment of city defense in the past few days. And the heavy weapons of each legion have also been deployed on the city to defend the city. There won't be any problems. As long as we stick to it for a day or two, they will naturally collapse. Lin Yu and Jia Quan are still confident in this plan. In their view, this matter is not a big deal at all. The refugees outside do not have a unified command. They are just a mess. They cannot hold on for long. And they will win in the end. Zhuang Jian wanted to refute, but he couldn't say the words to refute. Although he was a little dissatisfied with these two people because it was because of them that things had reached this point. What they just said was not necessarily unreasonable. When things have reached this point, it is indeed difficult to turn back. Releasing Zhou Xi and others at this time may not have a positive effect, especially since Zhou Xi and others are angry now. Maybe they will order an attack on Silver Light City as soon as they leave the city. Sometimes, even if they are fully prepared in the early stage, they may not be able to win. It can be said that now they have been completely blocked, and there is no other way but to continue the plan. Thinking of this, Zhuang Jian said nothing more and just sighed, with a lot of worry on his face. Wu Haomu seemed to be persuaded by Lin Yu and Jia Quan, and his frown relaxed a lot. Yes, no matter how things develop, we have no other choice now. Wu Haomu said, I order all the legions in the city to be ready for battle, and to send more manpower to the city. The remaining people will serve as reserves and be ready at any time. Get ready to fight. Yes, everyone shouted in unison, but their moods were different. At the same time, the confrontation near the city gate was intensifying. More people from both sides came, with their guns pointed at each other. There was a solemn atmosphere on the scene. At this time, some people were moving among the crowd. These people were the people in the dark who had been forced to keep a low profile by Silver Light City before. At this time, they no longer kept a low profile, but were moving wildly among the crowd. They saw an opportunity. A person who severely damaged or even destroyed Silver Light City. Chance. Chapter 596 Romu's Friend. As Wu Haomu's order was issued, the atmosphere inside and outside Silver Light City became more solemn. What? Wang Hao was shocked when he learned the news from Feng Gaoyuan and others. He did not expect that such a big change would happen in such a short period of time. The atmosphere in Silver Light City, which was peaceful yesterday, became tense almost overnight, and a war might even break out at any time. Why are they doing this? Wang Hao couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads. At this time, only Feng Gaoyuan and others were in the station. Zhuang Xuer, Qi Charan, and Yu Qianing were not there. They were all left at home by their respective families. The atmosphere in Silver Light City is so tense now that a battle may break out at any time. The family obviously didn't want them to go out and about at this time. Wang Hao frowned, unable to understand Wu Haomu's decision. What are the benefits of doing this to Silver Light City? Having angered those people outside the city, they are likely to attack Yingguang City. Although Yingguang City has city defenses to rely on, the number of survivors outside the city has an advantage. It is really not certain who will lose and who will win. More importantly, no matter which side wins, it can only be a tragic victory, and the only ones who benefit will be the secret rebel forces. This is obviously very detrimental to human survivors. Couldn't Wu Haomu see it? Or is he absolutely certain to win? Or is he actually just a selfish person, for his own benefit, completely regardless of the overall interests of human survivors? If Wu Haomu were in front of Su Yu at this time, Su Yu would definitely not be able to help asking. But it is obviously impossible now. Captain, what should we do? Yu Jianzhong asked. Don't move around yet. Just wait and see what happens, Wang Hao said. Although the city gate has been closed, because of the existence of the wormhole device maker, it is not a problem for Wang Hao and others to enter and exit Silver Light City, and the initiative is completely in their own hands. Wang Hao didn't know what Wu Haomu was thinking, but he didn't want to get involved in this matter. Although the strength of their Qifeng team was not weak, it was compared to the team. So few people were placed in the crowd. It's really inconspicuous and has no effect. There are tens to nearly 1 million troops in Silver Light City, and there are even more troops outside the city. What's more, there are many survivors both inside and outside the city. Wang Hao's team only has a few people, and it won't even make a splash if they are put in. Can't even turn it over. What's more, Wang Hao can't see the situation clearly now, so he naturally doesn't want to get involved. Later, Wang Hao tried to contact Zhuang Xuer and the others, but did not get much useful information. Now, their family did not inform them of the details of such a big event, and they did not want them to get involved. Just when Wang Hao was thinking about what to do next, an unexpected person contacted him. Captain Wang, I'm Luo Mu. Do you remember me? A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Remember? Wang Hao replied. Boss Luo, what's wrong with me? Wang Hao did still remember Luo Mu. He was Sun Yanfeng's friend. Wang Hao had crossed paths with him before when he helped Sun Yanfeng escort supplies. However, The two had no contact since then. Wang Hao did not expect that Luo Mu would suddenly contact him. Captain Wang, do you have time? Let's meet. Luo Mu did not talk about the matter directly, but invited Wang Hao to talk in person. Obviously, there should be more important things to talk about. Wang Hao thought for a while and said, okay. Then, the two agreed on a meeting place. When Wang Hao arrived, Luo Mu had already arrived. However, what surprised Wang Hao was that besides Luo Mu, there was another person in the private room. This person was not Sun Yanfeng but someone Wang Hao didn't know. Wang Hao frowned slightly and sat down without asking any questions. Captain Wang, please take a seat. As soon as Wang Hao arrived, Luo Mu greeted him warmly. Captain Wang, what would you like to drink? No, Wang Hao said. Why did Boss Luo come to see me? Escort supplies? On the way here, Wang Hao was thinking about Luo Mu's purpose of meeting him. The first thing he thought of was to transport supplies. Before, a large number of refugees arrived. Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu were both people who took advantage of the opportunity to make a lot of money from the war. It is estimated that both of them made a lot of money. Now that Silver Light City has closed its gates, those fleeing outside the city will definitely be short of supplies. This is another good opportunity to make a fortune. As a businessman, Luo Mu sees the business opportunities and wants to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. It is very difficult and dangerous to transport supplies out of the city. It is normal for Luo Mu to want to ask Wang Hao to escort him. However, if this is really the case, Wang Hao does not intend to accept it. For one thing, he now doesn't need to do such work to make money. Secondly, this matter is not simple. Wang Hao does not intend to get involved until it is clear. He does not want to be implicated. To Wang Hao's expectation, Luo Mu shook his head and said, no. What's that? Let me introduce you to the friend next to you first, Luo Mu said. His name is Zhang Lin, former commander of the 3rd Division of Ningguang City's 5th Army. Wang Hao looked at the middle-aged man and wondered why Luo Mu introduced him to him. Could it be that today's incident was related to him? Captain Wang. Lo. Zhang Lin said to Wang Hao. I've heard your name a long time ago. I didn't expect you to be so young and have such abilities at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Captain Zhang is overrated. Wang Hao Dao, I only have a few trivial achievements, which are not worth mentioning. Captain Wang is being humble. Zhang Lin smiled and said, maybe Captain Wang didn't hear clearly just now. I am from the 3rd Division of the former Ningguang City 5th Army. Division Commander. Not anymore. Oh! Wang Hao looked surprised. My current identity is the Division Commander of the 2nd Division of the 3rd Army of the Revolutionary Army. What? Wang Hao was even more shocked when he heard this. Revolutionary Army. That's what the rebels call themselves. In other words, the person in front of me is a rebel. And he is also a high-ranking member of the rebels. Wang Hao didn't know how many legions the rebels had. But the division commander was not a small role no matter where he was. Even in Silver Light City, the division commander was one of the important figures. Wang Hao never expected that the person Luo Mu would introduce to him would actually be a high-ranking member of the rebel army. What surprised Wang Hao even more was that the top leaders of the rebels actually appeared openly in the Silver Light. What were they going to do? How many people are there? Wang Hao's mind was filled with shock and confusion. Captain Wang is surprised? Zhang Lin looked at Wang Hao with a smile. Wang Hao didn't speak, just nodded. Anyone who hears this information will be surprised. Who would have thought that one of the top leaders of the rebels would actually appear in Silver Light City at this time? Anyway, Wang Hao hadn't thought of it before. And no one would have thought of it. Chapter 597 Zhang Lin's Purpose. Wang Hao nodded, his expression a little complicated. Zhang Lin's identity is undoubtedly very sensitive. No matter whether Wu Haomu or those outside the city find him, they will never let him go. And if the other party takes the risk to see him at this time, he must have a purpose. Isn't Captain Wang curious about why we want to see you? Zhang Lin said with a smile. Then I won't talk in circles. We hope Captain Wang can join us. Join you? Wang Hao said in surprise. That's right. Zhang Lin said. Our revolutionary army has just started and needs talents like Captain Wang. I have also heard about Captain Wang. There is no future for you to stay in Silver Light City. Wu Haomu is absolutely he won't let you develop. He wants to seize control of your team. Although he didn't succeed this time, there will definitely be a next time. If Captain Wang continues to stay here, he will be the meat on his chopping board. Sooner or later, the calculation is successful, and joining our revolutionary army is different. We attach great importance to talents like Captain Wang. I can promise you that as long as you agree to join us, your treatment in the Revolutionary Army will never be better than that in Silver Light City. Yes, as long as you are willing. We can immediately arrange a middle-level position for you in the army. The conditions offered by Zhang Lin are not unattractive. You know, a middle-level general in an army has at least 1,000 people under his command. Moreover, if an ordinary person with no background enters the military and develops normally, he may not be able to reach this height in his lifetime. And this is just the starting step given to Wang Hao by the Revolutionary Army, which can be said to be full of sincerity. Why me? Wang Hao neither agreed nor refused. I think I have some strength. But I'm not the top expert in the entire Yingguang city. And I don't have a deep background. People like me. In Yingguang there should be many in the city, and even in China. Why does Commander Zhang value me so much? Captain Wang is too humble. Zhang Lin said. Talents like you are not everywhere. There are almost no survivors at your age. To achieve such results, both you and the Qifeng team behind you are quite famous throughout China. They are definitely not unknown. Captain Wang deserves our attention. Zhang Lin's words are true. Wang Hao is indeed no unknown person now. Several competitions have made him famous throughout China. And he has even become the idol of many young people. This is why the Revolutionary Army wants to poach Wang Hao. The Revolutionary Army is still resisted by most of the survivors. They urgently need some people with a positive image to carry out propaganda. Wang Hao, who has no background and comes from the slums, but is already quite famous, is naturally the best choice. Otherwise, he would be replaced even if they try to win over other people. They will not offer such conditions, and it is even less likely that a division commander will personally invite them. In short, Wang Hao's value is worthy of the Revolutionary Army. Wang Hao also heard what Zhang Lin meant from his words. Zhang Lin obviously, like Wu Haomu, Shuang Jian and others, valued the fame of him and the team, and wanted to use this fame to expand his own fame. Wang Hao did not expect that he would now become the most popular. Not only Wu Haomu, Zhou Ji and others want to poach him, and even people from the rebel camp are eyeing him. Captain Wang, Commander Zhang is full of sincerity. Luomu said, you also know what the situation is now. Captain Zhang can take the risk to show up in this situation, which shows that Commander Zhang attaches great importance to you. Wu Haomu and the others have, but I have never valued you so much. Only in the Revolutionary Army can you develop better. Staying in Silver Light City will only limit your future. When you are no longer of use, you will be abandoned. Me and the city, I have dealt with those in power, and they look down on people from the slums from the bottom of their hearts. Your background has already determined that you will not be accepted by them in the end. It is the right choice to leave Silver Light City and join the Revolutionary Army. Wang Hao looked at Luomu but did not speak. But he did not expect that Luomu would actually join the rebel camp. Wang Hao had previously learned from Yu Qianing that Luomu was capable but ambitious. He did have contacts with many powerful people in Yingguang City, and he still had some status in the business district of Yingguang City. But it is obvious that he is not satisfied with his current status. He wants to seek more rights and a higher status. And joining the newly created Revolutionary Army is a good choice. Luomu dares to take risks, and likes taking risks. Joining the Revolutionary Army at this time is naturally very risky. But as long as he succeeds, the benefits will be great. Once successful, Luomu will not be just an ordinary businessman in the future. Even in the military, there are people who have great influence and say in the management. But Wang Hao and Luomu are different. Wang Hao is not that eager for power and status, and he himself does not intend to be attached to any force. He is also capable of building a city on his own. So naturally he does not have many thoughts about joining the Revolutionary Army. This matter is not a trivial matter. I need to think about it carefully, Wang Hao said. Although Wang Hao had made up his mind that he would not join the rebels, he naturally could not refuse outright. Who knew if these two people had set any ambush around him? Once he refused, they would attack him in order to eliminate hidden dangers. It's natural. Zhang Lin smiled and said, we will give Captain Wang a long time to think about it. I hope Captain Wang can make the right decision in the end. Wang Hao nodded and said nothing. After that, the three of them drank tea and chatted for a while. And Wang Hao left first. Mr. Luo, do you think he will agree? Zhang Lin asked Wang Hao slowly after Wang Hao left. I think so, Luomu said. Why? Zhang Lin asked. Because he has no development prospects if he stays here, Luomu analyzed, as far as I know. In addition to Wu Haomu, who has thoughts about the Qifeng team, there are 2 Legion commanders, and Wang Hao who are not dealing with them in Silver Light City. Although there are other people who have extended an olive branch to him. It is basically impossible for Wang Hao to develop greatly in Silver Light City if he offends these three people. As for joining other forces, that is not a good choice. He was born in Silver Light City, and went to if he goes to other cities, he will inevitably be ostracized. In addition, he comes from a slum, which will make those inherent forces despise and treat him with contempt. He will not understand this truth. If we did not invite him, he might insist on it. It would be better for Scalp to choose one from other forces to join than to stay in Silver Light City. But now with our involvement, he has one more choice. And naturally, he will not join other forces. After all, the members of our Revolutionary Army camp people, mixed with survivors from various cities, and most of them come from slums. His identity is not a problem here at all. Chapter 598 notifies Zhuang Jian. Luo Mu's analysis was quite reasonable, and Zhang Lin couldn't help but nod in agreement. Wang Hao's side doesn't seem to be a big problem. We just need to get the news quietly. Luo Mu continued, we have more important things to do now. Luo Mu's face became serious after hearing this. Although he is still a businessman now, he has actually been able to access some confidential information within the Revolutionary Army camp. This is due to his early surrender to the Revolutionary Army. And he also made many contributions before that, including providing financial support and providing intelligence, transporting supplies, etc. His efforts have also been rewarded, as evidenced by the fact that he can now sit down with Zhang Lin to talk about things. Because of his current status, Luo Mu also knew the reason why Zhang Lin appeared in Silver Light City. Zhang Lin did not come here specifically for Wang Hao. To be precise, Wang Hao's affairs were just incidental. Zhang Lin came to Yingguang City because he had more important things to deal with, capturing Yingguang City. Nowadays, there are still 3 cities in the entire China that are in the hands of the original survivor forces. This is naturally unacceptable to the Revolutionary Army. Their goal is to destroy all 3 cities. If they can get control of these 3 cities, that's great. Of course, even if we don't get control of these 3 cities, we can't let the original forces continue to control them. Therefore, during this period, activities against these 3 cities have not stopped. What happened around Silver Light City also happened in the other 2 cities. Now, these 3 cities are on the verge of great changes. Zhang is one of the frontline leaders. Lin was sent to Silver Light City to take charge of things here. What did Lin say? Luo Mu asked. He? Haha. Zhang Lin sneered and said, after all, I still couldn't resist the temptation and decided to join our camp. Wu Haomiu's ridiculous decision is indispensable for Lin Yu's contribution. Really? That's great. Luo Mu said with a smile. Lin Yu is the commander of the army, and his surrender is very important to us. With his cooperation, our operation has a high chance of success. Not bad, Zhang Lin said. Where's Jia Quan? Luo Mu continued to ask. He and Lin Yu often advance and retreat together. Lin Yu joins us, so Jia Quan should be fine. Right? Jia Quan refused. Zhang Lin said. That old guy, he is very cunning and refuses to let go. Huh? Luo Mu asked in surprise. Then will he tell Wu Haomiu? No, Zhang Lin said with certainty. The old guy's attitude is ambiguous. He is waiting for the results to come out before making a decision. He will not join our camp. But he will not inform Wu Haomiu. He will only watch the show from the side. When the results are available, he will invest the tens of thousands of troops in his hands, are the source of confidence for the victorious side. It's okay if it's not high density. What can he do even if he is a high density person? Wu Haomiu will definitely believe it. Zhang Lin said, moreover, the current development of the situation in Silver Light City may not be something that Wu Haomiu can reverse with just one decision. As for Jia Quan, he knows how to calculate. But how can he take advantage of all the advantages in the world? He thinks that he controls tens of thousands of troops and has the confidence to bargain with both sides. But he doesn't know that no matter which side wins, he will have no choice. At the end of the day, being marginalized is the best outcome for him. Luo Mu didn't say anything, but he could understand the meaning of Zhang Lin's words. Obviously, Jia Quan's seemingly neutral attitude made Zhang Lin very dissatisfied. However, Zhang Lin obviously didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't show much dissatisfaction with Jia Quan. Instead, he stabilized Jia Quan first and waited for them to go smoothly. Taking Yingguang City will inevitably lead to liquidation of Jia Quan. Whether he will be marginalized or assassinated will depend on the decision within the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, Luo Mu was secretly glad that he had made a decision early. These people in the Revolutionary Army were not good people, and they still had a strong sense of revenge. If they did not surrender to them, they would be their enemies. There was no such thing as neutrality. If he had not done so in the first place, if you join the Revolutionary Army camp, you are afraid that you will also be one of their targets. Okay, let's not talk about him, Zhonglin said. Let your people continue to stir up trouble. I will keep in touch with Zhonglin. We are bound to win this Silver Light City. Okay. Another on the other hand? Wang Hao has been thinking about what to do next after he separated from Zhonglin and Luo Mu. It is obviously impossible to join the rebel camp. Although most people in the rebel camp come from the slums, Wang Hao, who has lived in the slums, knows very well that not all residents in the slums are good people. It can even be said that there are many of them are not good people. Now that they have gained power, they are bound to take revenge on those who ruled and exploited them before. There are also people in Wang Hao's team from civilian areas and even wealthy areas. Wang Hao himself has even had a lot of contacts with some high-level officials in Silver Light City. Those rebel soldiers who have taken over are likely to include him within the scope of revenge. What's more, Wang Hao has his own city, so there is no need to rely on others. Wang Hao is not considering joining the rebel camp, but Wang Hao needs to consider whether he wants to rule Wu Haomu. It is impossible for people like Zhonglin to appear in Silver Light City for no reason. And Wang Hao does not believe that the other party is here entirely because of himself. This is simply impossible. In other words, Zhonglin has a bigger conspiracy in coming to Silver Light City. Maybe just in passing. So, what is Zhonglin or the rebels behind Zhonglin's plan? Considering the recent series of events in Silver Light City, their purpose does not seem to be difficult to guess. Thinking of this, Wang Hao contacted Zhuang Xuer and told Zhuang Xuer about Zhonglin's appearance in Silver Light City. I'll tell my dad right now. Without Wang Hao's elaboration, Zhuang Xuer immediately realized the seriousness of this matter. She also knew that Wang Hao told her just to let herself dominate her dad. Well, Wang Hao said, the Silver Light City is not peaceful recently. You have to be careful. Well, you should also be careful. Then, Zhuang Xuer hung up the phone and immediately went to Zhuang Jian to tell what Wang Hao said. The matter was reported to Zhuang Jian. Zhonglin? He is in Silver Light City? Zhuang Jian was really shocked when he heard the news. As the Legion commander, Zhuang Jian had heard about the senior leaders of several other city legions, and had even met and dealt with some of them. He had met Zhonglin before, and had some impressions of him. However, he obviously did not expect that Zhonglin would actually appear in Silver Light City at this time. There must be a reason why Zhonglin can take the risk to appear here at this time. Yes, Zhuang Xuer confirmed. Wang Hao won't lie. Since he said Zhonglin is here, he must be here. Chapter 599 Contempt. I'll tell the city lord right away, Zhuang Jian said. Dad? Wait a minute. Seeing his father getting up and about to go out, Zhuang Xuer quickly stopped him and said, Dad, when you talk to Uncle Wu about this, don't say it was Wang Hao who said it. I'm afraid the news will leak out. The rebels will take revenge on Wang Hao. I know. Zhuang Jian nodded, then turned and left. Zhuang Jian hurriedly found Wu Haomu and told the matter. Zhonglin? Wu Haomu was a little surprised. Why did he come to us at this time? City Lord, Zhonglin had defected to the rebels a long time ago. Now that he appears in the city at this sensitive time, he must have an agenda, Zhuang Jian said. I have heard about Zhonglin, Wu Haomu said. But is your news true? He shouldn't dare to come to our place easily now. Right? Obviously, Wu Haomiao did not believe that Zhonglin would come to Yingguang at this time city. Thinking about it, the original forces and the rebels are fighting to the death. Zhonglin is not a small person. At this time, he should not appear in Silver Light City at all risks. This news is absolutely reliable, Zhuang Jian said. Although Zhuang Jian didn't see it with his own eyes, he believed in his daughter and Wang Hao. Wu Haomu frowned slightly, still doubting the news. City Lord, we must be on guard. Zhuang Jian continued. Now there is a tense situation between our Silver City and the forces outside the city. It is definitely not a good thing for a rebel general like Zhonglin to appear in the city. If he really comes, it's definitely not a good thing, Wu Haomu said. In this case, I will send people to investigate. If he really comes, I will definitely arrest him. Commander Zhuang, the most important thing now is to suppress him. Those forces outside the city are here to protect the safety of our Silver Light City. Don't think too much about other things. Upon hearing this, Zhuangjian frowned and said, City Lord, it's probably Zhang Lin who appeared in the city at this time. It has something to do with this incident. So we have to be on guard. Zhuangjian had already heard that Wu Haomio didn't pay much attention to Zhang Lin's appearance in the city. Perhaps Wu Haomio simply didn't believe that Zhang Lin would appear in the city at this time. In short, Wu Haomio has a very negative attitude towards this matter. This made Zhuangjian quite worried. Zhang Lin dared to take the risk of appearing in the city at this time. And his plot was definitely not small. Otherwise, such a character would never put himself in danger. In Zhuangjian's view, all efforts should be used to find Zhang Lin now. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. I know, Wu Haomio said. Didn't I say that I would send someone to investigate? You also know the current situation. We don't have much energy to deal with other things. Although Zhang Lin was the former division commander of Ningguang City. But he is not the division commander of our Ningguang City, and has no foundation in our Ningguang City. Even if he has an agenda, what can he do without soldiers and generals? It's not too late for those people outside the city to hunt for him. Obviously, Wu Haomio didn't want to use too much force to hunt for Zhang Lin. In his opinion, although Zhang Lin could be said to be and must be arrested, there was no need to do so at this time. Spending too much energy and deploying too many people to arrest would affect what they are currently doing. For Wu Haomio, the most important thing now is to suppress the forces outside the city and prevent them from actually breaking through Silver Light City. As for other things, you can put them aside for a while. But City Lord, don't be but. Wu Haomio waved his hand and said, this matter has been settled. If Commander Zhuang has time, he should think more about solving the problems we are facing as soon as possible. As for just leave the matter of arresting Zhang Lin to the people below. Wu Haomio's attitude was quite firm. Although Zhuangjian had different opinions, he had no choice but to say, I understand. After saying that, Zhuangjian left in a depressed tone. Wu Haomio looked at Zhuangjian's back and shook his head. He still felt that Zhuangjian was making a fuss out of a molehill. If Yu Guang secretly returned to Ningguang City, Wu Haomio would still be a little worried. After all, Yu Guang was Ningguang before. It is not certain that the deputy commander of the city has connections and influence in Silver Light City. But Zhang Lin is different. Zhang Lin was the division commander of Ningguang City before. There was no force available in their Silver Light City. Although they didn't know what he was doing here, the threat couldn't be too great. On the other side, Zhuangjian returned home with a gloomy face. Zhuang Shuer quickly stepped forward and asked, Dad, what did Uncle Wu say? What did Uncle Wu say? Zhuangjian said in a low voice. He didn't take it seriously at all. You want me to stay out of my own business? Huh? How could this happen? Zhuang Shuer was shocked when she heard this. Obviously, she didn't expect this result. She thought Wu Haomio would take this news very seriously. Unexpectedly, Wu Haomio didn't take it seriously. I think the city lord has been a little dizzy recently, Zhuangjian said solemnly. Before, he would not have said this about Wu Haomio. But Wu Haomio's recent series of behaviors made Zhuangjian very dissatisfied and incomprehensible, which made Zhuangjian quite dissatisfied with Wu Haomio. However, although he is the commander of the army and has a lot of power, there is still a gap compared with Wu Haomio. Wu Haomio is also in charge of this Silver Light City. Now Wu Haomio doesn't care about this matter. He has nothing but a few complaints. Method. Without Wu Haomio's consent, he could not mobilize the Fourth Army at will. Dad, what should we do now? Zhuang Shuer asked. I will send someone to secretly investigate this matter, hoping to catch Zhang Lin as soon as possible. Zhuangjian said, I have a feeling that something big will happen in Silver Light City recently. So don't go out these days. Don't go anywhere at home. You know? After all, Zhuangjian has been on the battlefield and has a keen intuition for danger. Is it really that serious? Zhuang Shuer asked. Zhuangjian had told her not to go out before and had not allowed her to go to the team's base. Now he has directly issued a grounding order. This shows that Zhuangjian believes that the current situation is already very serious. Otherwise, he would never say this. Yes. Zhuangjian nodded. By the way, tell Wang Hao that he'd better stay in the station and not run around. If something happens, remember to come to the Fourth Army. Zhuangjian always said to Wang Hao he was very optimistic about it. And because of his daughter, he naturally didn't want anything to happen to Wang Hao. Yes, I understand. Zhuang Shuer nodded. Later, Zhuang Shuer contacted Wang Hao and told him to be careful, and also told Wu Haomio's reaction to the incident. Chapter 600 Great Changes in Silver Light City. City Lord Wu really said that? Wang Hao on the other end of the phone was obviously surprised. In Wang Hao's view, as long as Wu Haomiu is not stupid, he can see that Zhang Lin's presence in Silver Light City at this time is absolutely abnormal, and it is impossible not to take this matter seriously. But now it seems that this is not the case. Yeah, Zhuang Shuer said. That's what my dad said when he came back. Uncle Wu also asked my dad not to be distracted by such small things. Dealing with the forces outside the city is the top priority. Little things? Uh-huh. Wang Hao sneered a few times. As a division commander of the rebel forces, Zhang Lin's status is not low. For such a person to appear in Yingguang City at this time, Wu Haomiu actually thinks it is a trivial matter. Does Wu Haomiu feel that the only major threat to Silver Light City from forces outside the city is now? Okay, I get it, Wang Hao said. Since City Lord Wu doesn't want to interfere, I won't meddle in other people's business. Wu Haomiu, as the City Lord of Silver Light City, doesn't pay much attention to this matter. Wang Hao has no obligation to take care of this matter. He notified Zhuang Jian before just out of good intentions. He is just the captain of the team, and what he can do is limited. Since the officials of Silver Light City do not pay attention to this matter, why bother with that? After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao left Silver City directly through the wormhole device maker. Today's Silver Light City is a huge powder keg that may explode at any time. Wang Hao does not want to stay in a place of right and wrong. Of course, before leaving, Wang Hao had contacted the members of his own team. If something happened in the city, he asked them to go to the 4th Army to find Zhuang Jian, and Zhuang Jian would provide them with shelter. On the 3rd day after Wang Hao left Yingguang City, the incident in Yingguang City finally happened. After all, the major forces outside the city could not hold back and launched an attack on Silver Light City. At first, it was only a small-scale attack, but after the battle started, more and more people participated, and the scale of the war continued to expand. The war in Silver Light City was completely on fire. However, after all, Yingguang City had made preparations long ago, and all kinds of weapons were ready. In addition, the leaders of the major forces outside the city were all placed under house arrest by Wu Haomiu. Although there were many survivors outside the city, there was not a single one. Unified command cannot bring out all the strength. In this way, Silver Light City also blocked the attacks of the survivors outside the city. When Wu Haomiu and others saw this situation, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The development of the matter was as expected. As long as they persisted for a few more days, the survivors outside the city would have no supplies, and they would give up the siege obediently, or even surrender to Silver City. When the time comes, Wu Haomiu can accept these people or give them supplies to go back to attack the rebels, mutant beasts and zombies. The initiative will be completely in Wu Haomiu's hands. However, things changed on the 4th day. The east gate of Silver Light City was opened. The moment the city gate opened, the survivors outside the city poured into the city like locusts. These days, they had been holding back their anger. The anger caused by being bullied by Silver Light City completely broke out at this moment. They attacked, looking at every resident of Silver Light City within his sight. Scores of survivors died, including residents of Silver Light City and refugees from other forces outside the city. Silver Light City is like AHL on Earth right now. Why? Wu Haomiu looked at Yulin with splitting eyes. He really couldn't accept this scene. Why are you doing this? At this time, in the City Lord's palace, Wu Haomiu was surrounded by a group of soldiers and stood there. Opposite Wu Haomiu was none other than Lin Yu, the commander of the 7th Legion of Silver Light City. Just now, Lin Yu led a group of people to attack the City Lord's mansion, killing the guards of the City Lord's mansion, and surrounded Wu Haomiu. Not long ago, Wu Haomiu had just received news that survivors outside the city had entered the city. Now seeing Lin Yu appearing in front of him, how could Wu Haomiu not understand what was going on? However, Wu Haomiu did not expect Lin Yu to betray him. After Yu Guang's betrayal, Wu Haomiu secretly investigated all the major legions in Silver Light City to ensure that the top leaders of the 10 legions were loyal to him. Lin Yu was naturally also within the scope of the investigation. The result of the investigation was that there was nothing wrong with Lin Yu. Otherwise, he would not have been the commander of the 7th Army. But Wu Haomiu didn't expect that Lin Yu, who had been loyal to him before, would actually betray him. Wu Haomiu couldn't accept this. He needed Lin Yu to give him an explanation. Because they promised me that when the matter is completed, I will be the City Lord of Silver Light City. Facing Wu Haomiu's question, Lin Yu showed no fear or guilt at all, but a smile on his face. Wu Haomiu, I have been the city lord for many years. It is time for a replacement in this position. Silver Light City cannot be brilliant under your leadership. Only I can lead Silver Light City to develop better. Them? Wu Haomu said, those damn rebels? Perhaps. You should call us the Revolutionary Army. At this time, a voice sounded from outside the hall, and Zhang Lin walked in calmly, looking at Wu Haomu with a smile. Said, City Lord Wu. Lo. Who are you? Wu Haomu asked. Introduce yourself. Zhang Lin said with a smile, I am the former division commander of the 3rd Division of the 5th Army in Ningguang City. And now I am the division commander of the 2nd Division of the 3rd Army of the Revolutionary Army. Unexpectedly. Is it you? Wu Haomu was shocked when he heard this. He never expected to see Zhang Lin in this situation. Seeing Zhang Lin standing next to Lin Yu, Wu Haomu understood everything. He regretted not listening to Zhuang Jian's opinion before. If he could catch Zhang Lin earlier, he would definitely be able to learn about them from Zhang Lin's mouth. The plan can also dig out the traitor Lin Yu. It's a pity that he didn't take Zhang Lin seriously at that time. And he didn't really send anyone to arrest Zhang Lin, which resulted in the current situation. It's too late to regret now. Zhang Lin was obviously sent by the rebels to contact Lin Yu. Even the events that happened outside the city may have Zhang Lin's shadow in them. Zhang Lin is a very important person. It's a pity that he underestimated Zhang Lin too much before. City Lord Wu knows me, Zhang Lin said with a smile. It's my honor. Zhang Lin didn't expect that Wang Hao had sold him. He only thought that Wu Haomu knew about him from other channels. Of course, for Zhang Lin, who is confident of winning, it doesn't matter how Wu Haomu knew him. Now that the matter has been settled, it is no longer possible for Wu Haomu to make a comeback. This Silver Light City will eventually fall into the hands of their revolutionary army. Chapter 601 No Good Ending. Traitor. Wu Haomu looked at Zhang Lin and Lin Yu, and said through gritted teeth. However, Wu Haomu's verbal attacks were of no use to Zhang Lin and Lin Yu. This Silver Light City will never fall into your hands. Wu Haomu said, there are still hundreds of thousands of defenders in the city. And the forces outside the city will not let you succeed. I'm afraid City Lord Wu doesn't know. The two forces you mentioned are now at war with each other in the city. Zhang Lin said with a smile. Hundreds of people are dying every second. It won't be long before the two forces are both defeated. At that time, who can stop us? This was Zhang Lin's plan. First, they provoked conflicts between many forces outside the city and the original forces in Silver Light City. Then, they completely intensified this conflict by closing the city gates and placing the leaders of the major forces outside the city under house arrest. Then their people secretly fanned the flames. Thus let many forces outside the city launch attacks on Silver Light City. The forces outside the city were already on fire because of Wu Haomu's series of decisions. Zhang Lin only needed to send a small number of people to fan the flames, and then fire the first shot at the critical moment, and the rest would fall into place. How can the angry refugees outside the city think so much? As the battle progressed, more and more people were involved and lost their minds. By this time, the situation was out of control. Of course, due to some preparations made by Silver Light City, it would not be easy for those fleeing outside the city to break into the city. Zhang Lin's backup plan was none other than Lin Yu. Just when many forces outside the city were about to lose their hold, Lin Yu opened the city gate. At this time, can the survivors outside the city endure? After entering the city, I must completely vent the grievances I have suffered these days. Although there are still hundreds of thousands of troops in Silver Light City, they are really nothing compared to the tens of millions of survivors. However, the native people of Silver Light City will also be affected and have to join the melee. This will enhance the strength of Silver Light City. As a result, there is no obvious difference in strength between the internal and external sides. The final result is both sides suffered losses. Lin Yu's 7th Legion was watching from the other side, when the others were almost done fighting, and they came out to clean up the mess. The Silver Light City would fall into the hands of Lin Yu and Zhang Lin. The smooth implementation of this series of plans is indispensable for Wu Haomu's contribution. If Wu Haomu had not followed the advice of Lin Yu and Jia Quan, Zhang Lin would not have been able to completely intensify the conflict between Silver Light City and the forces outside the city. If Wu Haomu had not always been wary of many forces outside the city, things would have been difficult to achieve. Today's situation. It can be said that it was Wu Haomu who pushed things to the current level step by step. Wu Haomu's face turned pale when he heard Zhang Lin's words. He never thought that things would develop to this extent. Now that many forces from outside the city have entered the city, things are completely irreversible. Even if he is not trapped here, there is nothing that can be done to change the situation. The most that can be done is to flee Yingguang City with some people and become refugees like Zhou Ji, Zhao Kong and others. However, because of their previous actions towards Zhou Ji, Zhao Kong and others, even if he escaped with his people, he would be unable to move in this Chinese territory in the future. Wu Haomya, now that things have come to this, you should admit defeat. Lin Yu said proudly. However, I still want to thank you. Without your cooperation, I would not be sitting on the position of the Lord of Silver Light City. Bah! Traitor. Wu Haomya looked at Lin Yu and said, do you think they will let you take the position of City Lord? They are just using you. When you are no longer useful, they will definitely kill you. Wu Haomya hated Lin Yu more than he hated Zhang Lin. After all, Zhang Lin was not his subordinate, but a member of the rebel camp. The two sides were already hostile. Zhang Lin wanted to plot to harm him. It was normal from Zhang Lin's perspective. But Lin Yu is different. Lin Yu is his subordinate. Lin Yu's behavior was a betrayal of him. Who can endure the betrayal of his subordinates? Therefore, Wu Haomya wished that Lin Yu could die now. And the more miserable his death, the better. City Lord Wu. It's already this time. You're not still thinking about sowing discord to save yourself. Are you? Zhang Lin said with a smile. Our revolutionary army is not like you people. The promises we made are absolutely effective. This Silver Light City, after it is taken down, it will be handed over to Commander Lin. And there will be no objections to this. Lin Yu was a little worried after hearing Wu Haomya's words. After all, there were many cases of killing donkeys, and he did not want to be revolutionized. The members of the army were killed. But after listening to Zhang Lin's words, he felt relieved a lot. After all, after contacting him during this period, he had a good impression of Zhang Lin and the Revolutionary Army. What's more, the Revolutionary Army only sent Zhang Lin to Yingguang City, and most of them are not here. Besides himself, who else can take over Yingguang City? After he takes over Yingguang City, even if the Revolutionary Army wants to remove him, it may not be possible. He, Lin Yu, has not been a laborer in recent years, and he still has some means and abilities. With this thought, Lin Yu felt at ease. However, Wu Haomya smiled coldly. As a city lord and a superior, he knew very well what people in the same position thought. Zhang Lin is now the backbone of the Revolutionary Army. He joined the Revolutionary Army before Zhang Lin, and now he has successfully captured Silver Light City. This contribution is very great. In this way, Zhang Lin's status within the Revolutionary Army will inevitably be improved. And Zhang Lin is just the division commander now, with a lower status than Lin Yu. Lin Yu is also the regiment commander, and Zhang Lin joined the rebels before Lin Yu. With his current achievements, how can he be willing to be under Lin Yu? This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Lin's status among the rebels is definitely higher than Lin Yu. Zhang Lin himself is not the city lord yet? Can you make Lin Yu the city lord? Do not make jokes. Wu Haomya could completely see Lin Yu's fate, but he didn't say anything else. The worse Lin Yu's fate was, the happier he was. So how could he kindly remind Lin Yu? Zhang Lin looked at Wu Haomya, then at Lin Yu, smiled, and said, Commander Lin, please send Lord Wu on his way. After all, Wu Haomya is the lord of Yingguang City. If he does not die, Yingguang City will those people still have backbone, and they might be able to make a comeback. Therefore, Wu Haomya must die. What's more, they need to control Silver City. So Wu Haomya's existence is also a trouble. No matter what, Wu Haomya must die. Wu Haomya's eyelids twitched when he heard Zhang Lin's words, but he said nothing more and closed his eyes. Wu Haomya, have a good trip. Bang! Chapter 602 Silver Light City was breached. What? Silver Light City has been breached? When Wang Hao learned the news from Yu Jianzhong, he was stunned. Changes may occur in Silver Light City. Wang Hao had anticipated this before. Otherwise, he would not have told the team members to go to the Fourth Army for help in times of crisis. But he did not expect that this change would come so early. Moreover, Silver Guangqing was breached without resisting for long, which was beyond his expectation. From Zhuang Xuer's words, it was not difficult for Wang Hao to understand that Zhuang Jian and other senior officials of Yingguang City had already had a premonition that something big was going to happen in Yingguang City. Since they had already foreseen it, they could not fail to take precautions. Not to mention that further increased conflicts with many forces outside the city. This incident was initiated by Wu Haomya. It was he who closed the city gate during the day, which made the conflicts between the two parties more intense. It was impossible for Wu Haomya, and others not to resolve this matter before this incident. Take precautions in advance. Now that Silver Light City has taken precautions, they will not be caught off guard like the previous incident. With Silver Light City's military capabilities and defensive facilities, even if the forces outside the city are really launching an attack on the city, it is absolutely impossible for Silver Light City to be breached so quickly. Only 1 day passed from the incident to the city being breached. Silver Light City was breached in 1 day. How could Wang Hao not be surprised? There is a traitor in the city. Yu Jianzhong's voice was a little urgent. The 7th Army has rebelled, and the army commander Lin Yu has defected to the rebel forces. They opened the city gate from inside the city. After the city gate was breached, the commander of the 10th Army also they turned their backs and started attacking other defense forces in the city. Now there is chaos in Silver Light City. It turns out there is a traitor. Wang Hao suddenly realized that it was not difficult to understand why the city was quickly conquered when a traitor opened the city gate from inside the city. In the previous incident, most of the reasons why other cities were conquered were also the same. There were traitors from within, and the traitors and the enemies cooperated internally and externally, so that major cities were successively conquered. Now, the same situation happened to Silver Light City. Wu Haomu is such a waste. Wang Hao couldn't help but curse. There have been many incidents of traitors and enemies collaborating inside and outside, and the traitor Yu Guang also appeared in Silver Light City. As a result, Wu Haomu seemed to have not learned his lesson and still did not pay attention to this aspect, which led to the emergence of another traitor in the army. Wang Hao has been able to guess the rebels' plan. Let Lin Yu open the city gate and let other forces outside the city enter. During this period, those forces have accumulated a lot of hatred with the original forces in Silver Light City. In addition, their senior officials are under house arrest. How can they not feel angry? Now that they enter the city, they will inevitably besiege the troops and native people of Silver Light City. However, although these forces have an advantage in numbers, their material resources are at a disadvantage. The ones with an advantage in this regard must be the army and aborigines of Silver Light City. As a result, the actual combat effectiveness of both sides is actually about the same. Two forces with similar strength are fighting each other. Even if a winner can be determined in the end, the winner will only suffer a tragic victory, and there is a high possibility that both parties will suffer losses when both sides fight to the death, and the rebels come out to clean up the mess. Silver City will fall into the hands of the rebels. The rebels now have 2 legions of troops in Silver Light City, and they are fully capable of coming out to clean up the mess at the last moment. What a good plan, Wang Hao whispered. If nothing else goes wrong, Silver Light City will soon fall into the hands of the rebels. The rebels will have 1 more city, and at least 2 legions of troops in their hands, and their strength will be greatly enhanced. It will undoubtedly be difficult to defeat them later. It is much more difficult. In fact, if no miracle happens, it will be impossible for the original forces to defeat the rebel forces. Wang Hao does not believe that the rebels are only causing trouble in Silver Light City. They will never let go of the other 2 cities. In this way, the original forces may collapse quickly, while the strength of the rebel forces will continue to be strengthened. The strength gap between the 2 sides will reverse. Fortunately, I have a new city. Wang Hao was once again secretly glad that he had built a new city in advance. Otherwise, he would have become a homeless wanderer like other survivors. What's the situation of the team now? Wang Hao asked. Are there any casualties? 3 team members were injured. Not seriously. And no one died, Yu Jianzhong said immediately after the accident happened. We went to the 4th Army Corps station. Stay with the people of the 4th Army. That's good, Wang Hao said. Now listen to me. I have a connection port for the wormhole device maker hidden in the air raid shelter at the station. You can go through that. The connector can be used to teleport outside the city. Silver City is not safe now. You and your team members should evacuate quickly. In addition, ask Zhuang Shuer to tell her father that the soldiers of the 4th Army can also be teleported away through this connector. Captain, now there are people from other forces outside the city, and the wormhole device maker only has a teleportation distance of 1 kilometer. Even if we teleport out, we will be teleported into the enemy's crowd, Yu Jianzhong said. Wang Hao is not the only one in the Qifeng team who has a wormhole device maker. Therefore, Yu Jianzhong also knows the specific functions of the wormhole device maker. My wormhole device maker is different from the one you have in your hands, Wang Hao said. This is an improved version. It has a teleportation distance of 1,000 kilometers. It can teleport hundreds of people at a time. The cooling time is only 1 minute. This paragraph Wang Hao has not wasted even a single repair share of his time, thinking that there will be more and more puppets under his command in the future. The demand for teleportation will also become greater and greater. Therefore, Wang Hao further improves the wormhole device maker. Okay. Several repairs. Wormhole device maker, special item. The user places them in 3 different places, establishes passage openings, and forms a transmission link, allowing free transmission between the 3 points. The maximum distance between the 3 manufacturers is 1,000 kilometers, and each time they can transmit at most 100 creatures. 1 minute cooldown. After several repairs, the properties of the wormhole device maker have been improved again. However, the number of link points and the teleportation distance have not increased. Instead, they have been improved in other aspects. The number of teleportations per time has increased from 3 to 100. The cooldown time is reduced from 30 minutes to 1 minute. In addition, and more importantly, the new wormhole device maker can not only teleport survivors, but also zombies and mutant beasts. This is obviously a very powerful and useful function for Wang Hao, who has a large number of puppets. Chapter 603 Everyone comes to a new city. After repairing the wormhole device maker, although the transmission distance and link interface were not enhanced, the enhancements in other aspects made Wang Hao very satisfied. Now, these functions of the wormhole device maker are about to reflect its value. So awesome? Yu Jianzhong said in surprise. The wormhole device maker in their hands is no longer ordinary. They have never seen this kind of thing that can be teleported elsewhere before. And now, Wang Hao actually has an improved version. More importantly, this improved version of the wormhole device maker is actually so powerful. Yes, Wang Hao affirmed, the improved version of the wormhole device maker has 3 link ports. After you teleport once, there will be another link port nearby. If you teleport a second time, you will come to me. I'm absolutely safe here. Captain, where are you now? Yu Jianzhong asked curiously. Yu Jianzhong is no longer surprised that Wang Hao said that the wormhole device maker has 3 link ports. After all, after the transmission distance has increased by 1,000 times, and the cooling time has been reduced by dozens of times, adding 1 more link port is no longer a problem. That's something surprising. Yu Jianzhong was quite curious about where Wang Hao was. Is there any absolutely safe place in China now? Either rebels or zombies and mutant beasts. Almost no place is absolutely safe. Before, there were still 3 cities under the control of the original survivor forces. But now, with the fall of Silver Light City, the situation in the other 2 cities will not be much better. There is almost no absolutely safe place in China. You will know when you arrive, Wang Hao said. Okay. Seeing Wang Hao say this, Yu Jianzhong stopped asking any more questions. After hanging up the phone from Yu Jianzhong, Wang Hao also got busy. He used up today's quotas for repairs, copies, puppets, etc., to further strengthen the new city's defense capabilities. With the arrival of the team members and even the soldiers of the 4th Army, the secret of the city can no longer be kept secret. However, Wang Hao does not want to keep it secret forever. After all, as the city is getting bigger and bigger, more and more people are, the more comprehensive it is, the sooner or later its existence will be known to others. Now, Silver City is in chaos, and Wang Hao also wants to do his part to save the survivors. Wang Hao is not worried about being betrayed. After all, in addition to advanced weapons, this city also has a large number of puppets, and the puppets are absolutely loyal to Wang Hao. What's more, the city's biggest trump card is not those weapons, but Wang Hao himself. As long as he is around, he can always build another city somewhere else. Soon, the first batch of survivors were teleported over. This first batch of survivors included many members of the Qifeng team, as well as some of the wounded commanders of the 4th Army. Wang Hao, where is this? Yu Qianing asked curiously after being teleported. Others were also looking at the surrounding environment curiously. The environment here gave them a familiar feeling, as if they had seen it before somewhere. Correct. It's a virtual battlefield. Someone soon realized that the buildings and facilities here were all seen in the virtual battlefield. But the buildings and facilities here seemed to be better than those on the virtual battlefield. My city, Wang Hao said lightly. The city I built myself. The city you built? Yu Qianing was shocked, and everyone else looked at Wang Hao in shock. No one expected that Wang Hao would give this answer. Can one person build a city? It's out of the question. Building a city requires too many things and investments. How could Wang Hao build such a city by himself? Not even a village can be built by one person. The survivors all know how difficult it is to build a city. Even people like Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong do not dare to build a city easily. If building a city was easy, they would have built a new city outside Yingguang City. So they would not. The following things will happen. Although the city in front of us is not as large as Silver Light City, it has a lot of construction. It even has complete roads, rivers, city walls, watchtowers, etc. Can this be built by one person? It would be difficult for even one force to build such a city. Therefore, when everyone heard what Wang Hao said, they subconsciously suspected that Wang Hao was lying, or that they had heard wrongly. Yes, I built it, Wang Hao said with a smile. Otherwise, why do you think there is such a perfect city without any trace of damage? It can't be that it fell from the sky. Right? Of course, it can't be from the sky. It fell. Everyone looked at the various buildings around them. Still a little unbelievable. Captain, how did you do it? Chi Charan asked curiously. Chi Charan was also among the first batch of teleporters. In addition to her, there were several people from the Qi family. The Qi family also participated in the attack on Yingguang City. However, they soon discovered signs of rebel activities. So they retreated early. However, now Yingguang City is in chaos, and they want to escape intact. It is also very difficult. The forces outside the city have already come up, and their Qi family has also been attacked. Therefore, Chi Charan also brought a few Qi family members here this time. If there is no problem here, more Qi family members will be sent here. Come over. Wang Hao has no resistance to the arrival of the Qi family. This city does not only accept survivors from Silver Light City. Wang Hao will accept anyone who is willing to come. There will be some confusion at first, but as long as it is managed properly, the follow-up will be it won't be a big problem. Well, it's a secret. Wang Hao smiled and said, "Where's Zhuang Xuer? Why didn't she come?" Wang Hao glanced at the crowd and did not see Zhuang Xuer. She wants to wait for her family to be with her. Yu Qianing said, "I came here to take a look. If there is no problem, my family will also be sent here." Wang Hao nodded. Zhuang Jian is the commander of the 4th Army. He obviously cannot evacuate now. Otherwise, the 4th Army may collapse. He has left command. It is normal for Zhuang Xuer to be unwilling to come early because he is worried about his safety. What's more, Zhuang Xuer and Yu Qianing are good friends. If Yu Qianing comes over to take a look, Zhuang Xuer can also get accurate information. Wang Hao understands that many people still have concerns. After all, they don't know where they will be transported. If Wang Hao has any evil intentions, they will all fall into the trap. Wang Hao believes in Zhuang Xuer. Zhuang Xuer also believes in Wang Hao. But others may not believe in Wang Hao. Even Zhuang Jian may not have 100% trust in Wang Hao. Chapter 604 The Last Resistance Force, Final Chapter. Wow! There are so many cannons here. There are also planes. Oh my god! There are more planes here than in our Silver City combined. There are also anti-aircraft guns. Satellite building. Oh my god! What the hell is this place? Why are there so many treasures? As more and more people are teleported over, the facilities and weapons in this new city gradually become known to everyone. Looking at the countless airplanes, artillery, and armored vehicles in front of them, everyone was stunned. Putting aside everything else, the number of aircraft alone exceeds the number of all the legions in Silver Light City combined. In addition, there are more various cannons and armored vehicles than in Silver Light City, and they are more powerful. This is incredible. Captain, where did you get these things? Feng Gaoyuan asked, stammering, unable to speak clearly, his eyes full of shock. Of course, I got it from the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao said with a smile. This explanation makes sense. After all, there are all kinds of treasures on the virtual battlefield, including airplanes and cannons. But the problem is, the better something is, the lower the probability of it appearing. You know, there are more than 10 million survivors in Silver Light City, and there are only a few airplanes accumulated over the past 100 years. As for Wang Hao, even if he didn't count them carefully, there are probably a lot of airplanes. In 100 frames. Not to mention the numerous tanks, armored vehicles, and anti-aircraft guns. There are more of them than airplanes. How old is Wang Haocai? He's not even 19 yet. He has only entered the virtual battlefield for a few months. In these few months, he can get so many good things from the virtual battlefield. Even if he gets first place in the game 3 times a day and draws good things every time, He can't accumulate so many treasures. Right? What's more, Wang Hao often entered the virtual battlefield with his team members before. Everyone knows what kind of treasure he got from the virtual battlefield. Only recently has Wang Hao not been with his team members. Such a short period of time. In such a short time, he has accumulated such a large amount of belongings? This is really hard to understand, and even more unacceptable. Don't worry about those details. Wang Hao said with a smile. You just need to know that the defense capabilities here are no worse than any other city. You can stay here with peace of mind. You don't have to worry about being attacked by rebels or zombies. Attack with mutant beasts. Everyone nodded subconsciously. With so many treasures and enough manpower, there is really no problem in defending a city. Putting aside everything else, just bombing by those planes can kill thousands or even more rebels or zombie mutants. Captain, there are zombies and mutant beasts approaching. At this moment, one of the team members screamed in horror. A lot of zombies and mutant beasts. Moreover, the level is very high. At this time, others also discovered that there were many high-level zombies and mutant beasts wandering around the city. And everyone became nervous instantly. High-level zombies and mutant beasts are completely different from low-level ones. They have stronger combat power, and many of them also have wisdom. It can be said that high-level zombies and mutant beasts are synonymous with danger. Now I see so many around the city. How can everyone not be nervous about advanced zombies and mutant beasts? Don't be nervous. And don't attack. Wang Hao reminded aloud, the zombies and mutant beasts around this city are not enemies, but our allies. I have reached an agreement with their leader. The two sides live in peace. And there are even some when foreign enemies come to attack. They will help us stop them. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Can it still be like this? You must know that the number and level of zombies and mutant beasts outside the city are exaggerated at this time. This is definitely a powerful force. If they attack the city, even if they can defend the city, there will also be a heavy price paid. But they didn't expect that these zombies and mutant beasts were actually their allies. After understanding this, everyone was very excited. After all, the city is safer with such a group of allies. It is no secret that there are intelligent creatures among high-level zombies and mutant beasts. Therefore, no one doubts Wang Hao's words. However, everyone is still surprised that Wang Hao can reach an agreement with the other party's commander. Very impressed. As time went by, more and more soldiers of the 4th Legion were teleported over. And the families of team members such as Yu Qianing and Qi Charan were also teleported over. Later, even soldiers from other legions were teleported over. In order to increase the transmission efficiency, Wang Hao especially sent a wormhole device maker, so that people in Silver Light City could be picked up faster. As more and more people came, more and more news came out about Silver Light City. Wu Haomu died. Lin Yu and Jia Quan defected to the rebels. Gao Liangjun and Su Biao died in battle. And many other regiment commanders also there are injuries. And the number of defenders in Silver Light City is less than 1/5 of the previous number. Fortunately, there is Wang Hao's wormhole device maker. Otherwise, these soldiers will also die in the battle. Looking at the wounded on the ground, Wang Hao was also quite sad. A few days ago, who would have thought that Silver Light City would be in this situation now? At that time, Wu Haomu was still the high-ranking city lord. And these legion commanders were also in high positions of authority. But now, they were all dead and wounded. Of course, the forces outside the city did not end well. It must be said that Lin Yu was quite ruthless. He directly killed all the leaders of other forces, who were under house arrest by Wu Haomu. The other forces were completely destroyed. He picked the leader, and then sent out troops to harvest when both sides were fighting to lose. Now the battle in Yingguang City has come to an end. The rebel forces headed by Zhang Lin, Lin Yu and Jia Quan finally occupied Yingguang City. They also captured many prisoners, many of whom joined them. Now, the rebel forces have been greatly strengthened. At the same time, Zhuang Jian also brought bad news. Lin Yu and Jia Quan already knew the existence of the wormhole device maker, and some of the soldiers sent over might be theirs. In other words, the people of this new city, the location has been exposed. Just expose it, Wang Hao said with a smile. I'll wait for them to come, so I can meet them. Wang Hao has only displayed some of his weapons so far, and he still has many weapons that he has not displayed. What's more, even if everyone's understanding of the weapons on display is insufficient, these weapons are not as simple as they seem. They have been improved. Their performance has been greatly improved, and their power is naturally greater. Wang Hao doesn't mind if there are rebels. Anyway, sooner or later, Their existence will be known to the rebels. And sooner or later there will be a battle between the two sides. Afterwards, Wang Hao asked Zhuang Jian and other army commanders to select their trustworthy soldiers, and let them guard the city gates and control weapons. Sure enough, 3 days later, Lin Yu and Jia Quan arrived, followed by hundreds of thousands of troops. The two were confidently preparing to capture the city. Unfortunately, in the face of powerful firepower, their idea could not become a reality. In the end, the two of them were directly beheaded by Wang Hao, who was invisible and touched. The first battle in the new city ended with Wang Hao's victory. They took this opportunity to recruit many more soldiers, further increasing the strength of the new city. The new city appeared in front of the world for the first time, and it became the only force in China to fight against rebels, zombies and mutant beasts. Countless human survivors flocked to the new city, preparing to join Wang Hao's forces to fight against rebels, zombies and mutant beasts. A new battle is about to break out.